81. Tsunade's forehead kiss. Hankawa woke up again, and it was already evening. He was still in Tsunade's embrace, his face pressed against her shoulder, surrounded by a faint, pleasant fragrance. Instinctively, Hankawa opened his eyes, and what greeted him was the bustling street. It was still Tenzaku Street. His eyes shifted leftward, catching a glimpse of Tsunade's snow-white neck and the golden strands of her hair hanging down. Are we going back now? Hankawa shifted his body slightly and immediately felt the soft cushion beneath him. Why go back? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, we won so much money today. We need to celebrate properly. Where are we sleeping tonight then? Hankawa yawned and asked. Don't worry, we'll have a place to sleep. Tsunade stopped walking. In front of her was a lavishly decorated izakaya. Welcome, esteemed guests. Noticing them pause, a young woman in a chipao came forward to greet them. Bring out your best sake. Tsunade said boldly. Certainly. The young woman smiled warmly. Please, come in. Get down now. Tsunade glanced down at Hankawa, bent over, and released him. Thank you, sensei. Hankawa secretly lamented losing his pillow. Tsunade patted his head and walked into the izakaya. She glanced around, full of patrons, and asked, do you have private rooms? Yes, but it'll cost extra. The young woman replied promptly. That's fine. Tsunade walked toward the private rooms. Sensei, don't drink too much. Hankawa, sitting across from her, reminded her sternly. I know my limits. Tsunade flicked his forehead and emphasized, how many times have I told you? Teachers take care of students, not the other way around. Let's hope so. Hankawa clearly didn't believe she could control herself. Tsunade gave him a sidelong glance. Just as the sake arrived at the table, she couldn't be bothered to argue with the little brat anymore. An hour later, Hankawa was exasperated. Come on, come on. Tsunade was already drunk, her cheeks flushed red. She hugged Hankawa and said, you midline horizontal ellipsis, you drink with me. We should go, teacher. Hankawa grabbed the sake cup and said firmly. No midline horizontal ellipsis, no rush. Tsunade shook her head. One more midline horizontal ellipsis, just one last cup. Saying this, she reached out to snatch the cup. Hankawa refused to let her, but she tackled him directly. Everything went dark in front of his eyes as he was buried under her weight. Luckily, Tsunade got her hands on the cup, stood up, and let him go. Sensei. Hankawa couldn't help but shout angrily. Why so loud? Tsunade was startled and sobered up a little. No more drinking. Hankawa said coldly. Fine, fine. Tsunade stared into his eyes for a moment, then surrendered with a hint of grievance. Hankawa sighed. Someone needed to keep Tsunade under control. Let's go pay the bill. Hankawa climbed off the table, only to catch Tsunade sneaking another sip of sake. Just one sip, just one. Tsunade raised a finger and said. No. Hankawa stepped forward, grabbed her hand, and dragged her out. Annoying brat. Tsunade grumbled, I'm your teacher, you know. Hankawa ignored her completely. After paying the bill, he dragged Tsunade out of the izakaya. Although another hour had passed, the street was still bustling with people. The street lamps cast a warm glow, illuminating Tenzaku Street like it was daytime. Tsunade glanced at Hankawa, who wore a stern expression, and suddenly burst into a bright, radiant smile. This one looks good. Hankawa looked around. The inn before him was the largest on the street. He went inside and booked 2 rooms. Sensei. Hankawa stopped at the door of the room, looking at the drunken Tsunade. Are you okay? Now you care about your teacher. Tsunade snorted softly. I've always cared about you. Hankawa paused and said, I'll ask the owner to prepare some sobering soup. No need. Tsunade flicked his forehead again and said, this little bit of alcohol is nothing. It was true. With her inn seal, sobering up was just a matter of thought. She simply chose not to sober up because she enjoyed the feeling. Stop flicking my forehead. Hankawa grumbled. It'll affect my intelligence. Fine, fine. Tsunade smiled, bent down, kissed his forehead, and said, good night. She then opened the door and entered the room. Hankawa was left frozen in place by her sudden action, taking several seconds to react. His first thought wasn't about taking advantage of the situation, but danger. Because in the original story, everyone who got kissed on the forehead by Tsunade died. This was just like the curse of the first Hokage's necklace. Now he had both. Who could survive this? Hankawa's mouth twitched. He even considered setting up traps around the room to protect himself. But he gave up on that thought. He could endure it, he had a tough life force. After all, he had the talent system. The next day. After breakfast, Hankawa and Tsunade returned to Konoha village. We're going to the Hokage's office to collect the reward. Tsunade seemed to remember something and added, it's the payment for a B-rank mission. We can't just let that go. Hankawa glanced at her. She had already returned to her usual demeanor, as if she had forgotten about last night. Ha, what a heartless woman. Hokage's office. The door once again suffered, taking a solid kick from Tsunade. But it didn't break, truly a champion among doors. Old man midline horizontal ellipsis Sakumo's here too. Tsunade entered the Hokage's office and immediately sensed something was off. She asked, what's going on? I midline horizontal ellipsis I failed the mission midline horizontal ellipsis. Kakashi's father, Sakumo Hataki, was no longer his usual calm self, appearing utterly defeated. Failed? Tsunade looked surprised. Given Sakumo's strength, failure was rare. Winning and losing are part of a ninja's life. You can always try again, Tsunade said after some thought, attempting to comfort him. Tsunade, it's not that simple, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed. This failure caused significant losses to the Land of Fire, even alarming the daimyo. Hearing this, Hankawa's heart skipped a beat. This was clearly the infamous mission from the original story that ultimately led to Sakumo Hataki's suicide. He hadn't expected to witness this unfold in person. But thinking it over, it made sense. He was like an accidental butterfly, and his actions could trigger unintended ripples through the timeline. Moreover, in the original story, Tsunade had already left Konoha due to her hemophobia, so there was no one to stand up for Sakumo. I'll take a look at the situation. Tsunade stepped forward, picked up the mission scroll, and read it carefully. Sakumo's report was very detailed. In addition to the mission's high difficulty, there was another reason for the failure. Sakumo had chosen to save his teammates at a critical moment. What's done is done. We need to do our best to mitigate the fallout. I'll go speak with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Tsunade said as she put down the scroll. Old man, assigning blame won't solve the problem. Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Tsunade looked far more like the Hokage than he did. Upon hearing of Tsukumo's failure, his first thought had been how to provide the land of fire and Konoha with an explanation. He had even considered handing Tsukumo over to the daimyo to quell his anger. In the Naruto world, ninjas ultimately served the daimyo. The core of this problem wasn't within Konoha but with the land of fire. Tsunade's approach was the most rational. Tsukumo looked up instinctively. As he gazed at Tsunade, it was as if he could see the will of fire burning brightly within her. "Then I'll trouble you to make the trip," Hiruzen Sarutobi said after steadying himself. "Make sure not to anger the daimyo, otherwise, next year's funding will be affected." "Don't worry, it's not a big deal," Tsunade replied with a confident smile. "The daimyo still owes me a few favors." "That's true," Hiruzen Sarutobi agreed, sighing in relief. Tsunade, as a medical ninja, had once saved the daimyo's family from severe illnesses. Her assistance was a life-saving grace. Midline horizontal ellipsis. Tsukumo looked bewildered. Was the situation really solved that easily? "Tsukumo, you've been through a lot. Take a couple of days off and get some rest," Hiruzen Sarutobi said to him. Mistakes had consequences. But he had never intended to drive Tsukumo to his death. After all, with Tsukumo Hataki's immense strength, losing him would weaken Konoha. Missions always carry the risk of failure. If failure required a life every time, Konoha would have been empty long ago. Compared to Tsukumo's failed mission, Orochimaru's actions were far more harmful, yet Hiruzen Sarutobi still let him go. "Uncle Tsukumo," Hankawa caught up with Tsukumo and said, "Kakashi has been worried about you." "Kakashi?" Tsukumo felt warmth in his heart. "Where is he now?" "It's Sunday. He's training with Shursui at the teacher's house," Hankawa replied. "Thank you," Tsukumo said with emotion. "With a friend like you, Kakashi is luckier than I am." "Don't say it like you're leaving a will." Hankawa rolled his eyes. "Not necessarily a friend, Kakashi keeps trying to surpass me, but his swordsmanship still needs work." "You dare mock our swordsmanship?" Tsukumo chuckled. "I'll give him extra training when I get back. Watch out. I'll be waiting." Hankawa nodded firmly. As Tsukumo walked away, realization dawned. Hankawa had been encouraging him for Kakashi's sake. "Kakashi, you found an exceptional friend," Tsukumo murmured. Hankawa waited outside the Hokage's office. Soon, Tsunade emerged. "How did it go?" Hankawa asked. "Got the money." Tsunade waved the savings book. "I meant Uncle Tsukumo's situation." "Are you confident?" "Of course," Tsunade replied casually. "The daimyo won't care about small losses as long as his rule isn't threatened." Hankawa realized the daimyo couldn't afford to lose Konoha amidst constant war. "Come with me tomorrow," Tsunade said, ruffling his hair. "If the daimyo acknowledges you, your path to Hokage will be smoother." "All right." Hankawa was curious about the Land of Fire's capital. "Rest tonight. We'll leave tomorrow," Tsunade decided. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached. Hankawa looked up to see a grim-faced Danzo Shimura. "Tisk." Tsunade showed open disgust. "Let's go, Hankawa." Danzo watched them leave, regret flashing in his eyes. He had missed his chance to claim Hankawa. With unmatched talent in swordsmanship, genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu, Hankawa's growing fame pained Danzo. Danzo entered the Hokage's office. "Hiruzen, Tsukumo must be severely punished." "That won't be necessary," Hiruzen replied calmly. "Not necessary?" Danzo frowned. do you realize the damage he caused? Tsunade will explain it to the daimyo, Hiruzen stated. Tsunade. This is reckless. Danzo argued. We must hold someone accountable to appease the public. This is accountability, Danzo. If the daimyo accepts, the matter is closed, Hiruzen replied firmly. And Konoha? Danzo pressed. Sakumo violated the ninja code. Rules are rigid, but people are not, Hiruzen said. How many codes have you broken? I'm different. Danzo retorted. Everything I do is for Konoha. Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Enough. I am the Hokage, Hiruzen said, ending the debate. You'll regret this. Danzo warned. Stay in line, Danzo, Hiruzen said sharply. I'm not senile yet. Danzo froze, realizing Hiruzen wasn't bluffing. Resentfully, he complied. Hiruzen still held ultimate authority in Konoha. 82. Tsunade's influence on an April morning, the weather was neither too cold nor too hot. However, Kurenai Yuhi seemed a little downcast. Just moments ago, Hankawa had told her he was going to the Land of Fire's capital city today. When will you be back? Kurenai kicked a small stone on the road and asked. Very soon. Hankawa walked up, grabbed her small hand, and said, 2 days at most. Kurenai's spirits lifted, and she asked, what kind of mission ends so quickly? It's not a mission. Hankawa smiled and explained, I'm just accompanying my sensei to meet the daimyo. The daimyo? Kurenai's eyes widened in surprise. I heard the daimyo is the most powerful, overseeing both the Land of Fire and Konoha village. That's not wrong, Hankawa said after a moment of thought. Theoretically, that's true. Can I go? Kurenai's face lit up with anticipation. Not this time, I've got work to do. Hankawa paused before making a promise. When school's out for vacation, we'll ask Uncle Shinku to take us to the capital for a trip. All right. Kurenai grinned and said, I'll tell my dad after school. He'll definitely agree. Hankawa nodded slightly, but his gaze suddenly sharpened. Up ahead, 3 familiar figures appeared, Kakashi Hatake, Rin Noara, and Obito Uchiha. It was normal to see them here. This road led to the Ninja Academy. Today, Hankawa and Tsunade were going to the Fire Nation's capital, but the sudden trip meant he hadn't yet asked for leave from Ikaro. So, he had come this way to drop off Kurenai and stop by the academy. Rin. I'm telling you, Kakashi lost to Shisui. Obito Uchiha said excitedly. No way. Rin looked at Kakashi in shock. In her impression, though they had sparred before, it was always Shisui who lost. Shisui was younger and, in terms of swordsmanship alone, far behind Kakashi Hatake. It was just once, Kakashi said after 2 seconds of silence. He had been careless and hadn't dodged in time, but a loss was a loss, he wouldn't make excuses. See? Obito grew even more animated at Kakashi's calm response. Why? Rin asked curiously. Because midline horizontal ellipsis, Obito was about to answer when Kakashi beat him to it. Shisui activated his Sharingan, Kakashi said calmly. It was his first time sparring with an Uchiha who had awakened their Sharingan, so he was caught off guard. But now that he understood, he was confident in winning next time. Damn it! Obito's face stiffened, clearly annoyed. Why did you steal my line? Is the Sharingan really that powerful? Rin was stunned. She'd heard Obito boast about it before, but she never imagined it could be this impressive. For the first time, she was struck by the power of the Sharingan. No wonder the Uchiha clan was Konoha's strongest clan. Of course. Obito brightened up again. I bet Hankawa isn't even a match for Shisui. He was already fantasizing about awakening his Sharingan, defeating Kakashi and Hankawa, marrying Rin, and reaching the peak of his life. Shisui told me that he sparred with Hankawa after awakening his Sharingan midline horizontal ellipsis and lost. Kakashi interrupted, crushing Obito's fantasy. That's impossible. No way. Obito protested without thinking. The Sharingan is invincible. It's still possible. Kurenai couldn't help but chime in. Kurenai? Rin turned her head in surprise and noticed Hankawa, smiling brightly. Kakashi followed her gaze and noticed Hankawa as well. His expression shifted slightly. Tsukumo Hatake had told him about Hankawa and Tsunade helping him yesterday, and Kakashi had been looking for a chance to thank him. Midline horizontal ellipsis, Obito was livid. Every time Hankawa appeared, he stole all the attention. It was infuriating. Good morning, all three of you, Hankawa greeted with a smile. Rin suddenly noticed that Hankawa was holding Kurenai's hand and pursed her lips slightly. You really defeated Shisui after he activated his Sharingan? Obito couldn't hold it in and asked. I got lucky, Hankawa replied humbly. Midline horizontal ellipsis, Obito looked as though he'd been struck by lightning. His biggest goal had always been to defeat Kakashi and Hankawa after awakening his Sharingan. Now he was being told that the Sharingan wouldn't help him beat Hankawa either. It was enough to send him into despair. I knew it. Kurenai exclaimed happily. That really is impressive. Rin praised sincerely. He midline horizontal ellipsis, he had only just awakened it. He hadn't adjusted to it yet. Obito insisted stubbornly. Every Uchiha's awakening is different. I'll definitely be stronger than him. Let's walk and talk, Hankawa said, glancing at the time. Kakashi. Kakashi caught up to Hankawa and said, about my father midline horizontal ellipsis I owe you. That was my sensei's doing, Hankawa replied, shaking his head. I understand. Kakashi knew Hankawa was being modest and didn't argue. He wasn't great at expressing himself due to his personality, but he would always repay a debt of gratitude. Hankawa blinked. What exactly do you understand? But Kakashi didn't elaborate, and Hankawa chose not to ask. When they arrived at the academy, Hankawa parted ways with the group and headed toward Ikaru's office. Hankawa is taking leave again? Rin Noara asked curiously. I know why. Kurenai Yuhi grinned smugly. I don't want to hear it. Obito Uchiha, frustrated the entire way, turned to leave. Kurenai, tell me, Rin said, showing interest. Even Kakashi Hatake seemed a little curious. Here's what happened, Kurenai began excitedly. Hankawa had no trouble getting his leave approved. When Ikaru heard the reason, that Hankawa was accompanying Tsunade to meet the daimyo, he quickly agreed without hesitation. As a mere chunin, he dared not delay such an important matter. At Konoha's village gate, Tsunade was already waiting. Seeing Hankawa, she waved and said, let's go. The Fire Nation's capital city was closer than the Land of Water. By the afternoon, they arrived at their destination. Are we heading straight to see the daimyo? Hankawa glanced around, observing the capital city of the Fire Nation. How should he put it? It was certainly more bustling than Konoha village. The streets were teeming with people, traffic streamed endlessly, and shops lined both sides of the road, many of which carried goods from other countries. For instance, not far away was a specialty store from the Land of Wind, selling a snack called sand cake. No. Tsunade chuckled and replied, "We'll visit the daimyo's wife first to get a sense of the situation." The daimyo's wife? Hankawa remembered that, in the original story, Naruto and his team once helped the daimyo's wife find her cat. But this was earlier in the timeline, so it likely wasn't the same person. Follow me. Tsunade, familiar with the place, quickly led the way to the daimyo's residence. At the entrance, they were stopped. "I'm Tsunade, here to see the daimyo's wife." Tsunade casually showed a token. "Princess Tsunade, please enter." The guards at the gate hurriedly stepped aside. Hankawa recalled that many people in his past life speculated Tsunade might be related to the daimyo. Although he wasn't sure if that was true, it was clear she enjoyed significant privilege. Setting aside speculation, Tsunade's status as the strongest medical ninja fully justified her high treatment. Perhaps another factor was Hashirama Senju. If the first Hokage hadn't established the one country, one village system, there wouldn't even be a Fire Nation daimyo today. How about that? Tsunade turned and winked at Hankawa. "You're amazing, sensei." Hankawa immediately praised her. "Of course." Tsunade smirked proudly. "The daimyo's wife once wanted us to call each other sisters, but I refused." "Why?" Hankawa asked curiously. "It's nothing," Tsunade said nonchalantly. "I just don't want to get too entangled with her, she'd pester me endlessly." "As expected of you, sensei." Hankawa sincerely praised her again. "You still have a lot to learn," Tsunade said, reaching out to ruffle his hair. "Why must you ruffle my head while talking?" Hankawa mentally noted it in his little black book. Tsunade. At that moment, a beautiful woman wearing an elegant kimono appeared. 8 palace attendants followed her respectfully, creating an impressive display. Daimyo's wife. Tsunade retracted her hand and stepped forward. "It's been a long time." "You're still as beautiful as ever," the daimyo's wife said warmly, holding Tsunade's hand. "You look as radiant as always," Tsunade replied, then gestured to Hankawa. "This is my student, Hankawa." "What a handsome young man, so cute." The daimyo's wife looked Hankawa up and down, smiling brightly. Daimyo's wife. Hankawa greeted her stiffly, feeling slightly uneasy. The look in this woman's eyes didn't seem quite midline horizontal ellipsis innocent. His mind drifted to chaotic palace rumors. "Prepare the finest meal," the daimyo's wife instructed a nearby maid. "Tsunade, let's chat inside." "All right." Tsunade followed her into the palace. Hankawa breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, he was overthinking things. Seated next to Tsunade, Hankawa quietly listened to their conversation. Since they were reminiscing about the past, he couldn't contribute and simply sat there like furniture. Soon, the food arrived. Hankawa picked up his chopsticks and started eating without a word. "Daimyo's wife," Tsunade said, getting to the point after chatting for a while. "This small matter required you to make the trip." The daimyo's wife smiled and waved it off. "Someone, invite the daimyo over." Moments later, a middle-aged man entered the hall. "Tsunade is here." "Why didn't you notify me?" "Daimyo." Tsunade stood up and greeted him politely. "Konoha made a mistake, so we didn't dare face you directly." "Tsunade, you're being too formal." The daimyo shook his head. "If not for your help back then, my son, Aishi, wouldn't have survived." Hankawa's eyes lit up. "Aishi, This name was mentioned in the original story as the daimyo during Naruto's Hokage era. It seemed everything was already falling into place. Once again, Hankawa witnessed Tsunade's far-reaching influence as a medical ninja. 83. Roarin' Morning. Tsunade jolted awake from her sleep. She felt the entire bed shaking. An earthquake? Tsunade rubbed her eyes and sat up. Just then, the movement stopped. She raised her eyebrows. This didn't feel like an earthquake, it felt more like someone was using her superhuman strength. With that thought, Tsunade got out of bed and looked out the window. Not far away, a massive pit had appeared in the ground, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating out in all directions. This brat actually spent a whole year mastering my strength technique. Tsunade mumbled to herself as she gazed at Hankawa. No one would believe it if she told them, a 9-year-old had managed to learn her monstrous strength. Sensei. Hankawa turned and waved to her. It had been more than half a year since their last trip to the Fire Nation's capital. He had finally mastered the technique. A-rank ninjutsu talent, monstrous strength. Trigger condition, successfully perform the technique. Effect, automatically achieve proficiency level in the technique. In addition to monstrous strength, 4 new talents had also been unlocked. The C-rank talenti included Wind Release Chunin, Water Release Chunin, and Swordsmanship Chunin. These talents were similar to his previous Medical Chunin talent, each providing a 50% boost to the respective abilities. The promotion conditions were also the same, reaching mastery in the skills would allow advancement to Special Jonin. The final perk was the C-rank talent Lightning Chakra activation. After over a year of effort, he had finally grasped the basics. C-rank ninjutsu talent, Lightning Chakra activation. Trigger condition, attain the basics of Lightning Chakra activation. Effect, increases physical strength by 50%, including defense, attack, and speed. Note, combine with C-rank Lightning Chunin and C-rank Taijutsu Chunin to synthesize the B-rank perk, Lightning Body. All his effort had clearly paid off. This talent alone boosted 3 attributes, defense, attack, and speed, making him well-rounded. In the original story, the 4th Raikage's lightning release chakra mode and his strongest lightning armor allowed him to match Minato Namikaze in speed. He could even dodge Amaterasu with sheer physical ability, which was outrageous. Beyond his speed, his defense and attack power were also extraordinary. The 4th Raikage once cut off the 8-Tails horn with a single hand. During the 4th Great Ninja War, he was trusted as the supreme commander of the Ninja Alliance for a reason. Hankawa stroked his chin. The synthesis path for Lightning Chunin and Taijutsu Chunin wasn't too difficult, he just needed time to achieve it. What he was curious about was the effect of the B-rank talent Lightning Body. Not bad. Tsunade walked over and praised him without holding back. As expected of my student. Sensei, isn't that just complimenting yourself? Hankawa quipped. If I hadn't taught you, how would you have learned this? Tsunade smiled and asked, who deserves the most credit? You do, sensei. Hankawa quickly relented. Now that's better. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction before asking, when do your holidays start? The day after tomorrow, Hankawa explained. These 2 days are for 3rd-year exams, today is the theory test, and tomorrow is practical. Good. Tsunade grinned and said, you can't just laze around for the next 2 months. We'll take on a mission. Sure. Hankawa had no objections. Now that he had mastered monstrous strength, he might be able to defeat a Jonin in an unexpected situation. Of course, in direct confrontation, it would still be difficult. The jonin of the 5 great villages had real strength, while jonin from smaller villages might be beatable. Go take your exams. Tsunade waved him off. I'll check the mission board for something suitable. Sensei, I want to learn lightning release, Hankawa suddenly remembered. Tsunade frowned slightly. She knew Hankawa had both lightning and fire attributes. However, since he was ultimately a medical ninja, she believed his time would be better spent improving his medical ninjutsu proficiency. Then again, she remembered his outstanding performance at Konoha Hospital. The medical ninjutsu he learned had incredibly high proficiency. At this point, the only medical ninjutsu left for him to learn were A-rank and S-rank techniques, essentially forbidden jutsu. But those techniques were still too advanced for him. It wasn't that he lacked talent, but his body simply didn't have enough chakra yet. He would need another 2 years. Alright. Tsunade agreed. I'll ask the old man for a few lightning release jutsu. In Konoha, learning ninjutsu wasn't as simple as wanting to learn it. As a ninja, there were only 3 ways to acquire new techniques. 1. Taught by a teacher. 2. Inherited through a clan or parents. 3. Granted as a reward by the Hokage. Learning or teaching ninjutsu privately without approval could result in punishment. However, as Tsunade's student, Hankawa didn't need to worry. As long as the techniques weren't forbidden jutsu, he could learn them freely. So, Hankawa directly asked Tsunade for lightning release techniques. As for wind release and water release, he lacked the innate attributes, and given his age, it was better to take things one step at a time. After breakfast, Hankawa headed to school, and Tsunade went to the Hokage's office. The mission hall was located on the 2nd floor of the Hokage building. As soon as Tsunade entered, she spotted a familiar figure. Lady Tsunade, Minato Namikaze greeted, quickly stepping forward. You're here to take a mission. Tsunade nodded slightly and asked. Yeah. Minato scratched his head sheepishly and replied, the Hokage just gave me a rather troublesome mission. Competence invites more responsibility, Tsunade chuckled. If she were Hokage, she wouldn't let someone with the Flying Thunder God technique sit idle either. After all, it was incredibly convenient. Lady Tsunade, are you here to take a mission too? Minato's eyes lit up with curiosity. Yes. Noticing his enthusiasm, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. It's to give Hankawa some experience. Your mission would be too difficult for him. No, it's actually perfect. Minato smiled brightly and asked, why don't you take a look? Is that so? Tsunade reached out and took the mission scroll from him. I was originally planning to form a team with 2 jonin and 1 chunin, Minato explained with a smile. If you and Hankawa join, it will be just right. The ancient kingdom of Rorin, in the land of wind? Tsunade exclaimed in slight surprise as she glanced at the scroll. According to legend, the ancient kingdom of Rorin sits atop a dragon vein, an energy source of limitless power, Minato explained. Based on intel from the ANBU, Rorin's minister, Anrokuzan, is attempting to use the dragon vein to create a terrifying weapon to dominate the ninja world. Dominate the ninja world? Tsunade scoffed coldly. He sure dreams big. So what do you think about this mission, Lady Tsunade? Minato asked once she had finished reading. It'll do, Tsunade replied after a brief thought. I'll join you. With you on board, this will be much easier. Minato let out a breath of relief. It shouldn't take too much time. What's the rush? Tsunade teased. Want to get back early to see Kushina? Minato blushed at being exposed and laughed awkwardly. How about leaving the day after tomorrow? Tsunade suggested. The next 2 days are for final exams. Sounds good to me, Minato agreed immediately. See you then. Tsunade turned and headed upstairs. At the Hokage's office, Tsunade pushed the door open without warning, startling Hiruzen Sarutobi. He quickly stashed away a certain book titled Black Beast. What were you reading? Tsunade narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Why is your face red? Is it? Hiruzen coughed lightly, trying to sound serious. It's just the heat recently. It's spring, Tsunade said coldly. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Hiruzen's forehead. If Tsunade found out about Black Beast, his reputation would be utterly destroyed. Desperate to change the topic, he asked, what brings you here? Are you here for a mission? Since she began training Hankoa, Tsunade had been taking 1 mission per month. I've already accepted a mission. I'm going to Rorin with Minato, Tsunade replied, getting straight to the point. I need a few lightning release techniques for Hankoa. For Hankoa? Hiruzen paused in surprise. Does he still have the energy to learn lightning release? As the student of Tsunade and a rising genius, Hankoa was someone Hiruzen paid close attention to. To his knowledge, Hankoa had already trained in swordsmanship, genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. Most ninja would struggle to master just one of those disciplines, yet he was training in 3, and now lightning release as well. Geniuses can't be measured by common sense, Tsunade replied with a small smile. He's already mastered monstrous strength. What? Hiruzen's face was full of astonishment. He is my student, after all, Tsunade said proudly, lifting her chin. You've certainly found yourself a remarkable student, Hiruzen admitted. His achievements might even rival Minato's. The Flying Thunder God technique was invaluable, but an excellent medical ninja was no less impressive. Say, Hiruzen called out. An ANBU ninja wearing a mask appeared. Fetch 3 basic lightning release scrolls, Hiruzen instructed. Yes, Sei replied before turning and leaving. Just 3. Tsunade frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Can't you be a little more generous, old man? Come back for more when he's learned those, Hiruzen explained. Taking too many at once isn't good. Fine. Tsunade reluctantly accepted his reasoning. Once she had the scrolls, she left the Hokage's office. By the afternoon, the theoretical exams had ended. After saying goodbye to his classmates, Hankoa headed to Tsunade's house. New mission. Tsunade, lounging on the sofa, casually tossed a mission scroll to him. Hankoa caught it and opened it. Rorin? His heart skipped a beat. This was the storyline from the Naruto movie The Lost Tower. In the original story, after Sasuke defected, Naruto Uzumaki, Yamato, Sakura Haruno, and Sai pursued a rogue ninja named Mukade to the ancient kingdom of Rorin. Thanks to Minato's Flying Thunder God mark and an explosion of Dragon Vein energy, Naruto was sent back in time. The past that Naruto traveled to midline horizontal ellipsis was essentially Hankoa's present timeline. In other words, he would soon encounter the future versions of Naruto and his team. 84. Hankoa takes first place again Ninja Academy. Today was the last day of 3rd grade, which meant final exams. Hankoa and Kurenai Yuhi arrived earlier than most, and the exam hadn't started yet. He was sitting in Asuma Sarutobi's seat, thinking about the mission he received yesterday. In theory, based on the original storyline, he would encounter Yamato and his group. But in reality, things weren't so certain. After all, his unexpected presence was a factor. The only thing he could confirm was that he would meet future ninjas, though he didn't know who exactly. The reason lay with Anrokuzen. He was actually the ninja known as Mukade, whom Yamato and his group were pursuing. However, he had been lucky enough to travel back 6 years earlier, rename himself Anrokuzen, and become a minister of the land of Rorin. As for the so-called terrifying weapon, it was essentially battle puppets powered by dragon vein energy. Hankawa, are you worried I'll beat you? Asuma Sarutobi entered from the doorway, noticing Hankawa deep in thought, and grinned excitedly. How could that be? Kurenai Yuhi, standing next to Hankawa, immediately retorted, you've never beaten him, so what's there to worry about? That was before. Asuma's face turned red. We haven't fought yet today, so why are you already saying I'll lose? Doesn't matter. I'll fight too, Uchiha Obito suddenly chimed in. Don't cause trouble. Asuma waved him off. Although Obito did okay in actual combat, his theoretical scores were always dead last. Damn it. Obito was furious. This time, I'll definitely beat you. Don't be so sure. Asuma grinned smugly. I recently learned fire release ninjutsu, and my strength has greatly improved. Fire release? Obito froze and asked, weren't you learning wind release ninjutsu? I have both wind and fire chakra natures. Asuma patted Obito's shoulder. If you lose to my fire release, then... No way. Obito shivered and quickly replied. The Uchiha clan, aside from their Sharingan, was best known for their fire release techniques. He couldn't bear the thought of losing to fire release and how the rest of his clan would react. Good luck, Obito, Rin Noara said with a soft laugh. Heh heh. Obito immediately ignored Asuma, smiling as he said, Rin. I promise I won't let you down. Just do your best, Rin replied hesitantly. She understood Obito well, achieving a good result was nearly impossible. But for some reason, he remained mysteriously confident. Don't worry. Obito pounded his chest. He's training too broadly, which is actually counterproductive. How could it be counterproductive? Asuma protested, look at Hankawa, he trains even more broadly than I do. You're not even midline horizontal ellipsis, Obito suddenly stopped mid-sentence. How had he ended up praising his rival? Was he subconsciously admitting that Hankawa was the strongest? You'll find out in a fight. No need to argue. Kakashi Hatake spoke calmly. As expected of my eternal rival. Might Guy trembled with excitement. Kakashi, we can finally have another youthful duel. Kakashi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Logically, Hankawa was stronger, so Might Guy should be challenging him instead. But since Hankawa frequently took leave and was absent for months at a time, Kakashi became the target. Another reason was that Hankawa was too strong. At this point, Might Guy had just started learning the 8 gates technique, and his abilities were still limited. Even so, he wouldn't use it on his peers. The 8 gates had too much destructive power and serious side effects. In the original storyline, Rock Lee only used it after obtaining Guy's permission, and his targets were almost always ninjas from other villages. At that moment, the academy bell rang. I'm going back. See you later. Hankawa stood up and said. If only you could switch places with Asuma midline horizontal ellipsis, Kurenai began to say something but stopped halfway, realizing it was too harsh. Even so, Asuma had already understood. He froze in place, turning pale as his whole body grayed out. Rin instinctively covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Uchiha Obito was about to laugh but realized he wasn't much better than Asuma Sarutobi and could only sigh. When will Rin finally understand my feelings? Good luck, everyone. Hankawa smiled and returned to his seat. Moments later, their teacher, Ichiro, appeared at the classroom door. He scanned the room and confirmed everyone was present. Head to the training field in order for the exam. Clapping his hands, Ichiro gave the command. The students stood up and followed him to the field. The field was already bustling with other classes preparing, but the arrival of third-year Class A drew many curious glances. After all, Class A was legendary within the academy, especially because of Hankawa and Kakashi Hatake. Asuma Sarutobi wasn't far behind. But his identity as the Hokage's son often overshadowed his personal efforts. I'll call your names. Step forward and spar. Ichiro, holding a roster, continued, first match, Uchiha Obito vs Mizuki. The practical exam focused more on performance than winning or losing. Take Hankawa, for example, everyone who fought him lost, but it didn't mean they were weak. Hankawa was simply too strong. The key was who could last longer and perform better against him. Watch me shine. Obito winked at Rin Noara and rushed up eagerly. Mizuki, a civilian ninja who only knew the academy's basic transformation and substitution techniques, was quickly defeated. How did I do? Obito asked proudly. You did well. Rin smiled encouragingly. It's just Mizuki. Asuma scoffed, saying, wait until you see my fire release. The Uchiha clan's fire release is the strongest. Obito shot back, unwilling to back down. The exam continued. Half an hour later, it was Obito versus Asuma. One fight was never enough for the practical, each student usually sparred at least 3 times. You're going to lose. Obito shouted as he formed hand seals. Praying it would work, he successfully unleashed a massive fireball, fire-style, fireball jutsu. For once, it didn't fail him. Asuma quickly formed his own seals. Fire-style, dragon flame jutsu. A long, dragon-like stream of fire shot from his mouth, colliding with Obito's fireball. Both were C-rank fire release techniques, but Obito's lack of proficiency showed. In the clash of flames, Asuma, on the left, won. How is this possible? Obito froze in disbelief. Perfect chance. Seizing the opening, Asuma slid forward, tripping Obito to the ground. Obito instinctively struggled but was immediately pinned down. Asuma Sarutobi wins. Ichiro announced the result. The Uchiha clan's fire release isn't all that great. Asuma smirked, his expression brimming with triumph. You jerk. Obito was so angry he nearly coughed up blood. When I awaken my Sharingan, I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. I'll be waiting. Asuma shrugged nonchalantly. This had become Obito's catchphrase, but his Sharingan had yet to appear. Hankawa vs Kakashi Hatake. Ignoring their banter, Ichiro announced the next match. The entire field fell silent. For Class 3A, this was the Clash of Titans. Hankawa always won, but watching his fights with Kakashi was an eye-opening experience for everyone. How about we stick to ninjutsu this time? Hankawa noticed Kakashi drawing his sword, then shook his head and suggested. Ninjutsu? Kakashi paused, surprised. You learned ninjutsu? I picked one up yesterday. Hankawa replied casually. Midline horizontal ellipsis, Kakashi's face darkened. You learned it yesterday, and you're using it against me? Am I that weak? Be careful. Hankoa raised his hand. Lightning style, swift thunder arrow. In an instant, dazzling lightning gathered in his palm, blindingly bright. A wave of gasps rippled through the spectators. This was the first time anyone had seen Hankoa use lightning release. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Just as he adopted a defensive stance, Hankoa casually flung several streaks of white lightning forward. Danger! Without hesitation, Kakashi formed seals. Earth style, earth wall. The ground erupted, forming a sturdy wall adorned with 4 carved dog heads. The white lightning struck the wall like arrows, causing it to tremble violently but hold. Before Kakashi could relax, Hankoa unleashed a second wave of lightning. Boom! The wall shattered completely. Reacting quickly, Kakashi used body flicker technique to evade, landing in midair. The white lightning followed him relentlessly. Is this never going to end? Landing, Kakashi slammed his hand to the ground again. Another earth wall sprang up. To the astonishment of everyone watching, Kakashi and Hankoa repeated this sequence, earth walls versus swift thunder arrows, over and over again. Compared to Kakashi Hatake, who was desperately trying to keep up, Hankoa remained calm and relaxed. He stood in place, continuously casting lightning style, swift thunder arrow. Like wind release, lightning release techniques were known for their speed. Combined with Hankoa's 100% boost to hand seal speed, he was able to perform jutsu seamlessly without rest. I give up. I surrender. Kakashi, realizing his chakra was nearly depleted, chose to forfeit. After all, he had already lost so many times, one more loss hardly mattered. Thank you. Hankoa exhaled and said calmly. Thanks to Kakashi repeatedly using Earth Style, Earth Wall, Hankoa unlocked a new entry, D-Rank Talent Entry, Earth is Real Earth. Trigger Condition, defeat young Kakashi Hatake. Effect, increases Earth Style aptitude by 30% on top of the existing base. With this, Hankoa had achieved a 30% boost across all 5 basic nature transformations, while Yin and Yang release remained at 100%. How is Hankoa's jutsu so fast? Asuma Sarutobi stared in disbelief. It had been a while since he last sparred with Hankoa, and the shocking gap in skill left him stunned. His fire release techniques, which he had worked so hard to learn, now seemed meaningless against Hankoa. Obito Uchiha clenched his fists instinctively. He couldn't even follow Hankoa's hand seal movements. How was he supposed to fight him? Until his Sharingan awakened, there was no hope at all. Hankoa. Kurenai Yuhi waved happily. Her cheer set off a wave of screams from the crowd, and the exam venue quickly turned into a fan frenzy. With his strength and good looks, Hankoa had long since replaced Kakashi as the school's most popular student. Quiet. Ichiro had to intervene to restore order. Once the field settled down, Ichiro glanced at Hankoa, who remained calm and composed. Watching the entire match, Ichiro came to a realization: he could no longer defeat his own students. Not just Hankoa, he wasn't even confident against Kakashi anymore. I'm getting old. No, that wasn't it, these kids are monsters. Pushing the thought aside, Ichiro continued, next match, Kurenai Yuhi vs Asuma Sarutobi. Kurenai, I'm sorry, but I have to win. Asuma said as he stepped forward. I can't lose before facing Hankoa. Who wins and who loses isn't certain yet. Kurenai replied indignantly. Your genjutsu is nowhere near Hankoa's level. It won't work on me. Asuma shook his head dismissively. Is that so? Kurenai smiled mysteriously and began forming hand seals. Seeing this, Asuma avoided looking into her eyes and instead focused on the ground while forming his own hand seals. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed around him, accompanied by gasps from the crowd. Asuma instinctively looked up, only to see a massive water dragon hurtling toward him. I'm caught in a genjutsu. When did that happen? Stunned, Asuma froze. Boom! The water dragon struck him, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground, soaking wet like a drowned rat. I won. Kurenai stood frozen for a moment before cheering excitedly. She had never defeated Asuma before, but with her water release, she finally managed to win. Kurenai Yuhi wins. Ichiro quickly called for the nearby medical nin to carry Asuma away. The impact of Kurenai's water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu had knocked him unconscious. When did Kurenai get so strong? Rin Noera widened her eyes in disbelief. She felt a growing sense of unease. Her companions were improving rapidly, yet she remained stagnant. This midline horizontal ellipsis, Obito almost jumped to his feet in shock. He had lost to Asuma, and now Asuma had lost to Kurenai. Didn't that mean there was yet another classmate he couldn't defeat? Kakashi looked thoughtful. Asuma had clearly underestimated Kurenai, which was why he failed to react when she used water release. In a proper match, winning wouldn't have been so easy. Still, Kurenai's progress was undeniable. By the afternoon, the practical exams had ended. As expected, Hankawa secured first place, followed by Kakashi in second. Surprisingly, Kurenai had taken third place. Her water release countered fire release perfectly, and Obito had lost to her as well. To celebrate, Hankawa treated his friends to grilled meat and announced that he would be leaving for a while. His announcement didn't cause much of a stir, he went on missions every month anyway. After the meal, Hankawa went to the market to buy ninja tools, ration pills, and other supplies for his upcoming journey. Tomorrow, he would set off for Rorin. 85, Future Kurenai. A new day began. Hankawa arrived early at Tsunade's home. As expected, she hadn't woken up yet. He opened the door, walked into the living room, and stopped in front of her room. Raising his hand, he knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened. Tsunade appeared, eyes closed, seemingly sleepwalking. Hankawa instinctively looked up and couldn't help but be shocked. Because she had just gotten up, her sleepwear was messy, slipping off her shoulder and hanging precariously, creating a rather picturesque view. Sensei. Hankawa turned around and gently reminded her, you should change your clothes. I'll go prepare breakfast. Tsunade responded drowsily. A few seconds later, she yawned and opened her eyes. Noticing her exposed fair skin, she paused for a moment. Did that brat see something? She wondered. Forget it. It's just a kid anyway. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, dismissing the thought. She turned back to her room, quickly changed clothes, and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Not long after, the two of them sat at the dining table. Where are we meeting Minato-senpai? Hankawa handed Tsunade a pair of chopsticks and asked. Right here. Tsunade casually pulled out a kunai and said, at 8 o'clock, Minato will show up. Is this a Flying Thunder God kunai? Hankawa examined the kunai, noting the Flying Thunder God mark and the inscription, Sword of Shinobi Love. Yes, Tsunade explained. Minato can teleport instantly to any place marked with the flying thunder god symbol, though it does consume chakra. That's so convenient, Hankawa remarked. Convenient, yes, but it's incredibly hard to master. In the entire history Hidden Leaf Village, only 2 people know how to use it. Tsunade shook her head. It's almost 8. Let's eat. Let's dig in. Hankawa clasped his hands together before starting to slurp his noodles. At exactly 8 o'clock, the space in the living room distorted slightly. Namikaze Minato appeared. Unlike his usual attire, he wore a gray bodysuit, a flak jacket, and a mask. Lady Tsunade, Minato greeted with a smile. And Hankawa, good morning. Why are you wearing a mask? Take it off, Tsunade said, a bit unused to his look. ANBU members aren't allowed to remove their masks during missions, Minato replied firmly. It's the rule. Hankawa recalled how, in the Lost Tower movie, Minato also wore a mask initially but removed it after meeting Naruto. Suit yourself. Tsunade didn't press further. She stood up and said, let's head out. Hankawa locked the door and followed them toward the village outskirts. Rorin is within the Wind Country. We might encounter sand shinobi, so be cautious, Minato reminded them. If we do run into them, avoid fighting if possible. Hankawa thought of Sasori of the Red Sand. As Chiyo's grandson, he was hailed as the strongest puppet master in the ninja world. At this time, Hankawa wasn't sure if Sasori had already killed the 3rd Kazekage and defected. His actions would eventually cause the 3rd's disappearance, triggering the 3rd Great Ninja War. As they entered the Wind Country, the environment changed drastically. Strong winds roared, yellow sand swept across the landscape, and the blazing heat rolled in. All around was an endless desert. Put this on, Minato said, handing Hankawa a cloak. Thank you, Minato-senpai. Hankawa donned the dustproof cloak and pulled up the hood, feeling much better. There are environments even harsher than the desert in the ninja world. You'll need to adapt, Tsunade remarked casually. Yes, sensei. Hankawa nodded. Having a student feels pretty good, Minato said with a smile. You could apply to the 3rd Hokage to become a team leader, Tsunade suggested. Actually, you might not even need to. In a couple of years, he'll probably approach you himself. Why's that? Minato asked, puzzled. This generation of Hankawa's peers has many talented students, Tsunade explained. The 3rd wouldn't miss the chance to make use of you. Minato immediately understood. If the Hokage wanted to nurture new talent, he was the ideal mentor. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was getting older, and the legendary Sannin had already trained students of their own. Minato was the only one without a disciple. I wonder which 3 students the Hokage will assign to me, Minato mused, instantly thinking of Kakashi Hatake. Aside from Hankawa, Kakashi was the most talented and powerful. Moreover, as the son of Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi wouldn't be entrusted to just any mentor. As for the others, Minato guessed Asuma Sarutobi was a strong contender, being the Hokage's son. Hankawa won't be one of them, Tsunade said with a slight smile. I wouldn't dare steal Lady Tsunade's student, Minato replied warmly. Still wearing his mask, his smile went unnoticed by Tsunade and Hankawa. The 3 continued their journey. By the next morning, they finally arrived at their destination. Impressive, Minato remarked as he gazed at the colossal structures in the distance. It truly is amazing, Tsunade agreed. Tall and slender buildings clustered together, forming a city of steel. Compared to the desolate desert surrounding it, the sight was even more striking. According to ANBU intelligence, Roran wasn't like this before. Its transformation is due to the modifications made by the new minister, Anrokuzan, Namikaze Minato explained after snapping out of his thoughts. It seems this minister Anrokuzan is quite capable, Tsunade remarked, withdrawing her gaze. Should we go straight to him? Our mission has two objectives, to aid the Queen of Roran and to seal the legendary dragon vein, Minato clarified, shaking his head. We need to expose Anrokuzan's true nature to the Queen and then secure the dragon vein. Clearly, Minato had thought this through, as his explanation was well organized. Then let's split up, Tsunade suggested after a moment of thought. You go after the dragon vein, and I'll take Hankawa to find the Queen. All right. Minato handed Hankawa a flying thunder god kunai. He had already given one to Tsunade earlier. Thank you, Minato-senpai, Hankawa said as he put it away. With the flying thunder god kunai, they had at least some measure of safety, even though Minato had a habit of showing up late at critical moments in the original storyline. Let's head in, Minato reminded them. Be cautious. Got it. Tsunade nodded slightly. The three of them walked toward Roran. As they approached, the unique architectural style, so different from the Hidden Leaf Village, became even more apparent. I'll go on ahead, Minato said after a pause. Once I locate the dragon vein, I'll teleport to you both. With that, he leapt away, disappearing into the city's dense cluster of buildings. Roran is too vast, it'll be tricky to find someone, Tsunade observed as she surveyed their surroundings. I'm giving you a task, use Genjutsu to find out the Queen's location. Just make sure you don't cause too much commotion. Understood. Hankawa recognized this as another test of his abilities. Be careful, Tsunade cautioned. Got it. Hankawa concealed himself and entered Roran. The streets were eerily empty, a strange sight. After some thought, Hankawa realized why. In the original storyline, when Naruto Uzumaki traveled to this time, he stumbled upon a coronation ceremony for Roran's new queen, Sarah. With that in mind, Hankawa headed toward the city center. Before long, he heard cheering. He saw a crowd gathered near a tall tower where Sarah stood. She appeared young, about 16 or 17, with striking red hair cascading down her back. Where's Naruto? Hankawa wondered, recalling how Naruto was supposed to show up to save Sarah like a hero. At that moment, a puppet suddenly shoved Sarah from behind, sending her toppling off the tower. Frowning, Hankawa was about to intervene when a dark figure darted out and caught Sarah midair. Hankawa's curiosity piqued, and he quickly followed the figure. Hey, little guy, have we met before? As Hankawa reached a nearby building, he heard a pleasant voice. What kind of outdated pickup line is that? He thought, turning his head, and froze. The person who saved Sarah wasn't Naruto, but a stunning young woman, Kurenai Yuhi. She wore the green flak jacket of a jonin, her long black hair tied into a ponytail. Her delicate features, vibrant red lips, and ruby-like eyes carried a hint of puzzlement. We've definitely met before, Kurenai said, frowning. Hankawa gave her an inexplicably familiar feeling. Hey! Who are you people? Sarah interrupted, unable to hold back her curiosity. Your Majesty, Hankawa glanced at Kurenai and explained, we're from the Hidden Leaf Village, here to protect you. You're from the Konoha, too. Kurenai's eyes brightened as she quickly asked, who's your team leader? Tsunade, Hankawa answered after a moment's thought. The Hokage? Kurenai's expression darkened as she said, you're lying. The Hokage wouldn't be here, and she only has one student. She had come under Tsunade's orders to pursue Mukade and reinforce the Dragon Vein seal. Hankawa raised an eyebrow. So Tsunade did become Hokage? I'm not lying, Hankawa replied, then asked, where's your teammate? I got separated from him. Not sure where he is, Kurenai admitted after a pause. But he's strong, so I'm not too worried. For some reason, she instinctively believed the boy in front of her. Who is he? Hankawa already had a guess. He's the Hokage's student, Hankawa, Kurenai suddenly realized and said, oh. Now I know why you feel so familiar. You look a lot like Hankawa when he was younger. Hankawa's mouth twitched. What is going on? His existence had clearly altered the future. Normally, the mission to hunt down Mukade and reinforce the Dragon Vein seal would involve Yamato, Naruto, Sai, and Sakura. But now, it was future Kurenai and Hankawa. Gimme power stones bruv. 86, talented kid, why are you two chatting again? I still don't understand the situation, Sarah couldn't help but interrupt. Why are you protecting me? Your Majesty, have you not considered why you fell from the tower? Hankawa reminded her. Sarah froze for a moment, then remembered that someone had pushed her. At that time, only a puppet had been behind her, and the only one who could control the puppets was Anrokuzan. Impossible. Sarah's face filled with disbelief. Uncle Anrokuzan would never deceive me. Uncles, huh? Always the villains, thinking only about power, or rather, uniting the ninja world, Hankawa mused sarcastically. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. We've been spotted by the puppets. Kurenai's expression shifted. No sooner had she spoken than a group of puppets surrounded them. Water style, water surge wave. Kurenai clasped her hands together, unleashing a surge of chakra. Before her, a whirlpool of water materialized out of thin air, expanding like a waterfall and engulfing the puppets. The immense force sent the puppets flying. Let's go. Kurenai grabbed Sarah and dashed away. Body flicker technique. Hankawa quickly followed. The sound of cracking and clanking filled the air as about 1/3 of the puppets emerged unscathed from Kurenai's water-style attack. They raised their hands, unleashing purple chakra arrows that shot toward them. Water style, water wall. Kurenai turned and slammed her hand onto the ground, summoning a water barrier. The purple chakra was deflected, but the delay allowed more puppets to converge on them. This way. At that moment, Tsunade appeared in front of Hankawa. She glanced at the approaching puppets and raised her leg. Heavenly foot of pain. An application of her monstrous strength. Centered around her, the ground shattered, sending countless shards flying. The nearest puppets were obliterated, reduced to scraps of metal. Even those farther away stumbled, falling into the massive crater created by her attack. It's really the Hokage. Kurenai's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that Tsunade had been secretly protecting them all along after assigning the mission? Hokage? What Hokage? And who's this girl? I don't recognize her, Tsunade thought, confused. But with the situation urgent, she didn't dwell on it and grabbed Hankawa, running away. Moments later, the four of them reached a secluded building and shook off the pursuing puppets. Lord Hokage. Kurenai set Sarah down and bowed respectfully to Tsunade. Tsunade was dumbfounded. Since when did I become Hokage? And why didn't I know about it? You stay here and wait for us. Hankawa pulled Tsunade aside, leaving a confused Kurenai behind. What's going on? Tsunade glanced back at Kurenai and asked, is there something wrong with her? Sensei, what I'm about to say might sound unbelievable, but don't be scared, Hankoa began, preparing her for the shocking truth. I'm a ninja. I don't get scared, Tsunade retorted, rolling her eyes. Stop being so mysterious and just say it. She's Kurenai Yuhi, Hankoa said seriously. Kurenai Yuhi? Which one? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Which other Kurenai could it be? Hankoa replied. She's the daughter of Uncle Shinka Yuhi. Huh? Tsunade looked at Kurenai, then back at Hankoa, and said, come here and let me examine you. I'm not sick. Hankoa said, shaking his head in exasperation. She's the future Kurenai, sent back in time to our present by the dragon vein. How about I still give you a checkup? Tsunade suggested after a brief silence. Hankoa grabbed her wrist and said, don't you think she looks like an older Kurenai? Plus, she thinks you're the Hokage. Tsunade fell into deep thought. As far-fetched as Hankoa's story sounded, upon closer inspection, the girl did resemble Kurenai. Could I really have become Hokage? The thought unsettled Tsunade. She had never wanted the position, so why did she end up taking it? Was it because of Hankoa? She suddenly recalled her birthday last year. At that time, Hankoa had told her that she should become the fourth Hokage, and he would take over as the fifth. Anyway, let's focus on the mission for now, Hankoa suggested when he saw that Tsunade was struggling to process everything. Tsunade nodded slightly. There's one more thing, Hankoa said seriously. To avoid issues caused by time interference, we should try to ask as little as possible about the future. If what you're saying is true, then after the mission is complete, it would be best for us to seal each other's memories, Tsunade proposed, echoing the approach Minato had taken in the original story. Let's go, Hankoa said, having no objections. I've discussed it with Her Majesty, Kurenai said as they approached. She's willing to take us to see Anrokuzen so we can confront him directly. Lord Hokage, what do you think? Let's wait for Minato, Tsunade replied, suppressing her mixed emotions. The priority of this mission was the dragon vein, not the Queen of Rorin. Only by sealing the dragon vein could they thwart Anrokuzen. Hankoa also nodded. He didn't know sealing techniques. While Tsunade did, her knowledge was limited. Minato, however, had learned many advanced sealing techniques for tailed beasts from Kushina Uzumaki. Additionally, if they didn't seal the dragon vein, Kurenai and his future self might not be able to return to their own timeline, potentially causing unpredictable consequences. Minato-senpai is here too? Kurenai asked in surprise. Mukud was just a jonin, and his abilities weren't strong enough to warrant such an overwhelming response from Konoha. Do you have a way to contact your teammate? Hankoa asked, steering the conversation away. I've tried, but there's been no response, Kurenai said, frowning in confusion. It's as if he's no longer in Rorin. No longer in Rorin. Hankoa considered a possibility. The dragon vein's time travel wasn't tied to a fixed timeline. In the original story, Mukud and Naruto had traveled through time together, but Mukud arrived 6 years earlier than the others. Perhaps his future self had ended up in a different timeline. Suddenly, Hankoa felt a chill run down his spine. He thought of the altered legend of the Sage of Six Paths he had encountered. If it were him, he would indeed change things in that way. Little guy, what's your name? Kurenai asked curiously as they waited, her gaze fixed on Hankoa. You tell me your name first, Hankoa countered. Kurenai Yuhi. Kurenai smiled as she ruffled his hair. Now, can you tell me yours? Wait, since when did she learn this head-patting move? Who taught her that? Caught off guard, Hankoa didn't evade her sudden gesture. Clearing his throat, he decided to use his go-to tactic, deflecting the conversation. Big sis Kurenai, he said with an innocent smile. Your water style is amazing. Can you teach me? Wow, how adorable. Kurenai's eyes lit up. She already liked Hankoa, and now, seeing a boy who resembled him as a child, her joy was evident. And he even called her, Big Sis. Of course. Kurenai said proudly. In the village, my water style is easily in the top 5. Top 5? Konoha doesn't have that many people who specialize in water style, right? Hankoa grabbed her hand and said, let's go over there and spar. He wanted to see if he could gain some water style talent from her. After all, there wasn't much else to do while waiting. Hey, your name. Kurenai called out after him. Kurenai finally realized something and called out to him. Rikataki, Hankoa blurted out a made-up name. Kurenai paused for a moment. She had never heard that name before, but she noticed that this kid not only looked like someone she knew but even acted like them. How strange. Big sis Kurenai, Hankoa said as he formed the seal of confrontation. Please use only water style. Alright, Kurenai replied, snapping out of her thoughts. But be careful. Water style, wild water wave. She unleashed a torrent of water from her mouth, resembling a waterfall crashing toward Hankoa. Although it was a basic water style jutsu, in her hands, it had tremendous power. Body flicker technique. Without hesitation, Hankoa bolted to avoid the attack. Not bad, Kurenai praised, disappearing from where she stood. She quickly caught up to Hankoa, holding a kunai in her hand. Water style, water blade slash. The kunai trembled lightly as water surged over it, coating the blade. Hankoa drew his katana to block the kunai. The force of the impact numbed his arm and sent him retreating backward. Kurenai didn't press the advantage, instead standing her ground with a thoughtful look. Even the techniques and swordsmanship he used were just like Hankoa. She sheathed her kunai and formed hand seals. Water style, water bullet barrage. She flicked her hands, sending water bullets flying like cannonballs. Body flicker technique. Hankoa narrowly evaded the attack. Although Kurenai was holding back, the difference in skill level was apparent. What's more, Hankoa noticed that the water-style techniques she used originated from the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Tsunade, observing from a distance, realized this even earlier than he did. At last, she believed what Hankoa had told her. How else could someone capable of using her granduncle's water style suddenly appear, unless they were from the future? I'm done. Hankoa called out as he put some distance between them. Despite putting up his best effort and even using his monstrous strength, Kurenai had countered everything he threw at her. But he had already achieved his goal. 2 lines of text appeared in front of him. D-rank talent node, so much water, has upgraded. Water style talent increased by 100%. A single sparring session had resulted in a 70% boost, a huge victory. This marked his 3rd C-rank talent, alongside Yin and Yang style. Little guy, you're quite skilled, Kurenai said, her tone carrying a hint of meaning. At your age, I wasn't nearly as strong. But there was someone who was just like you. Has she figured it out? Hankoa was about to respond when he suddenly sensed a distortion in the air. Kurenai immediately grew alert. But when Minato Namikaze appeared, she relaxed, only to be startled again. Why does he look so much younger? Tsunade's appearance remained unchanged due to her Yin seal, but Minato didn't have that ability. In that moment, Kurenai's doubts reached their peak. "Minato-senpai," Hankawa greeted, pulling him aside to explain the current situation. "So that's how it is?" Minato said, quickly regaining his composure, his adaptability far greater than Tsunade's. "Minato-senpai, have you located the dragon vein?" Hankawa asked with a sigh of relief. "It's beneath Rorin," Minato confirmed, hesitating slightly. "But I'm missing the central focal point." "Sarah, as the Queen of Rorin, should know where it is," Hankawa suggested. "For now, we're planning to confront Enrokuzen." "That works," Minato agreed after brief consideration. He doubted Enrokuzen could stand against both him and Tsunade. If so, a swift resolution was the best course of action. 87, Dragon Vein led by Sarah, the group made their way to the palace. Kurenai glanced at Hankawa. While walking, organizing her thoughts. Though the concept of time travel was foreign to her, Tsunade and the others had displayed enough inconsistencies to raise questions. Tsunade didn't recognize the Hokage title, Minato looked younger, and the boy resembled a younger version of Hankawa too closely. Could it be an issue with time itself? After a moment of contemplation, Kurenai decided she would confront Hankawa, her companion from the present, after defeating Enrokuzen. He must know the reason behind all this. And if he didn't, then perhaps midline horizontal ellipsis it was the most unlikely answer of all. Upon reaching the palace, heavy footsteps echoed around them. Minato and the others immediately prepared for battle. Moments later, puppets began to file in one after another. "Stand down," Sarah commanded sternly. "I am the Queen of Rorin." But the puppets continued their advance. "Enrokuzen." Sarah's face turned pale as she shouted, "I know you're here. It seems you've grown a little smarter." The puppets parted, and Enrokuzen stepped forward. "What do you mean?" Sarah asked, clinging to a sliver of hope. "Did you really think I was ever loyal to you and your mother?" Enrokuzen extended his hands, purple chakra surging forth. "All I've ever wanted is power." Sarah stumbled backward in shock. In her memory, Enrokuzen had always been upright, kind, and ahead of his time in knowledge. How had he become someone so unrecognizable? "Before you die, let me tell you a little secret." A sinister grin spread across Enrokuzen's face. "Your mother didn't die of illness. She tried to stop me from using the dragon vein, so I killed her." "What?" Sarah's expression filled with disbelief. So naive. Enrokuzen savored her reaction, his grin widening. "You're really Mukud, aren't you?" Kurenai, who had been observing, finally spoke. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Konoha ninja?" Enrokuzen glanced around. "Where's your teammate?" "I was hoping to repay him properly." "Are you hoping to get beaten into retreat again?" Kurenai retorted coldly. "Do you think this is 3 days ago? I arrived here 6 years before you." Enrokuzen laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with obsession. "I've already mastered the power of the dragon vein. Defeating you? Conquering the entire ninja world would only take a flick of my fingers." Now confident, he no longer bothered hiding his ambitions. 6 years. Kurenai froze, instinctively glancing at Hankawa. Mukud's early arrival confirmed that there was indeed a problem with time. This likely meant Tsunade and the others were people from the past. TCH. This jerk even lied to me. Kurenai, I'll explain later, Hankawa said, scratching his head. Call me big sis, Kurenai said, raising an eyebrow. She still wasn't giving up on being the big sister. If she couldn't achieve it in the future, she'd make it happen in the past. But how was the future Hankawa doing now? Worry crept into her heart. Enough chit-chat. Anrokuzan waved his hand dismissively. After I kill you all, I'll go and conquer the ninja world. Tsunade stepped forward and punched, reducing 6 puppets in front of her to dust simultaneously. That's all. Tsunade looked at Anrokuzan disdainfully. You're not even 1,000th of my grandfather. Conquering the ninja world? What nonsense. While she spoke, Minato and Kurenai also moved. The sound of slicing wind filled the air. Minato threw a barrage of kunai that scattered around the puppets. In an instant, his body became like the wind, moving through the air. Every time he appeared, a puppet was destroyed with a Rasengan. Kurenai was less flashy. She formed hand seals, using the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's iconic water style techniques. Water style, severing wave. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, this jutsu had been used by Tobirama to cut through the roots of the divine tree. Kurenai unleashed a thin, sharp stream of water from her mouth. Under her control, the waterline sliced through the puppets like the sharpest blade. In mere moments, 1/3 of the puppets were cut in half at the waist. As expected of Konoha's ninja. Anrokuzan clapped his hands in mock admiration. In less than 30 seconds, his puppets were almost completely annihilated. Yet, despite facing such terrifying combat power, he remained calm, even smiling. The group sensed something was wrong. For Anrokuzan to be so composed, he must have a backup plan. It could only be the dragon vein. Let me show you the ultimate puppet. Anrokuzan spread his arms wide. His clothes suddenly began to bulge outward until they reached their limit and were torn apart by sharp metallic limbs. In an instant, Anrokuzan shed his human form, transforming into a massive puppet spider. The strange purple chakra enveloped him, exuding a suffocating presence. A tailed beast? Minato's expression turned grim. He realized that Anrokuzan's power now rivaled that of a Jinchuriki. Hankawa, take Sarah and leave, Tsunade ordered sternly. Anrokuzan's aura had grown too overwhelming, and Tsunade wasn't confident she could protect both Hankawa and Sarah during the battle. Yes, Hankawa replied without hesitation, retreating with Sarah. His decisiveness stemmed from knowing how to defeat Anrokuzan. The key was Sarah. Only she could locate the dragon vein's core. Watch out! Minato hurled a barrage of kunai toward Anrokuzan. The attack was ignored as Anrokuzan charged forward, reaching them in a flash. The kunai struck his body but were instantly deflected. Super strength. Tsunade's eyes sharpened as she clenched her fist and struck Anrokuzan. Boom! A massive crater appeared on Anrokuzan's enormous body, forcing him to slide backward under the sheer force. Tsunade paused, frowning. Why does he seem tough but not durable? Before she could follow up, Anrokuzan's damaged body regenerated in an instant. I am immortal. Anrokuzan roared, his purple chakra intensifying, glowing like the sun. With another burst of speed, he lunged forward, his razor-sharp spider legs aimed at the group. Water style, water wall. Kurenai slammed her hands on the ground, summoning a barrier of water. But the wall was pierced almost instantly. Minato quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting the 3 of them behind Anrokuzan. Together, Tsunade said, lifting her leg. Heavenly kick of pain. Concentrating chakra into her foot, she unleashed an explosive strike. Anrokuzen's back shattered into pieces, splitting apart under the force. Minato leaped into the air, extending his hand. Rasengan. The compressed, rotating chakra formed a blue sphere in his palm. He aimed for the crack created by Tsunade's attack, driving the Rasengan into Anrokuzen's body. The combined force of the techniques tore through Anrokuzen, leaving a massive hole. Kurenai wasn't idle, she formed hand seals. Water style, severing wave. A thin, sharp stream of water shot out, following the crack and slicing Anrokuzen cleanly in two. Did we succeed? Minato asked instinctively. No, Tsunade said grimly. Kurenai's expression was equally serious. Their combined attack was powerful enough to take down nearly any ninja. It's just a scratch. Anrokuzen stood up once more. His split body regenerated under the purple chakra, which grew even stronger. You don't understand the power of the dragon vein. Purple chakra radiated from Anrokuzen, forming explosive projectiles aimed at them. The three ninjas scattered. Boom! The ground shattered, creating a massive crater and a cloud of dust. Minato couldn't help but gasp. Though weaker than a tailed beast bomb, the attack's power far surpassed ordinary ninjutsu. If they were hit directly, death was certain. To make matters worse, Anrokuzen's regeneration made him even stronger with each attack. The dragon vein must be sealed, Minato said solemnly. At that moment, a voice rang out. Minato-senpai. Hankoa shouted. In 15 minutes, use the Flying Thunder God technique to find me. It won't be that easy. Anrokuzen snarled, his focus shifting to Sarah. After all, she was the only one who knew the dragon vein's core location. I understand. Minato responded, flashing forward to block Anrokuzen. Tsunade and Kurenai followed suit. Rise, my puppets! Anrokuzen roared, sending waves of purple chakra outward. The destroyed puppets revived under the chakra's influence, swarming toward Hankoa and Sarah. Sarah, run ahead! Hankoa called, drawing his sword. With a swing, his blade left a deep gash across the nearest puppet's abdomen. But being non-human, the puppet pressed forward despite the damage. Super strength. Hankoa steadied himself and delivered a devastating punch. The puppet froze, then crumbled into scrap metal around his fist. Glancing toward the palace, Hankoa could no longer see the others. Lightning style, chakra activation. Electricity flickered across his body, boosting his attack, defense, and speed by 50%. With a twist of his wrist, his blade became wreathed in lightning, slashing out like a bolt of lightning itself. Boom! The puppet didn't merely take a wound this time, it was completely severed. Before Hankoa could breathe a sigh of relief, nearby puppets raised their arms. Purple chakra projectiles flew toward him. Water style, water wall. Hankoa, possessing the C-grade, water style Chunin talent, held nothing back. A water barrier surged from the ground, shielding him from the incoming attack. Without looking back, Hankoa sprinted towards Sarah's direction. Earlier, he had asked Sarah how long it would take to reach the dragon vein's core. She had said about 10 minutes. To be safe, he told Minato 15 minutes instead. Although he had added an extra 5 minutes, it still felt too short. He had to hurry. A booming sound erupted from behind him. Turning around, Hankoa spotted two peculiar puppets with wings sprouting from their backs. Reaching into the pouch at his waist, he pulled out 4 kunai. With a swift throw, the kunai struck the puppets but were instantly deflected. Explode! Hankoa muttered. The explosive tags tied to the kunai detonated, sending a wave of heat surging through the area. The blast's immense force caused nearby buildings to collapse, burying the puppets beneath the rubble. But within seconds, dust and debris scattered as the puppets emerged, continuing their pursuit. Ahead, Hankoa could finally see Sarah. Sheathing his sword, he formed a series of hand signs. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. It was a water style jutsu he had secretly learned with only 6 hand signs. Well, secretly learned wasn't quite accurate, it was Kurenai who had given him the water style scroll. A water dragon surged forward, engulfing the puppets. However, purple chakra flared brightly as countless sharp arrows pierced through the water dragon, shooting toward him. Body flicker technique. Hankoa became a blur, leaving an afterimage in his place. The purple chakra arrows struck the wall behind him, shattering the structure into rubble. The puppets resumed their charge. Suddenly, an idea struck Hankoa. He stood his ground, gripping his sword tightly. Brilliant lightning crackled along the blade's surface. Leaping into the air, he brought the sword down on the advancing puppets. Thunderclap. A fierce storm of lightning bolts struck the puppets, causing a massive surge of electricity to course through them. As he landed, Hankoa sheathed his blade and formed another series of hand signs. Water style, wild water wave. He leaned back and spewed a torrent of water. When the water collided with the residual lightning, a violent reaction ensued. The struggling puppets froze instantly. Although they weren't human, their internal mechanisms relied on delicate components. The combined forces of water and lightning had fried their systems, rendering them motionless. The power of science, folks. Come on, get in. Sarah's voice called out. Body flicker technique. In an instant, Hankoa appeared before her. Up ahead is the dragon vein's core, Sarah said with a sigh of relief. Once the puppets enter here, their chakra will be disrupted by the dragon vein, rendering them immobile. Hankoa nodded slightly. The two descended further, leaving the passageway behind. Hankoa's eyes widened in awe. They had arrived in a vast underground hall. Massive streams of chakra, shaped like a dragon, coiled around the room. In the original storyline, the dragon vein Naruto and the others encountered had already been sealed, making it seem far less impressive. But now, in its unsealed, raw form, the dragon vein was truly magnificent. It's so massive. Can you even seal it? Sarah asked, her face filled with worry. It's not as big as it looks, Hankoa replied, shaking his head. This dragon was comparable to a shikaku at best, and it wasn't nearly as massive as Kurama or the divine tree. Sarah couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Is the world outside Roran really this terrifying? Let's wait for Minato-senpai, Hankoa said, sitting down to catch his breath. Using so many jutsu in a short time had taken a significant toll on him. A few minutes later, the air rippled. Minato appeared, stepping out of the spatial distortion. His tense expression eased as he saw the dragon vein. Well done. Minato praised sincerely. How's the situation on your side? Hankoa asked, looking up at him. Not great. Anrokuzen is getting stronger the longer we fight, and the pressure on us is growing, Minato said. After a brief pause, he smiled. But now, it's time to bring this to an end. This will become more exciting from now on, 88. Kurenai, you tricked me. A flying thunder god kunai was embedded in the ground. As Minato Namikaze formed hand seals, countless sealing patterns spread outward from the kunai as the center. The enormous dragon-shaped chakra shuddered violently, gradually being absorbed until it vanished entirely. Incredible, Sarah murmured in amazement. She wasn't a ninja, she'd only heard stories of their mystical abilities. But witnessing such extraordinary power exceeded anything she'd imagined. Even the dragon vein, which she considered extremely dangerous and terrifying, was subdued with such ease. It's done. Minato wiped the sweat from his forehead. This wasn't his first time using the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, but it was his first time sealing something as formidable as the dragon vein, comparable to a tailed beast. The difficulty was immense. Without a Jinchuriki to host the sealed energy, he had little confidence in success. However, he improvised by using a flying thunder god kunai as a medium, sealing the dragon vein into the platform before them. Another advantage was that the dragon vein wasn't sentient like a tailed beast and thus offered no resistance. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from a distance. Hankawa instinctively stood up and used an eightfold scope to survey the scene. It was Anrokuzen's self-destruction. Amidst the thick smoke and collapsing buildings, he couldn't spot Tsunade or Kurenai. "I'll go check it out," Minato said before vanishing. Moments later, spatial distortion rippled as Minato reappeared, this time with Tsunade and Kurenai in tow. Seeing them, Hankawa sighed in relief. With the dragon vein sealed, Anrokuzen could no longer benefit from its miraculous regenerative powers. He was no match for Tsunade and Kurenai now. However, Hankawa's expression shifted as he noticed a strange white glow emanating from Kurenai. He could faintly sense the power of space-time swirling around her. "It seems the sealing of the dragon vein has restored the normal flow of space-time in your body," Minato mused. "In other words, you'll soon return to your original timeline." "Will the same happen to my teammate?" Kurenai asked, startled. "Yes," Minato replied after a moment of thought. As a user of the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu, Minato had a fair understanding of time and space. In the original Lost Tower storyline, he had immediately deduced that Naruto Uzumaki had traveled through time upon meeting him. "That's good to know," Kurenai said, smiling as she turned to Hankawa. "Little brother, we've still got time. Let's talk." "Who are you calling little brother?" Hankawa retorted but still walked over. "Kurenai, don't reveal anything about the future," Minato warned sternly. "If you do, history could be altered the moment those words leave your mouth." "I understand," Kurenai said with a nod. She and Hankawa moved aside. "Did you keep me in the dark earlier because of what Minato-senpai said?" Kurenai asked, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Exactly," Hankawa chuckled. "Besides, it's not like you'd stay behind to accompany me." "True," Kurenai said with a teasing smile, ruffling his hair. "You're too young, boring to play with." "What?" Hankawa glared at her. "What's the matter?" Kurenai teased, her grin widening. "It's fun seeing you as a kid." "Stop touching my head." Hankawa tilted his head in annoyance. "This is a rare opportunity," Kurenai said, laughing. "Back in the future, you were the one patting my head." Hankawa's mouth twitched. What goes around comes around. He hadn't expected karma to strike so quickly. The head patter becomes the head patted. "Time's almost up," Kurenai said, glancing at the white glow enveloping her. "Let's go," Hankawa said, turning to stand in front of Tsunade. Although they were about to part ways, he felt no sadness. Neither did Kurenai. For them, nothing was truly lost. Once back in their original timelines, they would still see each other. This time travel experience was just a surprising detour, no need for lasting connections. To avoid complications, I'll seal everyone's memories, Minato said, forming hand seals and directing his chakra toward Kurenai. As the final seal completed, her body vanished in the glow. Such a fascinating dragon vein, Tsunade murmured, momentarily lost in thought. Will I really become Hokage in the future? Lady Tsunade, Minato reminded her before resuming the memory sealing technique, extending it even to Sarah, and himself. Hankawa's eyes widened slightly. His memory wasn't erased. What's going on? It wasn't due to Minato holding back. After a moment's thought, Hankawa realized it was the effect of his A-rank talent, Infiltrator. His true memories had been concealed, and Minato's sealing technique had only erased his false ones. Will this affect the future? No, perhaps it was precisely because his memories weren't sealed that these events occurred. So, will I travel through the dragon vein to the era of the Sage of Six Paths in a few years? And what about Morio? Future Hankawa would surely defeat Morio. Moreover, according to the timeline, Morio wouldn't target the dragon vein until Naruto grew up. Now, everything had shifted at least 20 years ahead of schedule. Hankawa rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It was him. He must have found Morio and guided him to the dragon vein ahead of schedule. Given the fixed nature of past events, if he didn't act, it would undoubtedly cause significant issues. Besides, becoming the Sage of Six Paths sounded pretty good. Is the mission over? Tsunade shook her head, a hint of confusion on her face. She only remembered that she, Hankawa, and Minato had come to Rorin for the mission, but the details of what happened in between were blurry. It's over, Sensei, Hankawa said, pointing to the flying thunder god Kunai before them. Minato-senpai has sealed the dragon vein. This is indeed my seal, Minato muttered, frowning slightly. He felt like something was missing. Thank you, everyone from Konoha, Sarah said, bowing slightly as she returned to her senses. You helped defeat Anrokuzen and restore peace to Rorin. Hankawa raised an eyebrow. It seemed Minato had left more of her memory intact. It's what we should do, Minato replied with his signature sunny smile. Let's go, Tsunade said, suppressing the doubts in her heart as she glanced at the kunai. We can talk once we're back on the surface. The three of them left the dragon vein's core and returned to Rorin. With much of the royal palace destroyed during the battle with Anrokuzen, Sarah led them to an inn instead. After resting for the night, the three didn't linger and returned to Konoha. Lady Tsunade, Minato said, smiling as he looked at the familiar sights of the village. Will you join me to report the mission? You go ahead, Tsunade replied, waving her hand. Just make sure to share the mission reward with us later. Understood, Minato nodded before vanishing in a flash. Let's go. Tsunade said eagerly. Time to hit the casino. Sensei. Hankawa sighed in exasperation. Who goes gambling the moment they're back in the village? I haven't gambled in a week. Tsunade replied with conviction. Fine, you go ahead, Hankawa said, unwilling to accompany her as he had something else to do. Tsunade froze, her expression stiffening. Going alone would just be asking to lose. Fine, she relented after some thought. We'll go tomorrow instead. Hankawa's eyes widened in surprise. She could actually resist the urge. What's with that look? Tsunade asked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Do you really think I have no self-control? Honestly, no, Hankawa said truthfully. What did you just say? A vein popped on Tsunade's forehead as she glared at him in anger. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson today. See you tomorrow. Hankawa quickly used the body flicker technique to escape. You brat. You're dead. Tsunade yelled, clenching her fists. Hankawa made his way to the commercial district. After looking around, he bought a bag of lollipops and a box of takoyaki. Satisfied, he headed to Mariboshi Kosuka's house. Hankawa. Kurenai, who had been practicing her water release techniques, stopped her training and ran over to him. Ah, youth, Kosuka sighed from the side. When did you get back? Kurenai asked excitedly. Just now, Hankawa said, patting her head. I figured you'd be here, so I came to find you. Kurenai's smile grew even brighter. The fact that Hankawa sought her out first spoke volumes. It's been a while. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? Hankawa said, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Appreciation? Kurenai tilted her head, looking adorably confused. How about this? Hankawa suggested, revealing his true intention. Call me Big Brother. Huh? Kurenai blinked, then adamantly refused. No way. Why not? Hankawa teased, waving a lollipop. I'll give you this. Not even for a lollipop, Kurenai said after a few seconds of hesitation. She had always dreamed of being the big sister, not the other way around. How about takoyaki? Hankawa grinned, holding out the lollipop in one hand and the takoyaki in the other. Kurenai's face scrunched up in hesitation. These were her favorite snacks. Curse him. He knew exactly how to tempt her. Just once, Hankawa emphasized. Fine, Kurenai relented, pouting. Big Brother Hankawa. You're so cute, Hankawa said with a laugh. Now we're even. After all, future you called me little brother. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you complimented me. Kurenai huffed, snatching the lollipop and takoyaki. Yes, my mistake, Hankawa said apologetically. Maybe someday I'll end up calling you Big Sister. Really? Kurenai's eyes lit up with determination. How obsessed are you with this? Hankawa couldn't help but grumble internally. Here, Kurenai said, opening the takoyaki box and offering him a piece with a toothpick. Thanks, Hankawa said, biting into it with a smile. 89, Youth. After finishing her takoyaki, Kurenai Yuhi put away her lollipop and resumed training her water release techniques. She wanted to chat with Hankawa longer, but Mariboshi Kosuka was nearby, so she felt embarrassed to slack off. Hankawa, on the other hand, didn't train. His Konoha-style swordsmanship had already reached a proficient level, the rest would depend on time and practice. However, beyond Konoha style, Willow, there was another ultimate move in the style, Crescent Moon Dance. But it required the shadow clone technique, which he hadn't learned yet. Watching Kurenai train, Hankawa began thinking about her future. How did she manage to learn the water release techniques of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju? Normally, without significant merit or connections, such techniques wouldn't be accessible. Was it because Tsunade became Hokage? His thoughts wandered before quickly focusing on a plan for the next 2 months of training. First on the list was medical ninjutsu. He needed to take some time to practice at Konoha Hospital to increase his proficiency. Additionally, practicing medical ninjutsu would help him build connections, a necessity if he wanted to become Hokage one day. Next were Earth Release and Lightning Release. He had already reached Chunin level proficiency in wind release, water release, and fire release, but he hadn't begun training in these two elements yet. Lightning release would be easy to learn, he could ask Tsunade for scrolls. As for earth release, he'd likely need to exchange ideas with Kakashi Hatake. Finally, there was Taijutsu. A C-rank skill entry, Taijutsu Chunin, was a prerequisite for synthesizing the B-rank entry, Lightning Body. The issue was that Hankawa didn't have a natural talent for Taijutsu. Who in Konoha has the best Taijutsu skills? The name Might Guy surfaced in his mind. Though Guy's youthful personality was a bit eccentric, he was undoubtedly the best candidate to help refine his Taijutsu skills. Just then, a series of text lines appeared before Hankawa's eyes: C-rank talent, novelist, acquired, trigger condition, published 3 best-selling novels. Effect: memory retention increased by 30%. Note: can be combined with B-rank, renowned novelist, and C-rank, manga artist, to synthesize the B-rank, master of Dojin. Midline horizontal ellipsis what? Hankawa was baffled. Something seemed wrong. The 30% memory boost was certainly nice, but the synthesis path was full of absurdities. Master of Dojin? And manga artist? I don't know the first thing about drawing. That's as crazy as asking a high schooler to fight Sukuna. However, upon closer inspection, Hankawa realized he didn't need to draw the manga himself. Well, that makes it manageable. He thought for a moment and decided he'd have to ask Tsuchibashi for help. The simplest and most time-efficient method would be to adapt his published novels into manga. Glancing at the sky, Hankawa estimated there were still 2 hours left in the training session. He decided to stay and wait for Kurenai but didn't remain idle. Instead, he moved to a corner to practice his lightning release. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a vibrant orange glow. Goodbye, Uncle Kosuke. Hankawa waved as he and Kurenai left for home. Was Rorin fun? Kurenai, holding his hand, asked with a bright smile. It was pretty interesting. Hankawa skipped over the dangers, focusing instead on the wonders of the dragon veins and the puppets. Ah, what a shame, Kurenai said wistfully. I wish I could have seen it myself. It must have been incredible. Hankawa's heart stirred. If she went there, she'd meet her future self. The idea of young Kurenai meeting the older Kurenai was amusing to think about. We're home. Kurenai pushed open the door and called out cheerfully. We? Yuhi Shinku poked his head out and immediately spotted Hankawa holding Kurenai's hand. His face darkened. This brat midline horizontal ellipsis finishes a mission and immediately starts getting close to my daughter, huh? Good evening, Uncle Shinku. Hankawa greeted him with a smile. Shinku gave a faint nod and said, go wash up for dinner. The next morning, Hankawa woke up early. He got dressed and headed to Konoha's bookstore. As usual, since he arrived early, there were no customers. You're just in time. Tsuchibashi smiled as soon as he saw Hankawa. Another new book project? Hankawa chuckled. I was just about to talk to you about something. No, it's not about a new book, Tsuchibashi said, shaking his head. It's an order from the Reikage. What kind of order? Hankawa's expression turned serious. This is good, he seems loyal, Tsuchibashi thought, nodding inwardly before explaining. We've been tasked with identifying the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Does this mean midline horizontal ellipsis war is coming? Hankawa asked, feigning surprise, though he was genuinely taken aback. Jinchuriki were a village's most powerful asset. Identifying them early provided a significant strategic advantage, usually in preparation for war. I'm not sure, Tsuchibashi said grimly. Whether there will be war or not is up to the Reikage. I understand. Hankoa began recalling the events of the original series. He couldn't remember the exact timeline but knew that Kurenai and Asuma Sarutobi would become Chunin before the Third Shinobi War. That means I have 2 or 3 years left. He clenched his fists. I need to grow stronger. When the Third Shinobi War breaks out, there will be no avoiding it. Finding out who the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is may be important, but what's even more critical is that you don't get exposed, Tsuchibashi warned. It seemed the directive wasn't mandatory. Hankoa immediately felt relieved. When the time came, he could simply brush it off with a half-hearted effort. What about that new book you mentioned? Tsuchibashi's demeanor changed instantly, becoming comically shrewd, as if being a spy was just his side job. There's no new book, Hankoa replied, shaking his head. Then he asked, have you ever thought about adapting novels into manga? Manga? Tsuchibashi fell into deep thought. Manga is more expensive to produce than novels and doesn't sell as easily. But don't you think that my friends, 3 novels would only truly shine in manga form? Hankoa suggested persuasively. You know, you might be right. Tsuchibashi's eyes lit up. The thought of seeing ninja girls, elven queens, and mermaids come to life in vivid illustrations filled him with excitement. While novels were great, they couldn't compete with the visual impact of manga. Let's start with one. After a few moments of hesitation, Tsuchibashi finally made up his mind. Hankoa sighed in relief. At least he'd taken the first step. Though he still had no idea what the B rank entry, Master of Dojin, would actually do. Well then, Uncle Tsuchibashi, I'll leave it to you. Looking forward to the good news. Having accomplished his goal, Hankoa didn't linger. He still had to find Might Guy. After leaving the Konoha Knowledge Bookstore, he headed toward the outskirts of the village. Hankoa had some knowledge of Might Guy's training routines. In the mornings, Guy typically trained by running laps around the village on his hands or doing frog jumps. Climbing a tree, Hankoa activated scope technique to scan the area. A moment later, he spotted 2 green-clad figures. Body flicker technique. With a burst of speed, Hankoa caught up to them. Hankoa. Might Guy's eyes sparkled as he saw him. Let's have a youthful race. I midline horizontal ellipsis. Hankoa's face changed slightly, but it was too late to stop him. Seeing you both so full of energy, I can't lose either. Might Due, hearing the word youth, seemed to awaken something deep within him. Guy. Let's burn with the flames of youth. Yes, father. Tears welled up in Guy's eyes. We'll add another 100 laps today. Midline horizontal ellipsis. For the first time, Hankoa felt like pulling his hair out. Can you at least hear what I was going to say? Faster. Faster. Might Guy seemed to have boundless energy, speeding away in an instant. Left with no choice, Hankoa chased after them. Lap after lap. After running 100 laps around Konoha, Might Guy was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. He instinctively looked at Hankoa and was utterly shocked. Hankoa still looked completely unfazed. Shall we take a break? Hankoa asked, noticing Guy's expression. He could keep going because of his cheats, the C-rank entries, swift as the wind, and strong and sturdy. The former doubled his speed, while the latter doubled his stamina recovery rate. Additionally, he had the C-rank entry, lightning release, chakra activation, which increased his defense, attack, and speed by 50% when active. Even without activation, it still significantly enhanced his physical baseline. Guy, did you see that? Might Due suddenly gave a thumbs up. Even though Hankoa is the top student in the academy, he still works so hard. Can you give up? Never. Guy's spirit reignited as he shouted, I will never give up. His slowing pace suddenly picked up again. Midline horizontal ellipsis, Hankoa felt like coughing up blood. Watching the two green-clad figures disappear into the distance, he had no choice but to chase after them again. Another 30 laps around the village. This time, Might Guy finally reached his limit. He was still young and far from the powerhouse he'd become in the original series. Father! Collapsing onto the ground, Guy cried out, tears streaming down his face. I failed. No, you didn't. Might Due hugged him tightly and exclaimed, having such an amazing classmate shows you're not wasting your youth. I'm proud of you. Sitting nearby, Hankoa twitched at the corners of his mouth. So this is what it feels like to have your style suppressed. No wonder they were called the Green Beasts of Konoha. Hankoa. Once Guy had cried enough, he looked up and said, let's compete again next time. Let's try something different. Hankoa finally got his chance to speak. How about a taijutsu match tomorrow? Of course. Guy grinned, his teeth gleaming brilliantly. It would be an honor to spar with you. Guy. Might Due's body trembled as he exclaimed, you've done it. Your hard work has earned the recognition of the Academy's best student. Yes, father. Guy choked back tears and hugged his father, both of them crying rivers. Midline horizontal ellipsis, Hankoa pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling utterly drained. Poll, Fat 4SS or Fat T1TS. 90. Sparring. The reason Hankoa suggested a sparring match for the next day wasn't just to avoid taking advantage of Might Guy, it was also to train together. After a sufficient rest, Might Due began teaching taijutsu techniques. Hankoa openly observed and picked up the moves, and Due didn't mind. After all, both Might Due and Might Guy had such open-hearted personalities. In the original story, even Kakashi Hatake, who had a good relationship with Guy, managed to learn the 8 gates technique, although his body could only handle opening the first gate. This time, Due was teaching the Leaf Strong Whirlwind, one of the moves from the Leaf Whirlwind series. Hankoa had some experience in taijutsu, but it was limited to brute strength techniques. The Leaf Strong Whirlwind was a perfect way to make up for his shortcomings. Simply put, the Leaf Strong Whirlwind is a reverse roundhouse kick, Due explained as he stood before Guy and Hankoa. Let me demonstrate. Taking a deep breath, Due turned his upper body to the right, pushed off with his right foot, swung his right leg backward in a kick, and then landed gracefully. Now, you two give it a try, he said, looking at both students. All right. Hankoa glanced at Might Guy, who was also looking at him. Stepping forward, he mimicked Due's movements, turning, pushing off, spinning, and kicking. Hankoa, as expected of the Academy's top student. Due exclaimed in admiration. You've almost mastered it in just one try. Thank you, Uncle Due, Hankoa replied earnestly. Basic taijutsu wasn't particularly difficult, it mainly required good control over one's body, as well as precise management of power and speed. Thanks to his consistent physical training, especially the enhancements from lightning release, chakra activation, Hankoa had already met the conditions to learn taijutsu. My turn. Might Guy was visibly excited. A competition with Hankoa, it's so exhilarating. In the original story, he often challenged Kakashi in all sorts of odd contests. Learning taijutsu now actually seemed normal by comparison. Still, Hankawa couldn't help but feel a little amused. Guy executed the leaf-strong whirlwind. His movements were more standard than Hankawa's, but his control over power and speed wasn't as precise. Guy. Dewey's body trembled with emotion. Midline horizontal ellipsis, Hankawa had a bad feeling about what was coming and fell silent. Your hard work has paid off. Dewey hugged Guy, tears streaming down his face. You're just as good as Hankawa. Hankawa sighed deeply. Once the father and son finished crying, the training resumed. By dusk, Hankawa exhaled in relief. He had obtained a new skill entry, Leaf-Strong Whirlwind. After executing the move perfectly once, the technique had automatically reached proficiency. Based on his previous experience, mastering 3 taijutsu techniques would qualify him as a taijutsu genin. Currently, he was just one move away since his brute strength technique counted as taijutsu. How about this? I'll treat you both to Ichiraka ramen today, Hankawa suggested to the duo. Although he could have gotten a scroll for the leaf-strong whirlwind from Tsunade, having a teacher's guidance was far more effective than self-study. Guy. Dewey immediately lit up with enthusiasm. Let's run to Ichiraka ramen. Yes, father. Guy responded energetically. Hankawa couldn't help but marvel. While he already considered himself quite diligent, compared to these two, he felt like a slacker. It also made him realize how demanding the conditions for learning the 8 gates technique were. On top of that, the technique's severe side effects made it a high-risk, high-reward skill. Otherwise, more people in Konoha would have mastered it, instead of just the Might family. Moreover, even among those who learned the 8 gates, there were differences in proficiency. For example, Might Guy's performance far surpassed Might Dewey's in the original story. Hankawa wasn't aiming too high for now, he just wanted to earn the taijutsu chunin entry. The 3 of them soon arrived at Ichiraka ramen. Since its opening, Ichiraka ramen had been thriving. Being peak dining time, the place was already full. Kakashi. Might Guy suddenly spotted a familiar figure and shouted. Midline horizontal ellipsis, Kakashi Hatake felt an urge to turn and run but hesitated when he noticed Hankawa was there. Kakashi, Hankawa greeted, walking over. Just then, a group of customers finished their meal and left, freeing up some seats. After all, eating a bowl of ramen didn't take too long. Why are you here alone? Hankawa asked curiously. Asuma and Shursui went home after training, Kakashi Hatake replied casually. My father is away on a mission, so I came to Ichiraka ramen. I see, Hankawa nodded slightly. Why are you with them? Kakashi glanced at Might Guy and asked. I'm training with them, Hankawa explained. Impressive. Kakashi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Considering the unique style of Might Guy and his father, anyone who could endure training with them was remarkable. Even Kakashi himself sometimes found it hard to keep up, so he genuinely admired Hankawa for managing it. Hankawa was at a loss for words. The Might duo were undeniably kind-hearted and worth befriending, but their eccentricity was hard to overlook. Hankawa suspected the reason Might Dewey had remained a genin for so long was that no one wanted to team up with him. After all, genin couldn't take missions alone, and participating in the chunin exams required a team and a certain number of missions completed. The next day, third training ground, Hankawa and Might Guy stood facing each other. Might Dewey watched eagerly from the sidelines as the sparring match was about to begin. Leaf Whirlwind. Might Guy couldn't hold back, or rather, didn't even try to. After forming the seal of confrontation, he immediately charged at Hankawa. It was the first time Hankawa had seen someone shout the name of a technique while performing it. In the anime, characters shouted their moves for the audience's benefit, but in the real ninja world, who would yell out their technique during a fight? That would just alert the enemy. No wonder Might Guy was denied entry into the Umbu and Root divisions. Even Danzo Shimura would be at a loss dealing with such theatrics. The sound of rushing wind filled the air as Might Guy's kick created a strong gust, aiming straight for Hankawa. Hankawa didn't draw his ninja blade. Instead, he crossed his arms to block the kick. The tremendous force made his body sway slightly, but thanks to his skill boosts, he managed to hold his ground. Rather than being frustrated, Might Guy was thrilled. It was the first time he'd encountered a peer who could block his leaf whirlwind. Previously, during the practical exam, Hankawa had used swordsmanship and ninjutsu. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Might Guy withdrew, supported himself with one hand on the ground, and launched a spinning kick with both legs. The incredible speed and power created a whirlwind. Hankawa didn't retreat. Instead, he countered with his own move, Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Their legs collided in mid-air, producing a deep thud and sending shockwaves outward. The two held their ground for a moment before each stepped back. This level of mastery? Might Due exclaimed in astonishment. In just one day, Hankawa had completely mastered the Leaf Strong Whirlwind, a feat that was truly remarkable. To become the top student at the Ninja Academy, Hankawa was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Leaf Rock Rising. Might Guy, oblivious to Hankawa's incredible mastery, or perhaps too immersed in the fight, jumped forward with astonishing speed, raising his right arm for a powerful elbow strike. Bang! Hankawa blocked it with both arms. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. He steadied himself and countered with a spinning kick. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Might Guy mirrored the move. Their legs clashed again, generating a visible shockwave. The force pushed them both backward. Again. Might Guy, brimming with excitement, charged forward with clenched fists. Hankawa met him head-on, relying mostly on defensive maneuvers and the Leaf Strong Whirlwind for counterattacks. Thanks to his skill boosts, he managed to hold his own against Might Guy. Impressive. Might Due observed keenly, noting that Hankawa still had energy to spare. Moreover, as Tsunade's student, Hankawa hadn't even used his monstrous strength yet. Might Due pondered briefly. While the 8 gates shouldn't typically be used on comrades, Might Guy could currently open only the first gate, which wouldn't cause significant harm. Guy. Might Due called out, I permit you to use that move. Yes, father. Might Guy stepped back strategically. 8 gates, first gate, open. A surge of energy rose around him, though it wasn't overly powerful. The first gate mainly removes the brain's mental limits, enhancing speed and reaction time without increasing physical strength. Primary Lotus. Might Guy kicked at Hankawa while unraveling the bandages on his hands. Body Flicker Technique. Hankawa recognized the Primary Lotus immediately and accelerated to dodge the fierce kick. As they passed each other, Hankawa swung his fist. Monstrous strength. The sheer power created a whirlwind, accompanied by a deafening noise as his fist connected. Might Guy was sent flying. Don't move, Hankawa approached and said, this sparring match is over. Let me heal you. He had held back, so the damage from his monstrous strength wasn't severe. Healing Jutsu. Green chakra enveloped Hankawa's hand as he treated Might Guy. Moments later, the treatment was complete. You're incredible, Hankawa. Might Guy got up, energized, showing no sign of defeat. The 8 gates are very powerful. If you open more gates, I won't stand a chance, Hankawa admitted with a shake of his head. Wait until I fully master the 8 gates. Then we'll settle this once and for all. Might Guy said excitedly. That's not what I meant. Hankawa thought, his mouth twitching. As the match concluded, Hankawa achieved his goal, D-rank talent, youth without regrets trigger condition, defeat young Might Guy. Effect, increases taijutsu aptitude by 30%. Thanks to Might Guy's use of the 8 gates, the reward was directly a D-rank entry, saving Hankawa significant time. This is youth. Might Due exclaimed emotionally. Time for more training. Let's run an extra 100 laps today. Father, you forgot something, Might Guy reminded him. Oh, right. Due smacked his forehead and pulled out a green jumpsuit. Hankawa, this is a gift for you. For the first time, Hankawa wanted to refuse a gift. But seeing the expectant expressions on Might Due and Might Guy's faces, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Fine, I'll consider it the price of learning taijutsu. Hankawa accepted the green jumpsuit. Guy. He's accepted us. Might Due's eyes sparkled. Yes, father. Guy shouted. Finally, someone else is wearing this outfit. The two embraced and cried tears of joy. Hankawa felt like dying inside. The sacrifices I've made midline horizontal ellipsis 2 months passed quickly. At first, Hankawa felt embarrassed training with the Might Duo, but over time, he became indifferent, like a knife dulled by years of use. His efforts bore fruit, as he successfully obtained 2 C-rank entries, Taijutsu Chunin and Lightning Release Chunin. Both provided a 50% boost, just like the previous Chunin level entries. These new entries even combined into a higher ranking one. B-rank Ninjutsu entry, Lightning Release Body. Trigger condition, synthesized from the C-rank entries, Taijutsu Chunin and Lightning Release Chunin. Effect, enhances physical strength by 100%, including defense, attack, and speed. It's worth mentioning that both Lightning Release Body and Lightning Release Chakra Activation are classified as ninjutsu entries. However, what puzzled Hankawa was that this entry had no visible synthesis or upgrade path. After some thought, he understood why. It wasn't that the path didn't exist, it was that he hadn't unlocked it yet. Since it's a ninjutsu entry, its upgrade path would naturally involve mastering the 4th Reikage signature technique, Lightning Release Chakra mode. Although Hankawa couldn't learn it yet, he was already very satisfied with the effects of Lightning Release Body. It was practically superhuman. Hankawa. A voice from Kurenai snapped him back to reality. He instinctively looked up and saw her. Look! Am I amazing or what? Kurenai stood in front of a small pool of water. With her chakra control, she had created a humanoid figure out of water, one that resembled Hankawa by about 5060%. Impressive. Hankawa sincerely praised her. Kurenai wasn't just fooling around. She was practicing chakra control and the water release transformation technique as instructed by Maruhoshi Kosuka. Water is formless, yet can take form. The fact that she could shape water into a sculpture resembling Hankawa showed significant improvement in her control. Of course, she was still a beginner, as the figure didn't fully capture Hankawa's features and expressions. Let's stop here. We need to head to the academy. Today is registration day, we don't want to be late, Hankawa said as he walked over. Got it, Kurenai replied, dispersing the water figure. Let's go. I haven't seen Rin and the others in ages. 91. Massage Ninja Academy. Today was registration day, making the school exceptionally lively. In addition to the students, many parents accompanied their children. Hankua's gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted two familiar figures, Yuzuki Yugao and her father, whom he had met before at the hospital. Kurenai, you go to the classroom first. I'll go greet a former patient, Hankua said, patting Yuhi Kurenai on the head. Okay, Kurenai nodded softly, releasing his hand and heading to class. Hankua shifted his focus and walked toward the first-year Class A classroom. New students, being more punctual than older ones, were already lining up for registration. His presence quickly drew attention. After all, being good-looking always attracted extra eyes, no matter where you went. Big brother. Yuzuki Yugao's face lit up with delight upon seeing him. She immediately abandoned her place in line and ran to him. Call me Brother Hankua, Hankua corrected with a smile. Brother Hankua, Yuzuki Yugao repeated, slightly confused but obediently changing her address. Just as Hankua was about to speak, he found himself surrounded by a group of curious new students. Are you Hankua? The Hankua. The top student of the Ninja Academy? Their small faces were filled with curiosity, awe, and unhidden admiration. Since enrolling, Hankua had consistently ranked first in the academy. Combined with his reputation at Konoha Hospital, his fame had grown significantly. And, of course, being the student of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, only added to his renown. Wow! Amazing! Yuzuki Yugao exclaimed, her mouth agape as the scene turned into a fan meeting. I'm Hankua, he acknowledged with a slight nod. Even he was surprised by how popular he had become at school. Senior Hankua. Brother Hankua. Ah! So cool. Voices clamored around him with various titles being called out. Let's all introduce ourselves, Hankua said, blinking in mild exasperation and deciding to play teacher. As he listened to each name, he was surprised to recognize a few familiar ones, or rather, characters who would later play significant roles. There was Kamizuki Izumo and Hagain Kotetsu, the future gatekeepers of Konoha, Hayate Gecko, who would later wield transparent escape and struggle with his frail health, Irika Yumino, who would deeply influence Naruto Uzumaki, and Anko Mitarashi, who hadn't yet developed her bold personality. Though not as legendary as his own peers, this cohort was already impressive in its potential. After all, producing even one or two jonin from a class was considered extraordinary. The homeroom teacher of Class A, standing in the distance, was left speechless. He had been diligently helping students register, only to find that most had flocked to Hankua, leaving him alone. Still, Hankua was Tsunade's student and a medical ninja to boot. The teacher could only suppress his frustration. I'm off to register, let's chat later, Hankua said, extricating himself from the enthusiastic new students and returning to his classroom. What had started as a simple greeting to Yuzuki Yugao had turned into a full-blown meet and greet. Hankua had just taken a seat when Rin Noera approached him. Good morning, Hankua, she greeted him with a gentle smile, though her expression soon turned hesitant. Rin, do you need something? Hankua asked, smiling. Well, it's about becoming a medical ninja, Rin said shyly. I'm not sure what to do next. Over the past 2 years, Rin had diligently studied medical texts and mastered the basics. But as a civilian, she lacked guidance to progress further, especially since she hadn't graduated yet and had no mentor. Ah, I see, Hankua said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. You should try improving your chakra control. How do I do that? Rin's eyes lit up with interest. How about this? Hankawa suggested casually. After school, join us for training, and I'll teach you. Since he was already training with Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Shursui, and Hitaki Kakashi, adding Rin to the group didn't seem like a big deal. Thank you so much. Rin said, stunned and deeply grateful. She had only planned to ask for some advice, never expecting Hankawa to offer such generous help. It's no problem, Hankawa said with a chuckle. We're all friends, right? Rin felt a warmth in her heart at his words. Looking at Hankawa's handsome face, she blushed slightly, thinking to herself that he truly was a kind person. Hankawa, unaware that he had just earned himself a nice guy card, was more concerned about Tsunade being late. Soon after, the opening ceremony began, featuring yet another speech on the will of fire by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yawning, Hankawa noted how repetitive these speeches had been over the past 4 years. The content of the will of fire hadn't evolved much at all, he mused, shaking his head. Just then, a commotion arose. Turning instinctively, Hankawa saw Tsunade standing nearby. Without hesitation, he bolted. Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth twitched in annoyance. That brat had run off for 3 consecutive years. If not for Hankawa's perfect scores on Will of Fire essays, Hiruzen might have started questioning his loyalty. Are we heading to the casino today? Hankawa asked as he caught up with Tsunade, ever eager to repay her kindness. Not going, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. Huh? Hankawa looked at her in shock. Who are you? You're definitely not my sensei. Brat. Tsunade glared at him and raised her hand, giving him a solid knock on the head. So you're real, Hankawa gasped, rubbing his head. Why aren't you going to the casino? I'm heading to the Konoha hospital today, Tsunade said with a huff, casually patting his head. You've already mastered most medical ninjutsu, but there's one thing left. What is it? Hankawa asked curiously. As a medical ninja, you not only need to cure poisons, but you must also know how to create them, Tsunade said seriously. While I don't recommend using poison, in life or death situations, you can't afford to hesitate. Hankawa raised an eyebrow. In the original story, Tsunade never used poison. Was it because she couldn't? Clearly not. The fact that she could counter Chiyo's poisons proved her skills were on par, if not better. She simply chose not to use poison. But her restraint didn't mean Hankawa had to follow suit. Poison usage among ninjas was common, such as coating senbon with toxins to enhance their lethality. The two arrived at Konoha Hospital. We're skipping the casino today because an urgent surgery came up, Tsunade explained as they headed to the operating room. The patient was poisoned by a Sunagakure puppet master. Lady Tsunade, greeted Nono Yakushi, stepping forward. Let's begin the surgery, Tsunade instructed briskly, slipping on gloves as the other medics prepared. Hankawa glanced at the patient on the operating table. It was an UMBU member. Nearby, the standard issue UMBU uniform and mask lay neatly folded. To preserve the anonymity of UMBU personnel, only the highest-ranking medics were present in the operating room, aside from Hankawa. Hankawa, Tsunade called. Use delicate illness extraction technique to remove the poison and collect it in a test tube. Yes, ma'am. Hankawa stepped forward and formed a series of hand seals. 2 hours later, the surgery was complete. Hankawa, come with me, Tsunade said, briefly informing Nono Yakushi before leaving the operating room. Hankawa quickly followed. Moments later, they arrived in a laboratory filled with various instruments and equipment. To neutralize or create poisons, you must first understand their composition, Tsunade explained, coming to a stop. Take out the poison sample you extracted earlier. Hankawa immediately understood her intent. This feels more like science than ninja work, he thought wryly. By the end of the day, Hankawa had gained significant knowledge and even triggered a new skill entry, B-rank talent entry, Breaking Bad, Locked, Trigger Condition, Master Poison-Making Techniques. Current progress, 0%. Hankawa pondered the implications. The fact that it was a B-rank entry suggested the difficulty of unlocking it. Moreover, it might not be upgradable or combinable, similar to the A-rank entry Infiltrator he received as a starting reward. Ah! Tsunade sighed heavily, collapsing onto a couch. The force of her landing caused her clothes to shift, emphasizing her extraordinary curves. Hankawa snapped out of his thoughts and glanced at her. Since she was lying face down, her back and shapely figure were especially prominent. "Sensei, you didn't take off your shoes," Hankawa remarked, his gaze dropping to her feet. "After teaching you all day, shouldn't you do something for me?" Tsunade replied, rolling over and lifting her legs. Her toes flexed nimbly in her high-heeled sandals, making her intentions clear. "All right." Hankawa stepped forward and removed her shoes, revealing a pair of delicate, fair feet. Glancing at the tired Tsunade, he asked, "Do you want me to give you a massage?" Tsunade murmured, closing her eyes without objection. Hankawa sat on the couch, lifting her legs onto his lap. He took her left foot in his hands and began to gently massage the sole. "That tickles," Tsunade said with a slight shiver, her toes curling instinctively. Hankawa eased his grip, allowing her to adjust before resuming. A few moments later, he noticed her breathing had become steady. He paused, turning to find that Tsunade had fallen asleep. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically with her breaths. After some consideration, Hankawa decided to continue. His hands moved upward, massaging her calves. He couldn't help but glance at her thighs, which were out of reach. Hankawa had always been curious, purely for professional reasons, of course, about their texture and firmness. "Go make dinner," Tsunade said with a yawn half an hour later, breaking the silence. "Understood," Hankawa replied, setting her legs down and heading to the kitchen. "Gimme Power Stones Master, 92. Thanks to him a new day had begun. Ichiro stood at the podium, passionately teaching about the will of fire. Hankawa was at a loss for words. He never imagined that the first lesson of the 4th grade would be about the will of fire. If it weren't for the class schedule, he would have suspected it was Hiruzen Sarutobi's way of retaliating against him for sneaking out yesterday. But on second thought, a Hokage wouldn't bother targeting a single student like him. Tuning out Ichiro, Hankawa took out a scroll on lightning release techniques. As he read, Kakashi Hataki's Chidori suddenly came to mind. It was said that Chidori was a technique Kakashi created during his youth. Was this his youth now? In the original story, two jutsu stood out as lasting until the final arc, Rasengan and Chidori. Hankawa was particularly interested in learning them. Chidori wasn't an option for now, but Rasengan might be within reach. Like Tsunade's monster strength, Rasengan was a seal-less jutsu, ideal for catching opponents off guard. Furthermore, it could incorporate chakra of any nature, making it extremely versatile. Before long, the school day ended. As Ichiro left, the classroom buzzed with chatter. "Rin." Uchiha Obito approached her with a wide grin. "I made a contract with a ninja cat over the break." Want to see it? The Uchiha clan had a strong relationship with the Ninja Cat clan, making cats their primary summoning choice, followed by crows. Sorry, Rin replied, shaking her head. I'm training today. What kind of training? Obito asked, surprised. I'm not sure yet, she explained. I'm training with Hankawa. No way. Obito exclaimed the moment Hankawa's name was mentioned. What could he possibly teach you? Hankawa is Lady Tsunade's student. He can guide me in my medical ninja training, Rin said, pausing before adding, Kakashi will be there too. Do you want to come? No. Obito refused immediately but quickly regretted it. He didn't want to train with Hankawa, but if he wasn't there and something happened to Rin, he couldn't bear the thought. I'll go with you, he said awkwardly, his face flushed. Let's go, Kakashi said, standing up and ending the conversation. Hankawa is waiting for us. I'll ask him, Rin said, walking over to Hankawa. Hankawa, can Obito join us? Sure, Hankawa replied, unsurprised. Wherever Rin went, Obito was sure to follow. The group arrived at Tsunade's house. Kurenai Yuhi wasn't present, as she was off learning water release techniques from Mariboshi Kosuka. In the outdoor training ground, Uchiha Shisui had already arrived. After exchanging greetings, everyone began their training. Shisui and Kakashi moved to a nearby clearing to spar in Kenjutsu. Asuma Sarutobi practiced new wind release techniques with a series of hand seals. Only Obito seemed unsure of what to do. Though he trained occasionally, he wasn't particularly diligent. Rin. Hankawa stood by a tree, waving her over. Obito followed, determined to keep an eye on Hankawa. To become a medical ninja, you must have exceptional chakra control, Hankawa explained as he demonstrated. Focus chakra on the soles of your feet and walk up the tree. It's the simplest and most effective training method. I understand. Rin said enthusiastically as she watched him climb the tree. Start training, Hankawa said with a smile. Once you master tree climbing, you can move to the next stage. Thank you. Rin mimicked Hankawa, slowly walking up the tree. Rin, I'll do it with you. Aw. Obito barely took 2 steps before falling with a scream. Rin hesitated but continued climbing. Halfway up, she lost her balance and jumped down. Rin, you're so much better than me. Obito exclaimed, wincing as he stood up. Rin finally understood why Obito always struggled with fire release jutsu, it was his chakra control. Ignoring them, Hankawa moved to an open area to begin his own training. Today, he was focusing on lightning release techniques. He planned to return to Konoha Hospital tomorrow for more medical ninjutsu and poison-making practice. From a window nearby, Tsunade watched the scene, arms crossed. This kid really does have the makings of a Hokage, she mused. A Hokage couldn't be a lone wolf, they had to be a leader among leaders, someone others respected and rallied behind. Hankawa already exhibited such qualities. Every ninja who interacted with him had nothing but praise for him, and his peers willingly trained alongside him. In 10 years, perhaps even less, geniuses like Kakashi and Shisui would make their names known. If they supported Hankawa, it would significantly boost his chances of becoming Hokage. Unfortunately, he's too young, Tsunade sighed. As Hankawa himself had said, if he were to become Hokage, it would likely be as the 5th Hokage. As for the 4th Hokage midline horizontal ellipsis, Tsunade fell into deep thought. If she wanted to compete, she had a chance. Why have I been thinking about becoming Hokage so much lately? She muttered, rubbing her temples. It's all that kid's fault. Ever since the deaths of Hashirama Senju and Nawaki, she had lost interest in the position. But Hankawa's occasional remarks had subtly influenced her thoughts. As night fell, the training continued. The group finished their training, leaving only Hankawa behind, as he still had to cook dinner for Tsunade. Have they left? Tsunade asked lazily from the sofa, holding a cup of tea. Yes. Hankawa nodded slightly. He stepped closer and glanced at the tea, finding it odd. It was the first time he had seen Tsunade drink tea. Want some? Tsunade extended the cup toward him. Thanks. Without hesitation, Hankawa bent down and took a sip. Before I knew it, you've grown so tall, Tsunade said with a sigh, as if noticing it for the first time. What's with you today? Hankawa rolled his eyes and asked, why so sentimental? It's nothing, Tsunade replied, setting the cup down. Her mind was preoccupied with whether or not to vie for the Hokage position. Aha! Hankawa observed her delicate face and remarked, if you're feeling restless, go gamble a little. Losing some money will keep you from overthinking. Can't you say something nice for once, you brat? Tsunade raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. If I lose money tomorrow, you'd better watch out. Hey! Hankawa couldn't help but retort, that's just bullying an honest person. Honest? You? Tsunade chuckled and wiggled her bare toes. There's not a shred of honesty in you. That's slander. Hankawa said indignantly. I'm your teacher. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, emphasizing her authority. Even teachers can't just make baseless claims, Hankawa replied with a serious expression. You little brat. Tsunade raised her leg to kick him. Hankawa leaned back just in time, barely avoiding her toes by a few centimeters. I'm off to make dinner, he said, turning and dashing away. Tsunade watched his figure disappear and shook her head. That kid was really sharp. She closed her eyes, letting go of her thoughts about the Hokage position. The road will reveal itself when the time comes, she muttered. The next day, Hankawa arrived at the classroom to find Noara Rin sitting in his seat. Hankawa, Rin quickly stood up and said, I have some questions to ask you. Go ahead. Hankawa sat beside her, catching a faint whiff of her fragrance. Instinctively, he glanced at her and wondered why she always painted those two purple markings on her cheeks. It's about tree climbing, Rin said with a troubled expression. I only got halfway up yesterday before I couldn't continue. How are you gathering your chakra? Hankawa asked after a moment of thought. Tree climbing didn't require a large amount of chakra but demanded precise control. If there were issues, it was likely due to improper chakra distribution. Let me show you, Rin said. Unsure how to explain, she rolled up her pant leg, removed her shoe, and revealed her smooth, pale foot. Taking a deep breath, she focused her chakra, gathering it at the sole of her foot. Hankawa's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he didn't have the Byakugan, he could vaguely sense the flow of her chakra. Well, midline horizontal ellipsis, how is it? Rin asked nervously, her face flushing as she noticed his focused gaze. I think I know the problem, Hankawa said calmly, reaching out to touch the top of her foot. Rin trembled slightly but suppressed the odd sensation, listening attentively as he explained. Got it? Hankawa asked after finishing his explanation. Yes, Rin said, hurriedly putting her shoe back on, her face red like an apple. Thank you. It's nothing. Hankawa instinctively patted her head. Rin's heart skipped a beat. Her lips moved, but she didn't avoid his hand. Ah, sorry, force of habit, Hankawa said, quickly withdrawing his hand. He often patted Kurenai Yuhi's head during their interactions and had done it without thinking. It's okay, Rin murmured, her head lowered. I midline horizontal ellipsis I don't mind. After school, try climbing the tree again, Hankawa said with a slight nod. If you run into any problems, come find me. Okay. Rin stood up and said, I midline horizontal ellipsis I'll head back to my seat now. The school bell rang, and the group once again headed to Tsunade's house. This time, however, Hankawa was absent, as he had gone to Konoha Hospital. Rin stood before the same tree from the previous day, taking a deep breath. Following Hankawa's instructions, she gathered chakra at her feet and climbed step by step. This time, she successfully reached the top of the tree. A smile spread across Rin's face. Rin! That's amazing! Obito exclaimed, unable to hold back his admiration. In comparison, he was far behind, barely making it a third of the way up. It's all thanks to Hankawa, Rin said cheerfully. Obito froze, as if struck by lightning. 93. Hankawa and Tsunade's birthdays August had arrived, and the summer heat in Konoha village was in full swing. I'm heading to the hospital. See you all tomorrow, Hankawa said, waving goodbye to Asuma Sarutobi and the others at the intersection. After he left, Kurenai Yuhi, who had initially gone to Mariboshi Kosuka's house, reappeared. Kurenai, are you sure today is Hankawa's birthday? Asuma asked. Of course. Kurenai lifted her chin proudly and said, no one knows Hankawa better than me. Asuma instantly felt like he had been force-fed a mouthful of affection and regretted asking the question. What a tough pill to swallow. Obito Uchiha wore an expression that suggested he wanted to escape but couldn't. He didn't particularly want to stay for Hankawa's birthday celebration, but for Rin Nohara's sake, he had no choice. Let's get going, Rin said, glancing at Kurenai before suppressing her envy and heading toward Konoha's commercial district. What are you all planning to give him? Might Guy scratched his head and said, I have no idea what to get. He had considered a green bodysuit but dismissed the idea since he'd already gifted one before. A book, Kakashi Hataki said, having already decided. Hankawa enjoys reading during class. Then I'll give a book too. Might Guy's eyes lit up. Giving the same gift isn't great, Kakashi said, shaking his head. Really? Is that a problem? Might Guy looked confused. Don't worry, we'll figure it out when we get there, Kakashi suggested, noticing Guy's indecision. Rin, what are you planning to get? Obito suddenly had an idea. I could pay for it if you'd like. If he paid for it, it would count as his gift too. No way. Rin refused without hesitation. How could I let you pay? Then let's go to a gift shop and pick something, Obito suggested quickly. A birthday only comes once a year. We can't be careless about it, Rin said seriously. And Hankawa has helped us a lot. Obito nodded reluctantly, knowing Rin would be upset if he argued further. Kurenai, what are you planning to buy? Shursui Uchiha interjected, breaking up the conversation. Clothes. Kurenai said with a smile. I saw a kimono recently that would look amazing on Hankawa. It was clear how close they were. Rin bit her lip. Even if she wanted to buy clothes, she didn't know Hankawa's size. I'm thinking of getting some medical ninja tools. Do you think he'd like them? Shursui asked for advice. He'll love them, Kurenai said after some thought. He goes to the hospital often, so he'll definitely use them. Good to hear. Shursui looked around and said, I'll head to the ninja tools shop first. Let's meet outside Lady Tsunade's house in an hour. Everyone nodded and watched him leave. We're at the bookstore, Kakashi pointed out, noticing the Konoha Knowledge bookstore up ahead. See you later. He went straight inside and was immediately caught off guard. A large poster at the entrance read, the best-selling author Black Beast will be adapted into a manga next month. Pre-order now. Beside the text were two elf-like women with pointed ears. One of them had dark skin, wearing a revealing outfit that made Kakashi's throat go dry. The dark-skinned elf especially caught his attention, such an exotic beauty. Hey, kid, this book isn't for minors, a young female employee at the bookstore said, walking over. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. So it's a book for adults, huh? Curiosity filled his mind, but he pushed it aside. Looking for something? The employee asked with a smile. Tell me what you need, and I'll recommend something. I'm buying a book as a gift for a friend. He just turned 10, Kakashi explained. Is he a student at the Ninja Academy? She asked, noticing the blade strapped to his back. Yes, Kakashi nodded. I have just the book for him. The employee turned around and returned shortly with a copy of The Tale of a Gutsy Ninja by Jiraiya. Jiraiya? As in the Sannin Jiraiya? Kakashi asked, surprised. That's right, she replied with a smile. A lot of ninjas are fond of this book. Then I'll take it. Kakashi decided. Kakashi Hatake didn't hesitate and bought it immediately. The young woman's smile grew even brighter. Finally, another book was sold from the piled-up inventory. But she wasn't lying, she just omitted half the truth. That is, aside from some ninja, no one bought the book at all. The sales were so poor that even the first print run didn't sell out. However, Jiraiya's second novel, Aika Aika Paradise wasn't bad, though it did seem to borrow heavily from Sword of Thunder and Fire. Meanwhile, the other three arrived in front of a gift shop. They were Rin Noera, Obito Uchiha, and Might Guy. Kurenai Yuhi had gone to a clothing store to buy something else. Asuma Sarutobi left mysteriously without revealing what gift he was buying and didn't join the group. Rin, what are you planning to buy? I need some inspiration. Obito Uchiha suddenly remembered that Rin hadn't mentioned her choice of gift. A pen, Rin replied without hesitation. She often sought advice from Hankoa, who sometimes wrote out answers by hand. Besides, as a student, a pen was an essential item. Oh, I see. Obito secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A pen sounded like a fairly ordinary gift, not too personal. Then I'll get a notebook. Obito exclaimed excitedly, reasoning that pens and notebooks went hand in hand. Sure, Rin nodded slightly and walked into the nearby stationery shop. Obito quickly followed her. Wow! So many gifts! Might Guy exclaimed in awe as soon as he entered the gift shop. He didn't usually have many friends, and Kakashi Hatake didn't care much for gifts. This time, he had overheard that Hankoa's birthday was coming up, so he decided to participate. For him, shopping in a gift store was a first. Hello, the shop assistant greeted him. Looking for anything in particular? Do you have anything, youthful? Might Guy asked eagerly. Youthful? The shop assistant pondered for a moment and soon brought out several cherry blossom-themed items. These gifts are perfect for a girlfriend. Huh? Might Guy froze and quickly clarified, "It's not for a girlfriend." The shop assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. "Boyfriend?" "No, it's for my classmate's birthday," Might Guy replied, puzzled by her reaction. "I'd recommend some sports gear," the shop assistant said, suppressing her urge to comment, her smile unwavering. "That's perfect." Might Guy's eyes lit up. "I can challenge Hankawa to a youthful sports duel." "What's wrong with your version of youth?" The shop assistant couldn't help but grumble internally. After some searching, Might Guy bought a tennis ball set. An hour later, everyone who had bought gifts gathered at the training ground outside Tsunade's house. Since Hankawa hadn't returned yet, they weren't in a rush and continued their training. When Tsunade returned with a large cake, they finally wrapped up their practice and went inside the living room. "This kid sure is popular," Tsunade remarked with a smile as she watched everyone hiding behind the sofa. Yesterday, they had approached her, saying they wanted to surprise Hankawa for his birthday. Naturally, Tsunade didn't refuse and agreed to help them out. Night fell. Hankawa left the Konoha hospital. Today had been a bit busier than usual. He had performed an extra surgery, which delayed him. "Sensei is probably hungry by now," Hankawa thought, quickening his pace with a small smile. Having lived with Tsunade for almost 4 years, he was long accustomed to their daily meals together. "Not home yet?" Hankawa noticed that the lights were off in the house and was a bit surprised. However, Tsunade occasionally came home late from gambling, so it wasn't entirely unusual. Hankawa took out his key and unlocked the door. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, his face showing a hint of alertness. At that moment, the lights turned on, not the overhead lights but the glow of candles. "Happy birthday, Hankawa." Kurenai Yuhi, Rin Noera, and the others surrounded a cake and shouted in unison. "Thank you," Hankawa said, momentarily stunned. His heart warmed as a smile spread across his face. "Make a wish and blow out the candles," Tsunade said with a smile. Seeing this scene, she was quite pleased. It reminded her of Hashirama Senju's ideals. Perhaps Hankawa could achieve them once he became Hokage. "All right." Hankawa stepped forward, clasped his hands together, made a wish, and then blew out the candles in one go. "Let's eat cake first." Tsunade, in a rare show of diligence, took out a knife and cut the cake, distributing it among everyone. After the cake, it was time for the gift exchange. "Hankawa." Kurenai Yuhi handed over a delicate gift box and reminded him, "Open it when you get home." She wanted to see him try on the new clothes herself. "Got it." Hankawa curiously glanced at the box before putting it away. "Let's have a tennis match tomorrow." Might Guy presented a tennis racket with great excitement. "Thanks," Hankawa said, though the corner of his mouth twitched. "Wasn't this gift just an excuse for you to play?" "This is for you," Kakashi Hatake said, handing over a book. Hankawa looked at Tales of Gutsy Ninja and was speechless. This novel by Jiraiya was something he had skimmed through long ago, but from a modern perspective, it was hard to praise. "Hankawa, thank you for all your guidance," Rin Noera said earnestly. "And here's my gift." Obito Uchiha interrupted before Hankawa could respond, quickly handing over his present. Finally, it was Asuma Sarutobi's turn. He didn't say much, only stating, "You'll definitely like it." Since most of the gifts were wrapped in boxes, Hankawa didn't know what they were yet. Shursui Uchiha, however, skipped the wrapping and gave him a set of medical ninja tools. "See you tomorrow." An hour later, the birthday party ended, and everyone said their goodbyes. "You've got some pretty great friends," Tsunade said with a smile. They really are. Hankawa agreed as he cleaned up the table. What wish did you make this year? Tsunade crossed her arms and teased, don't tell me it's the same as last year. You guessed right, but there's no prize. Hankawa raised an eyebrow and smirked. Making the same wish every year, does that even count as a wish anymore? Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, that's more like a curse. If the curse works, that's fine by me. Hankawa didn't seem to mind. You really want me to become Hokage that badly? Tsunade asked, confused. If you become Hokage, I can walk around the village like a king. No one would dare mess with me. Hankawa cleared his throat and grinned. Dream on. Tsunade raised her hand in annoyance and flicked his forehead. Huh? So it's not possible. Hankawa blinked innocently. Just you wait. Tsunade stood up, clearly exasperated. Depends on my mood. Sensei. Hankawa suddenly produced a gift box as if by magic and said, Happy birthday. Tsunade froze for a moment. Taking the box, she said, I didn't prepare a gift, so I'll make up for it with this. She bent down and planted a kiss on his cheek. Huh? Hankawa was caught off guard by the sudden move. It wasn't until she left that he realized what had happened, a look of regret crossing his face. Too fast. He didn't even have time to react. How frustrating. At least it wasn't on his forehead this time, so nothing bad should come of it. After washing the dishes, Hankawa returned to the living room. Sitting across from Tsunade, he laid out all the gift boxes. Unboxing them was a joy, especially when it felt like opening mystery boxes. Remember to take tomorrow off, Tsunade suddenly said. Take the day off? Hankawa, while unwrapping Rin's gift box, asked, is there a new mission? Yeah, Tsunade explained. The ANBU came by earlier to inform me that the old man has a task he wants me to handle. There are 2 types of missions for ninjas, one involves picking assignments from the mission hall. The other is a direct assignment from Konoha's leadership, particularly the Hokage. The latter is generally non-negotiable. They didn't specify the details, Tsunade added casually. Since it's your birthday, I didn't rush to meet the old man. A task for you probably isn't suitable for me, right? Hankawa noted that Rin's gift included not just a pen but also a fragrant sachet. We'll see tomorrow, Tsunade said with a slight nod. If it's too difficult, I'll turn it down. Sensei, aren't you worried about angering the Hokage? Hankawa couldn't help but laugh. Who cares? Tsunade replied confidently. Jiraiya roams around all the time, and no one says a thing to him. You've got a point. Hankawa agreed with a grin. He now understood why Hiruzen Sarutobi had so little authority over Tsunade. It wasn't just her personality, he had failed to establish himself as both a teacher and a Hokage. The phrase a crooked stick leads to a crooked shadow seemed to fit perfectly here. 94, birthday gift, anklet, sensei, I'm heading out. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Hankawa stood by the doorway, putting on his shoes. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and reminded, don't forget to check the gift I gave you. Got it. Tsunade replied lazily, half lying on the sofa. With a thud, the door closed, and the living room returned to its quiet state. The smile on Tsunade's face gradually faded. Having grown accustomed to Hankawa's presence, the sudden silence left her feeling a bit unsettled. She sat up and retrieved the birthday gift Hankawa had given her earlier. When she opened it, she found a necklace, or more accurately, an anklet. What kind of random gift is this kid buying? Tsunade shook her head, though the corners of her lips curled slightly into a smile. She picked up the anklet. It was entirely silver, simple and unadorned, without any excessive decoration. Hankawa had clearly considered her role as a ninja when choosing the gift, nothing flashy, and definitely no bells attached. Looking around, Tsunade lifted her left leg and rested it on the edge of the sofa. Leaning forward, her clothes stretched tightly across her figure, accentuating her curves as they pressed outward. Tsunade revealed her smooth, evenly toned leg and fastened the anklet around her ankle. She stood up, walking barefoot across the floor for a few steps. There was no sound, and it didn't affect her movements. Not bad. Seeing that it worked well, Tsunade decided to leave it on. Meanwhile, Hankawa had returned home. As soon as he opened the door, Yuhi Kurenai came running over, her bare feet pattering against the floor. "Come on, into the room with me." Kurenai grabbed his hand and pulled him toward her room. "What are you doing?" Yuhi Shinku's voice sounded suspicious, his expression shifting slightly. "I'm getting him to try on the clothes I bought for him," Kurenai replied, stopping at her bedroom door. "You've never bought me clothes." Shinku's lips twitched, his face betraying a hint of exasperation. Inside the room, Hankawa opened Kurenai's gift. It was a gray and black kimono. The shinobi world retained many traditional Japanese features, and kimonos were one of them. However, Hankawa had never worn one before, as they were cumbersome and impractical for combat. Unless it was a special celebration, ninjas rarely wore kimonos. The outfit came with an instruction manual, and Hankawa quickly managed to change into it and step out of the room. "It looks great." Kurenai's eyes sparkled as she carefully examined him, clearly satisfied. "Still just a kid," thought Shinku, glancing over with mild disdain. "Thanks." Hankawa patted her head gently. "I really like it." Kurenai beamed happily. After all, he wore it for her, and it was indeed a pleasing sight. "All right, it's late. Time to take a bath and get to bed," Shinku interrupted, unable to hold back anymore. "Okay." Hankawa nodded lightly. The next morning, bathed in the warmth of summer sunlight, Hankawa walked down the streets, feeling cozy and relaxed. Soon, he arrived at Tsunade's home. "Sensei," Hankawa called out, knocking on the door. After a moment, the door opened, revealing Tsunade's curvaceous figure. Her blonde hair was disheveled from sleep, resembling a puffed-up cat. Hankawa's gaze drifted downward, noticing the anklet he had gifted her. It hugged her fair ankle snugly, adding a subtle touch of elegance and allure. "Go make breakfast," Tsunade instructed before shutting the door behind him. She walked to her wardrobe, removed her sleepwear, leaving herself bare, and quickly dressed in fresh clothes. By the time she had finished washing up, breakfast was already ready. Hankawa sat at the table, picking up his chopsticks while casually glancing at his system interface. 2 months had passed since the start of the term, and during this time, he had unlocked 2 new entries. D-Rank Talent Entry, Earth Release Chunin, Trigger Condition, possess 3 Earth Release Techniques. Effect, increases the power of all Earth Release Techniques by 30%. The 3 Earth techniques he had learned were taught to him by Kakashi Hatake in exchange for sharing his own lightning release knowledge. This was an expected development. However, the second entry came as a pleasant surprise. D-Rank Talent Entry, Intermediate Chef, Trigger Condition, Master the Art of Cooking. Effect, increases the flavor of dishes by 30%. While its utility was limited, it did earn him frequent praise from Tsunade. After breakfast, the two headed to the Hokage building. As they stepped inside, they ran into Sakumo Hataki. Uncle Sakumo, Hankawa greeted him warmly. It's you too. Sakumo smiled broadly. Long time no see. Are you here to see the old man? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked. Yes, Sakumo Hataki nodded and replied, the Hokage said there's a mission for me. Hankawa immediately felt uneasy. Sakumo Hataki and Tsunade teaming up for a mission? What kind of nightmare difficulty was this? What would he even do there? Cheer them on. We're probably on the same mission, Tsunade said with a soft laugh. I'm curious to see what kind of mission it is. Sounds like trouble, Sakumo realized, his tone serious. The three of them headed upstairs to the Hokage's office. Bang! As always, Tsunade kicked the door open without hesitation. Sakumo couldn't help but click his tongue. He was the perfect example of a disciplined ninja who adhered strictly to the rules. You're here, Hiruzen Sarutobi greeted warmly, completely ignoring Tsunade's actions. He was already used to her antics and mentally apologized to the door. What's the mission? Tsunade asked directly. It's a request from Miroku, the shrine maiden of the land of demons, Hiruzen said, pulling out his pipe. He was about to take a puff when Tsunade snatched it away. There's a child here. You can smoke after we leave, Tsunade said, glancing at Hankawa. Hiruzen smacked his lips but nodded helplessly. Hankawa was stunned, not because of Tsunade but because of the mission. In the original Naruto movie, Naruto Shippuden, The Will of Fire, the Land of Demons Shrine Maiden was not Miroku but her daughter Cheyenne. The story revolved around a creature named Morio, an otherworldly demon sealed by the Shrine Maidens of the Land of Demons for generations. Miroku, Cheyenne's mother and the previous Shrine Maiden, had died while sealing Morio. Years later, a rogue medical ninja named Yomi revived Morio, leading the Land of Demons to request help from the Hidden Leaf. Tsunade assigned Naruto Uzumaki, Rock Lee, Sakura Haruno, and Niji Hyuga to protect Cheyenne. Cheyenne possessed the ability to foresee people's deaths and predicted Naruto's demise at Morio's hands. However, with his protagonist's luck, Naruto defeated and sealed Morio again. Aside from Morio, there was also Yomi's undead army, which even involved allies from the Sand Village, such as Temari. If Hankawa calculated the timeline correctly, this mission would mark the events leading to Miroku's death. Miroku claims that Morio possesses the power to destroy the ninja world, Hiruzen continued. This mission is classified as S-rank. You three will handle it. Shouldn't this mission go to Minato? Tsunade frowned slightly. His sealing techniques are better suited for such otherworldly creatures. Minato is in the land of lightning, Hiruzen explained. I've sent him a message, and he can use the Flying Thunder God technique to join you if necessary. Is something happening in the hidden cloud? Sakumo asked, his expression serious. There's some activity, Hiruzen admitted. We've spotted a young man who has inherited the title of near the border. The Hidden Cloud Village had a unique tradition where their strongest ninja inherited the title of A. The young man Hiruzen referred to was the future fourth Raikage. No wonder, Sakumo said, realization dawning on his face. Inheriting the title of meant he was the future Raikage. His presence at the border wasn't a coincidence, it was likely a test of strength and a probe of the Hidden Leaf's defenses. Hankawa recalled the original series mentioning Minato Namake's first encounter with the Kumogakure's AB combo, the future fourth Raikage and Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This likely occurred 2 or 3 years before the Third Great Ninja War broke out, and the current situation seemed to align with that timeline. It appeared the third Reikage was grooming the AB combo while simultaneously testing the hidden leaf. Minato is only a backup plan, Hiruzen said with a smile. Miroku claims she can seal Morio herself. Your task is merely to protect her. Understood, Tsukumo agreed. Tsunade, however, looked hesitant. Besides, Miroku has also requested aid from other villages. Both the Hidden Stone and Hidden Mist have agreed to send support, Hiruzen added, noticing Tsunade's expression. Morio might be strong, but it's not stronger than a tailed beast. Don't overthink it. Just to be safe, old man, assign me 2 squads of Umbu, Tsunade demanded, glancing at Hankawa. Tsunade, you need to learn to delegate, Hiruzen chuckled. He didn't mind her request. If anything, it showed her growing attachment to her comrades, which ultimately strengthened her bond with the village. Stop rambling. Tsunade slammed the pipe onto the desk. 2 squads of Umbu, not 1 less. Careful with that. Hiruzen snatched the pipe back, inspecting it for damage. Once satisfied, he sighed in relief. An Umbu squad, like a regular ninja squad, consisted of 4 members. 2 squads meant an additional 8 operatives. Fine, take them, Hiruzen relented with a wave of his hand. Just make sure to return quickly and don't waste too much time. He felt that the combination of Tsukumo Hatake, Tsunade, and potentially Minato Namikaze was overkill for dealing with Morio. Their presence alone could start a war. 95. Discussing the Hokage, meet at the village gate at 9 o'clock, Tsunade said as she left the Hokage's office. Understood, Hankawa replied before parting ways with them to head to the Ninja Academy. He didn't have much to do there, just needed to request leave. As for Kurenai Yuhi, he had already mentioned it to her earlier that morning. Time quickly flew by, and soon it was 9 a.m. At the village gate, Hankawa saw 8 Umbu standing in a neat formation. They wore standard Umbu uniforms with various masks covering their faces. Standing together, they exuded an aura that warned others to stay away. The 2 gatekeepers of the hidden leaf were visibly shaken, sitting uneasily at a distance, drenched in sweat. To many ninjas, the Umbu and Root division were akin to gods of death, figures to be respected and avoided. Sensei, Hankawa greeted as he approached. Uncle Tsukumo. Let's go, Tsunade said with slight irritation. We need to move quickly. The land of demons lay between the land of wind and the land of earth. For an average ninja, it would take 5 to 6 days of running to get there. This was definitely a long journey. Tsunade and Tsukumo Hatake could handle it just fine, but she was slightly worried about Hankawa keeping up. Still, she had faith in him. With a swish, the 8 Umbu vanished instantly, blending into the shadows as their role required. Hankawa quickly followed behind Tsunade and Tsukumo Hatake. To save time, we'll pass through the land of rain to enter the land of wind, then head to the land of demons, Tsunade explained while running. The land of rain is constantly rainy, so make sure to put on your raincoats ahead of time. Passing through the land of rain, won't that alert Hanzo? Tsukumo asked, frowning slightly. Our relationship with him has always been strained. During the Second Great Ninja War, the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Rain clashed directly. One of the most famous battles was between the young Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade against Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain village. Hanzo, known as the demigod of the ninja world, was the very person who gave the trio the title, Legendary Sannin. As for the title, God of the Ninja World, that naturally belonged to Hashirama Senju. He won't, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. He's been preoccupied with eliminating opposing factions within the Land of Rain. He won't risk provoking the Hidden Leaf unnecessarily. Hankawa's mind raced. At this point in time, there was only one opposing faction in the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki, founded by Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Back then, they were still young and driven by pure dreams of achieving peace in the ninja world. It wasn't until Yahiko's death and Nagato's descent into darkness that the Akatsuki turned into the villainous organization depicted in the original story. Notably, Danzo Shimura had a hand in these events, as he sent root operatives to aid Hanzo in eliminating Yahiko. This made Nagato's eventual attack on the Hidden Leaf seem all the more justified, given that his parents had also been killed by leaf ninjas. As they reached the Land of Rain, the weather shifted suddenly. Torrential rain poured down without warning. "We'll rest once we reach the Land of Wind," Tsunade called out, putting on a raincoat. Her voice was slightly muffled by the sound of the rain. Tsukumo and Hankawa said nothing, silently following her through the downpour. By nightfall, the trio had reached the border of the Land of Wind. They didn't venture deeper, as the endless desert lay just ahead. One of the reasons the Hidden Leaf was so sought after in the ninja world was its lush and favorable environment. "Hankawa, set up the tents here," Tsunade said after a pause. "Make it 2 tents. I'll go find something to eat," Tsukumo volunteered. Once Hankawa had set up the tents, he went to collect dry branches and leaves. He found a bare tree branch and couldn't resist waving it around like a sword. If he were a child, such a branch would undoubtedly make him the envy of his friends. Finally, a fire was lit, and Hankawa and Tsunade sat around it. A short while later, Tsukumo returned with 3 skewers of fish in hand. The fish had already been cleaned, blood still dripping from them. "There's a river nearby," Tsukumo explained casually before placing the fish over the fire. "I brought seasonings," Hankawa said, pulling out a storage summoning scroll. "You brought seasonings?" Tsukumo asked, a bit surprised. It wasn't unusual for someone Hankawa's age to carry random things, but bringing seasonings was certainly peculiar. "I'm a chef. Isn't it natural to bring seasonings?" Hankawa replied with a grin. "Fair enough," Tsukumo nodded, though he seemed slightly taken aback. Tsunade pouted. She had a feeling Hankawa was indirectly calling her out. The truth was, he carried all these seasonings solely because Tsunade liked flavorful meals. At first, she had followed mission protocols strictly. But after a few missions, she started ignoring them altogether. As Tsunade put it, "You're already a capable ninja. Stop worrying about unnecessary rules." "Hankawa, I have a question," Tsukumo said, casually chatting while grilling the fish. "Why didn't you graduate early?" "Not strong enough," Hankawa replied after a moment's thought. "You're just as modest as Kakashi said," Tsukumo chuckled. If Hankawa considered himself not strong enough, what did that make Kakashi, Asuma, or Kurenai at his age? Using 10-year-olds as a benchmark, Tsukumo couldn't think of anyone stronger than Hankawa. "I'm just being honest," Hankawa said with a cough. Having memories of his previous life, he knew of individuals like Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Compared to them, his strength was indeed negligible. "All right, kid," Tsunade said, ruffling Hankawa's hair. "So, are you planning to graduate the normal way?" Tsukumo asked, flipping the fish skewers. "Not necessarily," Hankawa replied. Hankawa shook his head and said, "Maybe I'll graduate next year." In the original timeline, due to the war, Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi graduated in their 5th year, which is next year. He figured he couldn't avoid the same fate. If Kakashi hears this, he'll be thrilled, Tsukumo Hatake said with a smile. He's been wanting to graduate since his second year, but you stopped him. You can't blame me for that, Hankoa replied, reminiscing. He said he wouldn't graduate unless he defeated me. Actually, I should thank you, Tsukumo added, changing the subject. Graduating too early isn't always a good thing. Hankoa nodded in agreement. Because of the nature of being a ninja, this world rarely paid attention to the mental health of young people. The most notable example was Itachi Uchiha. Going to the battlefield and killing at the age of 4, it's no wonder his psyche was twisted. Here, Tsukumo said, handing the grilled fish to Tsunade and Hankoa. Thanks, Hankoa replied, taking the skewer. Each skewer had 4 sizable fish, which, combined with the rice balls and sushi he brought, were enough to fill them up. Surprising that the hidden sand didn't send any ninjas to the land of demons this time, Tsukumo commented, referring to the priestess Miroku's request. If the demon Morio escaped, the first to suffer would be the neighboring lands of wind and earth. Logically, they should be the most proactive. Not sure, Tsunade said after some thought, shaking her head. Taking a bite of the fish, Hankoa thought of a possibility. Could it be that the third Kazekage had already gone missing? With the village in disarray and power struggles erupting, the hidden sand naturally wouldn't prioritize the land of demons. Maybe something's happened, Tsukumo speculated, stroking his chin. We should have the Hokage investigate when we return, there might be some unexpected findings. The 3 chatted as they finished their meal. It would be nice to have some hot tea right now, Tsukumo suddenly remarked. I've got tea, Hankoa said with a blink. You have everything, don't you? Tsukumo asked in astonishment. I'm a chef. Hankoa began, but was quickly interrupted. I get it, Tsukumo cut him off, nodding seriously. That makes sense. Hankoa couldn't help but chuckle. Although the ninja world portrayed the White Fang of the Leaf as cold and ruthless, Tsukumo Hatake was actually a textbook example of the will of fire, a ninja loyal to the leaf, caring for his comrades, and nurturing the next generation. You two enjoy the tea. I'm going for a walk, Tsunade said as she stood, not being much of a tea drinker. Sensei, no sneaking off to drink, Hankoa suddenly reminded her, seemingly catching on to her intentions. You're so annoying. Tsunade shot him a glare. In truth, she remembered Tsukumo mentioning a nearby river and planned to take a bath there. With her shadow clones keeping watch, she wasn't worried about being discovered. You and your teacher have an interesting dynamic, Tsukumo said enviously after Tsunade left. Uncle Tsukumo, why don't you become a team leader? Hankoa asked while brewing tea over the fire. The missions I take are too dangerous. It's hard for genin to survive alongside me, Tsukumo explained. I don't want to put them in harm's way. As the fire boiled the tea, its fragrance wafted through the air. Great tea! Tsukumo exclaimed. Here, Hankoa said, handing him a cup. Thanks, Tsukumo replied, taking a sip. His eyes lit up. This tea isn't cheap, is it? It's Asuma's stolen stash, Hankoa said with a mysterious smile. You mean midline horizontal ellipsis? This is the Hokage's tea? Tsukumo choked, coughing violently. Most likely, Hankoa nodded with a grin. Incredible, Tsukumo said, not holding back as he asked for another cup. Uncle Tsukumo, Hankoa poured him another cup and hesitated before asking, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Ask away, Tsukumo said, blowing on the tea. No need to hold back. Do you want to become Hokage? Hankoa asked directly. Once again, Sakumo choked on his tea and started coughing. After a moment, he regained his composure and asked, "Did your teacher put you up to this?" "No," Hankawa replied honestly. "My teacher isn't interested in being Hokage right now. I'm just personally curious." Sakumo nodded slightly. He didn't doubt it. Children in the ninja world matured early. Take Itachi Uchiha, for instance. In the original story, Hiruzen Sarutobi described Itachi as a boy who, at the age of 7, could think like a Hokage. "My childhood dream was indeed to become Hokage," Sakumo said with a sigh. "But dreams are just dreams. As I grew up, I realized I wasn't suited for it. Especially after his failed mission last year and the wave of criticism that followed, he became fully aware of his limitations. He was good at missions but couldn't handle matters beyond them. If your teacher wants to become Hokage, I'd support her," Sakumo added, expressing his gratitude. Not only had Tsunade and Hankawa helped him, but she was also a better candidate for Hokage than he was. 96. Reunion with Meitarumi. After finishing their tea, Hankawa and Sakumo Hatake returned to their tents. A moment later, Tsunade lifted the tent flap and walked in. "Sensei," Hankawa greeted, noticing her damp hair and realizing what she had just been doing. Tsunade replied, sitting on the carpet. She pulled out a towel and prepared to dry her hair. "I have a better way," Hankawa said, standing up and approaching her. Under the light, he could faintly see the moisture on her fair skin. "What? Did you bring a hairdryer?" Tsunade asked, slightly amused. "I did, but without electricity, it's useless," Hankawa replied, extending his hands as chakra surged. He transformed it into fire release energy. In an instant, the temperature rose, and his hands seemed to become heat lamps. "When did you learn fire release?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Had some free time, so I learned it from Shisui," Hankawa casually replied. Since he had a fire attribute, it wouldn't give him away. "This is the first time I've seen someone study so broadly." "No, the second," Tsunade mused, then asked, "Do you know who the first was?" "The Hokage," Hankawa answered after some thought. Senju Hashirama was famous for his wood release, Senju Tobarama for his water release and forbidden techniques, and Hiruzen Sarutobi for mastering all 5 elemental releases. "Correct," Tsunade nodded slightly, smiling. "You seem more suited to be the old man's student." "Then, should I leave?" Hankawa tilted his head and asked. "Not a chance," Tsunade said confidently. "If you leave, who'll cook for me?" "So you didn't want a disciple, you just wanted a chef?" Hankawa teased. "Exactly, kid," Tsunade admitted with a laugh, unable to hold it in. Hankawa's eyelids twitched. As Tsunade laughed, her body trembled, and he noticed droplets of water sliding down her delicate neck into a perilous depth. Before long, her damp golden hair had dried. Feeling inspired, Hankawa reached out and patted her head, saying earnestly, "All done." "Thanks," Tsunade said, brushing her hair back over her shoulders. "Time to sleep, we've got a long journey tomorrow." Hankawa replied, happily pulling back his hand. She thanked me for patting her head. "A win-win, no, I won twice." Hankawa climbed into his sleeping bag and quickly drifted off to sleep. Tsunade glanced at him, a faint smile on her lips, before closing her eyes. The next 3 days were spent traveling, with the group only coming together to chat at night. By the 4th morning, they finally reached the land of demons. "The meeting point is the priestess's temple in the land of demons," Tsunade said, checking a scroll. We'll be working with ninjas from other villages on this mission, so avoid conflict as much as possible. With you and Uncle Sakumo here, they wouldn't dare cause trouble, Hankawa said with a grin. You sure know how to talk, Tsunade said, flicking his forehead before continuing ahead. What Hankawa said was true. After 2 ninja wars, the 5 great villages had accumulated significant grudges. However, despite the animosity, they typically maintained restraint. With Tsunade and Sakumo's reputations, no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. The Land of Demons was a unique country without a ninja village, relying instead on its priestess. In the original story, the priestess possessed immense power, essentially functioning as a ceiling ninja. Half an hour later, Hankawa saw the priestess's temple nestled in a valley. At the temple gates, a group of armored samurai patrolled. However, samurai had become outdated in the ninja world. Except for the samurai of the Land of Iron, who could use chakra, most were just physically strong ordinary people. We're Konoha ninjas, invited to assist, Tsunade said, presenting the commission scroll from the priestess, Miroku. Please follow me, the samurai who stopped them said, bowing slightly. I'll take you to see Her Highness the priestess. He turned and began leading them toward the temple. Hey! Thief! As Hankawa ascended the steps, a familiar voice suddenly called out. Turning his head, he saw a stunning young woman, though her delicate face was full of anger. First of all, I'm not, hey, Hankawa said, shaking his head. Second, I'm not a thief. You stole my wallet, how are you not a thief? Meitarumi demanded, her face dark with fury. That wasn't theft, it was spoils of war, Hankawa corrected. You lost to me. Taking your wallet is perfectly normal. I didn't lose. Mei gritted her teeth. If it weren't for your teacher interfering, the one who would have lost is you. Really? Hankawa chuckled and said, then wait for me. After I meet the Shrine Maiden, I'll come back and defeat you. You jerk. Meitarumi trembled with rage at his dismissal. As one of the most talented young shinobi in Kirigakure, she had never been treated this way, not even by Zabuza Momochi. Hankawa glanced at her briefly, unimpressed, and then followed Tsunade and Sakumo Hataki into the shrine. Is that Hankawa? A young man appeared behind Meitarumi. Konoha seems to take this mission very seriously, sending both Sakumo Hataki and Tsunade. Senior AO, Meitarumi took a deep breath and confirmed, it's him. AO, later known in the series as the White Eye Killer, was a powerful Kirigakure shinobi who obtained a Byakugan during the Third Shinobi War. At this point, however, he was a skilled jonin with no such reputation yet. During the mission, keep it professional, AO reminded her. I know, Mei said, clenching her fists. It'll just be a fair sparring match. Konoha won't have any reason to object. Good. AO was confident in her judgment. Mei, chosen by the elders as a potential Mizukage, had been trained not only in combat but also in diplomacy. Inside the shrine hall, welcome, representatives of Konoha. The shrine maiden, Miroku, greeted them warmly. Lady Miroku, Tsunade stepped forward. What's the current situation? Miroku sighed and began explaining. The previous shrine maiden had sealed the demon spirit Morio and its undead army, but a group of rogue ninja known as the Cult of Ryuchi had released it. Morio remains incomplete. For its full freedom, it must kill me, Miroku explained gravely. Meanwhile, it's gathering its undead army. Hankawa recalled the original series, where the Shrine Maiden's power was linked to Morio's. Their fates were intertwined in a deadly balance. When Morio emerges, I'll need your help escorting me to the Land of Marshes, Miroku continued. There, a stronger seal left by previous shrine maidens can restrain its physical form. And the spirit? Sakumo asked. The spirit will be sealed back in the land of demons, Miroku replied. This separation minimizes the risk of its return. What she left unsaid was that performing the seal would cost her life. Hankoa thought of Minato Namikaze. If you were here, perhaps the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan could save her life. But Minato always seemed to arrive too late in critical moments. I've prepared accommodations for you, Miroku concluded. Please remain vigilant. Morio's forces could strike at any time. When they exited the shrine, Mei Terumi was still waiting, her face dark with frustration. Youngsters these days sure have energy, Sakumo joked. They're just causing trouble, Tsunade snorted. I didn't do anything, Hankoa said innocently but couldn't help feeling amused at teasing Mei. Fight me. Mei demanded coldly, stepping forward. Alright, here works. Hankoa walked to the open plaza in front of the shrine. Mei Terumi and Zabuza Momochi are the most promising talents of Kirigakure, Sakumo remarked. Let's see how strong they are. Tsunade was also curious. The strength of a shinobi village was often gauged by its new generation. Not far away, Ao, along with two other Kirigakure jonin, Bai and Kenbei, watched the scene unfold. I heard Mei lost to Hankoa before, Kenbei remarked. Not exactly, Ao corrected. Their fight was interrupted by Tsunade and Juzo Biwa. Hankoa is Tsunade's student, a medical nin. He can't win against Mei, Bai said confidently. Kenbei nodded. Especially since Mei has been developing her boil release. The boil release, a combination of water and fire chakra, was an advanced Kekkei Genkai that required both exceptional talent and deep mastery of elemental jutsu. Begin. Mei's expression was serious as she activated a jutsu, cloaking the area in thick fog. Hankoa frowned slightly. Without Byakugan, the mist was indeed troublesome. From within the mist, a water dragon roared toward him. Hankoa immediately used body flicker technique, turning into a blur and closing the distance between them. He saw Mei's surprised expression but quickly realized it was a water clone when his blade struck. Behind him, Mei appeared silently, wielding a water blade aimed at his back. With a loud clang, Hankoa's blade intercepted hers. How did you know? Mei asked, shocked. Because you're predictable, Hankoa replied with a smirk. Idiot. Mei glared at him, angered by his mockery. You're too slow. Hankoa dropped his sword and formed a quick sequence of hand seals. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Mei froze, trapped in a terrifying illusion of her parents' deaths. Just as Hankoa was about to finish the spar, a whip of water coiled around his body. The Mei before him vanished in a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Who's the idiot now? Mei smirked, tightening the whip. Still you, Hankoa replied calmly, his hands sparking with lightning. Water conducted electricity, and the Chidori current spread through the whip in an instant. Mei was hit, her hair standing on end and her movements paralyzed. Fortunately, her strong ninja physique kept her from collapsing entirely. You midline horizontal ellipsis, Mei gritted her teeth, barely able to stand, but the fight was clearly over. 97, Mei Terumi, pervert. For ninjas, combat is a battle of intelligence. Mei Terumi hadn't anticipated Hankoa using lightning release and suffered a major setback because of it. Her entire body went numb for an instant. By the time she regained her senses, she had already let go of the water whip. Hankawa seized the opportunity to free himself from the restraint. Meitarumi wasn't one to give up easily, though. She gritted her teeth, enduring the paralysis coursing through her body, and quickly retreated. However, Hankawa wasn't about to give her the chance to recover. He stepped forward, raising his katana high. The sharp glint of the blade sent a chilling premonition down Meitarumi's spine. Body flicker technique, mist flicker. Meitarumi's body accelerated suddenly, dodging the katana strike. At this moment, she was extremely grateful she had deployed the hidden mist technique earlier. Without it, she would have already lost. Water release, water formation wall. Without a second thought, Meitarumi pressed her hands to the ground, summoning a wall of water before her. Hankawa's katana sliced halfway through the water wall and got stuck. Then came a flash of lightning. The blade of the katana suddenly emitted a blinding burst of lightning. Meitarumi shuddered. Not again. She hastily stepped back, dreading another paralyzing shock. The lightning intertwined with the blade tore through the water wall in an instant. Hankawa charged at her with an impassive expression. Fire release, explosive flame flower. Meitarumi, realizing that water techniques would only backfire against lightning, switched to fire release instead. Leaning back, she exhaled a massive fireball. Though it resembled the fire release, great fireball technique, its power was far superior. Hankawa raised an eyebrow. Seeing Meitarumi use fire release surprised him. After all, in the original storyline, she predominantly used water release. On further thought, though, it made sense. Her boil release was a combination of water and fire release. She had to have mastered both. Hankawa glanced at her briefly, then charged forward without hesitation. Superhuman strength. He clenched his left fist, gathering chakra. A sharp, jarring sound filled the air. The massive fireball shattered upon impact with his punch. Meitarumi couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was her first time encountering someone this overwhelmingly strong. The next moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. Konoha style, Willow. Hankawa's figure blurred in the mist, his katana creating countless afterimages as it danced in the wind. Just as Meitarumi attempted to evade, she found her body immobilized. Genjutsu? When did he cast it? Before she could dispel it, a cold glint appeared before her eyes. Hankawa's katana tip pressed against her pale neck, its icy touch sending shivers through her. Meitarumi opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but no words came out. She couldn't deny it, this time, she had lost completely. Why so quiet? Hankawa sheathed his katana. Konoha style, Willow was a fusion of genjutsu and swordsmanship. The genjutsu element was a binding technique but didn't silence its target. You jerk. Meitarumi glared at him furiously. I was going to let you off, but since you insulted me, you'll have to pay the price. Hankawa reached toward her waist. Pervert. Meitarumi's face turned beet red. Hankawa twitched his lips. Ada, no way, and it would be the classic Tsundere trio line. But her reaction only intrigued, no, motivated, him further to make her pay the price. Stop touching me. Meitarumi, now humiliated and furious, stammered, I'll give it to you. No need. I already have it. Hankawa extended his hand, revealing her wallet. Go to hell. At that moment, Meitarumi broke free from the genjutsu and swung a punch at him. Ninjutsu suits you, but taijutsu? Not so much. Hankawa easily caught her wrist. Noticing her left hand moving, he seized that too. Now both of Meiterumi's hands were restrained, leaving her unable to attack. Frustrated and humiliated, she lost her composure and bit down hard on Hankawa's hand. "Are you a dog?" Hankawa was caught off guard by her sudden assault. Reflexively, he yanked his hand back, leaving behind 2 rows of teeth marks. But thanks to his no-hand sign healing, the marks disappeared almost instantly. "You're the dog." Meiterumi stood her ground, spitting angrily. Her earlier impulsive action embarrassed her further, causing her face to redden all the way to her ears. She looked like a walking steam engine. Not worth the trouble. "Here." Hankawa tossed her wallet back nonchalantly. As a best-selling author, he didn't care for her small change. "You midline horizontal ellipsis." Meiterumi caught the wallet, momentarily stunned. Hankawa, meanwhile, sheathed his katana and walked away. "Well done." Kakashi Sakumo praised. "You brought great honor to Konoha." The duel itself wasn't remarkable, but considering Hankawa and Meiterumi's statuses, it carried weight. Especially since Mist Village's elites, Ao, Bai, Kenbei, had witnessed it. That was equivalent to giving them a serious blow to their confidence. "Not bad," Tsunade said with a faint smile as she ruffled Hankawa's hair. "You didn't disappoint me." She had been worried when she saw the hidden mist technique being used earlier. Fortunately, Hankawa handled it well, defeating Meiterumi decisively. To be precise, his strength had grown significantly, especially in using lightning release. Tsunade noticed that his timing with lightning release was impeccable, perfectly countering Meiterumi's water release. When she initially agreed to teach him lightning release, she didn't expect him to use it so effectively. She had assumed he was just learning it out of curiosity, but his skill with it was on par with his swordsmanship and genjutsu. "Let's go," Tsunade said as she glanced at the priestess standing nearby. "Please lead the way." "Of course." The priestess bowed slightly and led them to their assigned rooms, 3 in total. After they left, the 3 jonin from Mist Village exchanged uneasy glances as they finally processed what had happened. "She actually lost?" Kenbei muttered, feeling utterly humiliated. He had just been brimming with confidence in Meiterumi, only for her to suffer a crushing defeat moments later. "You can't blame Meiterumi," Ao sighed. "If it were us at her age, we likely wouldn't be able to defeat Hankawa either." Bai wanted to argue but found himself unable to refute the point. "Meiterumi isn't lacking in skill, she's just short on experience and intelligence," Kenbei added, trying to console himself. "We can't let her lose confidence," Bibi said, looking worriedly at Meiterumi, who remained frozen in place. He feared that the loss would deal a heavy blow to her morale, potentially derailing her growth as a prodigy. "Meiterumi," Ao called out as he walked up to her. "I'm fine." Meiterumi cut him off, stuffed her wallet back into her pouch, and turned to leave. The 3 exchanged looks before hurrying after her. Their rooms were located to the right of Konoha's accommodations, just before the ones assigned to Iwagakure. "May midline horizontal ellipsis," Ao began again, but before he could finish, there was a loud bang. Meiterumi had slammed her door shut and entered her room. She sat on the bed for a moment before lying back, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling with her eyes closed. A few minutes later, she bolted upright, fuming. "That jerk! Why did he return my wallet? Does he think I'm not worth stealing from?" Meanwhile, Hankawa didn't heard her outburst. He opened his window and found himself face to face with 3 unfamiliar ninjas. They wore earth-colored headbands and attire, and their forehead protectors clearly identified them as being from Iwagakure. Hankoa nodded politely to acknowledge them, then casually shut the window. He's a Konoha ninja, the priestess explained. Why is such a brat here? An irritable young man asked. His name was Hireto, a jonin from Iwagakure. Who else from Konoha is here? Asked a more composed youth. This was their team leader, Kitsuchi, the son of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, and father of the future fourth Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi. Tsunade and Tsukumo Hataki, the priestess replied. Kitsuchi narrowed his eyes. Both names carried significant weight in the ninja world, but he wasn't overly concerned. After all, this was just a mission, not a battlefield. Having such skilled allies could only be seen as a good thing. Without further questions, the three Iwagakure ninjas followed the priestess to their rooms. As night fell, Hankoa, having finished dinner, pulled out a medical text, or more accurately, a poison manual. This book had once belonged to Chiyo, the legendary puppeteer of Sunagakure. It was a spoil of war taken during the Second Shinobi World War when Tsukumo Hataki had killed her son and daughter-in-law. The manual contained numerous recipes for poisons. Crafting and countering poisons were far more complex than medical ninjutsu. Hankoa's progress in his Master Poisoner skill was only halfway complete, despite it being a B-rank specialty. In comparison, his Medical Special Jonin progress was much faster. He estimated he could achieve mastery before finishing his 5th year of training. However, other areas like Genjutsu, Water Release, and Lightning Release would take much longer to advance to the same level. After all, he had spent a lot of time practicing medical ninjutsu at Konoha Hospital. Just as he became immersed in the manual, a knock at the door startled him. Hankoa paused, confused. Could it be Tsunade? But they had just eaten together. He put the book down and went to the door. When he opened it, he was surprised to find Meitarumi standing there, her face dark and stormy. Another spar? Hankoa asked, glancing at her. No matter how many times we fight, you won't beat me. Meitarumi gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with anger as she forced out 2 words, it's not. Not. Hankoa blinked in confusion and asked, then why are you here? To chat. Take this. Meitarumi extended her hand, holding her wallet. Hankoa glanced at the wallet, then at Mei, hesitant to speak. Was there something wrong with this girl? Take it. Mei demanded coldly. I'll win it back in the future. I don't need you returning it to me. Hankoa finally understood her thoughts. As a genius, and the future 5th Mizukage, her pride was undoubtedly immense. While Hankoa had no intention of insulting her by returning the wallet, he simply didn't need the money, he decided not to argue. Thank you. Hankoa nodded after a brief pause and accepted the wallet. Considering his current water release talent, only Kurenai Yuhi and Meitarumi had dropped relevant traits. Kurenai's contribution was an accident, so she didn't count. Meitarumi's talent was undoubtedly superior. In other words, she would likely become a jonin before Kurenai. When that time came, Hankoa could defeat her again to upgrade his water release talent. Accepting the wallet also gave him a valid reason for their next encounter. Want to come in and sit? Hankoa smiled. I could make you some tea to calm your anger. No. Mei glared at him. He had a decent face, but why did he give off such an irritating vibe that made her want to punch him? You're missing out, it's Hokage tea. Hankoa's smile widened. Watching a beautiful girl fume was an amusing pastime for him. Ahem. He clarified to himself that he wasn't a pervert, just an admirer of beauty. What's the big deal? Mei scoffed, irritated by his smugness. I've got Mizukage tea. I don't believe you. Hankawa paused for a moment, then added, unless you let me taste it. Mei stared at him, dumbfounded. Does this guy have no shame? Come in. Hankawa smirked, baiting her. Or are you too scared? Why would I be scared? Mei snorted coldly and strode into his room without hesitation. She sat at the table without ceremony, then noticed the open book lying on it. Mei's face twisted in confusion. The book was open, and a quick glance revealed it was all about poisons. A shiver ran down her spine as a chilling thought occurred to her. Is he planning to poison me under the guise of tea? You know I'm a medical ninja, right? Hankawa noticed her expression change and spoke casually. Mei froze, then remembered he was Tsunade's student, specializing in medical ninjutsu rather than swordsmanship, genjutsu, or lightning release. Her fists clenched unconsciously, the sting of defeat settling deeper in her chest. Everyone knew medical ninjas weren't typically skilled in combat, yet she'd lost so miserably. So, where's the tea? Hankawa set the book aside and held out his hand. Mei snapped out of her thoughts and pulled out a packet of tea. She hadn't lied, it was indeed the same tea the third Mizukage often drank, though she had obtained it from Elder Genji. Wait, I'll brew it, Mei said, suddenly recalling her earlier suspicion. What if he was planning to poison her? Fine by me. Hankawa shrugged. He watched Mei prepare the tea, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Could this be the legendary art of tea-making? You seem pretty skilled at this, Hankawa commented with genuine curiosity. You don't look like the type to sit down and enjoy tea. If you don't know how to speak properly, then don't speak. Mei snapped, tempted to kick him in the face. Don't be so aggressive. Hankawa shook his head. Careful, or you'll scare off any potential suitors. Impossible. Mei retorted without hesitation. There are enough people chasing me to form a line from the hidden mist village to Konoha. Well, that might actually be true, Hankawa thought. In the original timeline, Mei Terumi never married, not because she lacked suitors but because her standards were impossibly high. Hankawa recalled that she seemed to favor guys like Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha. I often brew tea for the elders, Mei admitted with a deep breath as she poured him a cup. Smells great. Hankawa took a sniff before downing the tea in one gulp. You're wasting it by drinking it like that. Mei exclaimed, unable to hold back her criticism. I'm no tea connoisseur, Hankawa said as he casually pulled out a packet of tea. Here, this is Hokage tea. Consider it a gift. Mei hesitated for a moment. Relax, it's not poisoned, Hankawa teased with a chuckle. I know that. Mei grabbed the tea and shot back defiantly, as if you'd dare. By the way, doesn't your village have a genius named Zabuza Momochi? Why didn't he come along? Hankawa placed the empty teacup in front of Mei Terumi and asked, didn't he come? Mei poured him another cup of tea and frowned. No, his personality is terrible, not a team player. Hankawa nodded slightly. During graduation, he slaughtered all his classmates. How could someone like that fit in? That said, the ninja world was undeniably twisted. Zabuza Momochi's bloody rampage had no consequences. Instead, he became a ninja and even joined the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. By comparison, the Hidden Leaf Village seemed like paradise, as long as you weren't an Uchiha or caught the Hokage's attention. Does your village have any geniuses stronger than you? Mei asked after sipping her tea, her eyes narrowing slightly. As of now, no, Hankawa replied after some thought. If Obito Uchiha or Shisui Uchiha awakened their Mangekyo Sharingan, then it would be a different story. Mei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Losing to the strongest genius in Konoha was something she could accept. Alright, I should get going, Mei said, placing her teacup down after about half an hour. See you tomorrow, Hankoa waved her off. Mei gave a slight nod. This guy is tolerable when he isn't being a jerk. She reached the door but suddenly remembered something. Turning back, she said, "Don't lose the wallet I gave you. I'm coming to get it back." Of course. Hankoa smiled. I'll keep it close to me at all times. Mei froze, her face reddening slightly before she snapped, "Pervert." Midline horizontal ellipsis. Hankoa looked confused. Weren't you the one who said to keep it safe? Sigh. Women. With a loud bang, Mei slammed the door shut. Hankoa shook his head, tidied the table, and returned to his book. The tea had refreshed him, so he felt energetic enough to read. Time passed, and it was soon midnight. In the valley outside the shrine of the priestess, under the moonlight, a horde of puppets appeared, stacked densely like a terracotta army. Moments later, a young man stepped forward, Yomi. In the original story, he excelled at dark medical ninjutsu. Everyone knows anything labeled Yomi, underworld, tends to be unusual, like the Yomi midline horizontal ellipsis cough, never mind. Yomi's dark medical ninjutsu was more akin to a stimulant, capable of drawing out a ninja's hidden potential to unleash power far beyond their natural limits. Of course, the side effects were severe. Yomi stared at the shrine and raised his hand. The puppets immediately moved, swarming toward the building in a flood. Enemy attack. The patrolling samurai quickly noticed the approaching horde and shouted an alarm. But their cries were quickly replaced by screams. The sheer number of puppets overwhelmed them in an instant. While the battle was brief, it was enough time for the ninjas to react. Earth release, Earth-style rampart. Ao dashed to the shrine's forefront and slammed his hands onto the ground. Chakra surged, and the earth rose to form a towering wall nearly 8 meters high, blocking the puppets outside. At that moment, Bai, Kenbei, and Meiturumi swiftly climbed to the top of the wall. The three simultaneously formed hand signs, unleashing torrents of water like a torrential downpour upon the puppets below. Hundreds of puppets collapsed in mere seconds. Something's wrong, Bai said grimly. The fallen puppets quickly stood back up, even those shattered into pieces somehow reassembled themselves. Finally, Bai understood why High Priestess Miroku had referred to them as an undying army. 98. Cooperation. Hankoa heard a scream and immediately got up, threw on some clothes, and rushed out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Tsunade and Tsukumo Hatake standing in the hallway. Not far away, a towering earth wall suddenly rose with a rumble. Hankoa instinctively glanced at it and suddenly had a sense of déjà vu, as if he were in a zombie siege. We're going to see the priestess. Tsukumo Hatake stepped forward and said in a deep voice. As for his two teammates, they had already rushed off to join the battle. There's a group of puppets attacking the priestess's shrine. They're undead and regenerate from any injury, Ao reported as he appeared before them, bringing intelligence from the outside. Let's go, Tsunade decisively commanded and quickly headed toward the main hall of the shrine. The others followed closely behind. I've sensed Morio's location. It's 1,000 meters to the left, said Priestess Miroku, who had been waiting. Upon seeing them, she got straight to the point. It's trying to use its undead army to wear us down, Ao frowned and remarked. Correct, Miroku said calmly as she stood up. We can't sit back and wait. use me as bait and lure it to the land of swamps for sealing. She had long anticipated such a day and was prepared to sacrifice herself. The only thing weighing on her heart was her daughter, Cheyenne. Fortunately, she had entrusted Cheyenne to a trustworthy guardian, Taruho. In the original story, Taruho sacrificed himself to protect Cheyenne. Then we'll split into 2 teams, Tsukumo Hatake proposed. One group will hold off the undead army, while the other escorts the priestess and deals with Morio. How should we divide the teams? Ao turned to Tsunade and Tsukumo Hatake. Although the 5 great nations didn't see eye to eye, during this cooperation, it was best to defer to the most respected ninjas present. The group consisted of jonin, but none could rival Tsunade and Tsukumo in prestige. The undead army is numerous. Let the ninjas skilled in earth and water style handle them, Tsunade thought for a moment and suggested. In that case, let Bai and Kenbei, who are already fighting, stay behind, Tsukumo Hatake agreed. We'll escort the priestess. Among the 5 present, aside from Hankawa, all were elite jonin from the 3 villages. Agreed, Tsunade nodded slightly, then turned to Hankawa. You stay and deal with the undead army. While Hankawa was strong, his abilities wouldn't significantly impact a confrontation with Morio, whose power was comparable to a tailed beast. Understood, Hankawa replied without objection. Be careful. Tsunade reached out and gently patted his head before she and 3 others escorted Miroku away. Hankawa withdrew his gaze and quickly headed toward the front of the priestess's shrine. At that moment, with a loud crash, the earth wall that had stood for so long suddenly collapsed. A massive ring of fire blasted through. Hankawa raised an eyebrow. He recognized it immediately. It was a composite ninjutsu used by 4 of Yomi's subordinates. In simple terms, it was fire style combined with wind style. However, it wasn't the advanced bloodline limit type of fusion but merely an overlapping of the 2. Move! Meiterumi's voice rang out. Water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Standing not far away, she gathered chakra in her mouth and unleashed an immense torrent of water, resembling a waterfall, toward the fire ring. If the fire ring wasn't stopped, it would endanger the shrine and the priestess, as well as the warriors inside. You're biting the hand that feeds you. Hankawa used the body flicker technique to dodge the waterfall and appeared beside her. When did I owe you a favor? Meiterumi glared at him and asked. You do now. Hankawa raised an eyebrow, drew his katana, and leaped behind her. With a flash of dazzling blade light, he decapitated 2 puppets. As the earth wall fell, many puppets charged into the square in front of the shrine. Not just them, Bai, Kenbei, and the others were also embroiled in fierce battles. Humph. Meiterumi glanced at the extinguished fire ring and said, even if you didn't help, I could have handled it. As she spoke, her hands swiftly formed seals. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A massive water dragon roared to life and flew forward under her control. Lightning style, Thunderbolt. Seeing this, Hankawa sheathed his katana and formed hand seals with both hands. His seal speed was faster than Mei's, and almost simultaneously, he released a spear-like bolt of lightning from his mouth. The water dragon descended from above, drenching a large swath of the puppets. Hankawa's lightning spear followed closely, merging into the torrent. In an instant, the combination of water and electricity created an explosive reaction, with countless sparks scattering in all directions. A series of crackling sounds filled the air as the puppets fell one by one. Good teamwork, Hankawa said with a smile. Mei was about to respond but quickly frowned as the puppets they had just defeated began to rise again. This is trouble, Mei said grimly. If this continues, we'll eventually run out of chakra, and then we'll be at their mercy. Did you notice the fire ring earlier? Hankawa asked after a brief moment of thought. What about it? Mei asked, momentarily taken aback. That was ninjutsu, Hankawa said as he swung his blade, decapitating an approaching puppet. Do you think these puppets can use ninjutsu on their own? You're saying someone is controlling them? Mei's eyes lit up as she spoke. Exactly, Hankawa replied with a smile. If we take out the controller, these puppets will become nothing more than scattered pawns. In the original story, the puppets were controlled by Morio. However, Morio's sole aim was to kill the priestess, so the actual commander was Yomi. Yomi's dark medical ninjutsu was impressive, but his strength was mediocre at best, comparable to an elite jonin. As for his subordinates, they were far weaker. With Hankawa and Mei working together, they stood a fair chance. Why not send them instead? Mei asked, pointing toward Bai and Kenbei in the distance. They're too strong. If they make a move, it'll alert the mastermind and make it harder to approach unnoticed, Hankawa explained. They should provide support and draw attention while we act at the right moment. Fine, we'll do it your way, Mei said after a moment's thought. I'll go inform them. She leaped over the heads of the puppets and quickly approached Bai and Kenbei. All of them understood that fighting the immortal puppets head-on was pointless, so they agreed without hesitation. Let's use Earth style, open Earth rising excavation, Hireto suggested to Kitsuchi. In Earth style, there were many collaborative techniques, such as the Earth style, multiple earth flow walls used during the Fourth Great Ninja War by Iwagakure ninjas to counter the reincarnated Third Reikage. The only drawback was the massive chakra consumption. Got it. Kitsuchi formed seals in sync with Hireto, and the two pressed their hands to the ground simultaneously. The ground trembled, and a volcano erupted from beneath, spewing lava in all directions. Meanwhile, Bai and Kenbei didn't use a combined jutsu but acted similarly. They transformed large amounts of chakra into seawater, conjuring massive waves out of thin air. The swarm of puppets was instantly caught between fire and water, thrown into chaos. Let's go. Mei called out and prepared to charge forward, only to be stopped by Hankawa. I have an idea, Hankawa said, a sudden thought crossing his mind. Use the water clone jutsu, and I'll disguise myself as one of your clones with the transformation jutsu. You're really good at finding shortcuts, Mei said, rolling her eyes. Why don't you use the water clone jutsu instead? Because I can't, Hankawa replied matter-of-factly. Mei was so frustrated that she nearly ground her teeth but had no time to argue. She formed hand seals and created 5 water clones. Fortunately, the seawater generated by Bai and Kenbei helped her conserve a significant amount of chakra. After all, water-style ninjas gain a boost when near rivers, lakes, or oceans. Transformation Jutsu. Hankawa's body shifted and transformed into Meitarumi. The 7 of them moved swiftly across the water. These ninjas from the 5 great villages aren't bad, Yomi muttered as he retreated to a safe distance. Though the puppets were overwhelming their enemies, he remained calm. After all, the puppets were immortal, while the ninjas had limited stamina. With enough time, the ninjas would be worn down and defeated. Lord Yomi, a ninja is approaching, one of his 4 subordinates warned him. It's just a girl. Take care of her, Yomi said dismissively after glancing at the approaching Meitarumi. Yes. The 4 immediately disappeared using the body flicker technique. Careful. Hankawa, using his enhanced perception, spotted them in advance. I know. Mei instinctively responded. I'll use genjutsu, you back me up, Hankawa said, stepping forward while disguised as Mei. Mei felt a flicker of understanding and aligned her 5 water clones with him in a straight line. I'll blow them all away. One of Yomi's subordinates sneered and clapped his hands together. Wind style, divine wind. A powerful storm swept across the water, heading straight for Mei and her clones. Water style, water wall. Mei reacted swiftly, erecting a wall of water to block the oncoming wind. At that moment, Hankawa leapt into the air. The 4 subordinates instinctively looked up at him. Fox Heart Technique. Hankawa unleashed a genjutsu instantly. His seal speed was so fast that, to Mei, it looked as if he had simply clapped his hands. The 4 were immediately entranced, their movements frozen. Mei wasted no time and released her prepared ninjutsu. Water style, water column. A massive water sphere, like a meteor, plummeted from above, engulfing the 4 trapped in the genjutsu. Boom! Water splashed in all directions, drowning the 4 as blood gushed out. Seeing this, Hankawa flung 4 kunai, each precisely striking their hearts. The blades, coated in poison, delivered an instant kill. Hankawa stepped back and blended seamlessly into Mei's water clones. The deed was done, and he disappeared into anonymity. Useless fools. Yomi cursed furiously as his 4 subordinates were killed by what appeared to be a single kunoichi. Hankawa, maintaining his distance, remained unnoticed. Kill her! Yomi roared, waving his hand. The puppets protecting him surged forward like a tide. This is bad. Mei's face turned pale. With so many puppets, there was no way to get close to Yomi. Umbu! Hankawa suddenly shouted. He knew Tsunade wouldn't have deployed all the ANBU forces elsewhere. In the next moment, 4 ANBU operatives appeared, intercepting the puppets. 4. That's enough, Hankawa said, exhaling in relief. What? Yomi frowned, sensing the tide turning. Quickly, he made a decision. He manipulated his own body with hand seals, unleashing the full potential of his dark medical ninjutsu. In an instant, a powerful and oppressive aura erupted from him. What kind of jutsu is that? Mei's expression hardened, feeling the immense pressure. It's a boosting jutsu, Hankawa explained. But it won't last long. Hankawa cautioned, noting that under these circumstances, his genjutsu was ineffective. The essence of genjutsu is disrupting the chakra flow within an enemy's body, but Yomi's chakra was already in chaos. It was similar to Might Guy in the 8 Gates formation. Genjutsu had no effect because he couldn't control his own chakra. You're courting death. Yomi snarled, disappearing in an instant. Water style, water wall. Sensing imminent danger, Mei instinctively formed hand seals. Sure enough, Yomi appeared directly in front of her. With a single punch, water splashed everywhere as his fist shattered the wall of water. What? Mei had no time to evade. At that moment, a crackle of thunder echoed. A bolt of lightning raced along the remnants of the water wall, aiming straight for Yomi. Reacting quickly, Yomi pulled back his hand and retreated. Mei let out a silent sigh of relief. Water style, hidden mist jutsu. She made the most logical choice in an instant. Thick mist spewed from her mouth, enveloping her and Hankawa in a dense shroud. Although Yomi lacked wind-style techniques, his overwhelming power allowed him to expel chakra in surges. The resulting airflow dispersed much of the mist. Huh? Yomi narrowed his eyes. Within the fading mist, Mei and her water clones had vanished. The next moment, the water surface beneath Yomi exploded as a water dragon surged up, attempting to engulf him. However, Yomi stood unfazed, surrounded by an impenetrable barrier of chakra. The water dragon crashed against it, failing to inflict any damage. So there you are. Yomi sneered as he spotted Mei. She was swimming rapidly through the sea created by Kenbei and the others, resembling a graceful mermaid. Yomi raised his hands and clapped forcefully. Massive bursts of chakra, like cannonballs, rained down into the water. Body flicker, water flicker technique. Mei's body dissolved into water, narrowly evading the attack. Yomi smirked coldly and clapped his hands again. His chakra, sharp like countless blades, pierced into the water. Suddenly, a streak of red appeared in the water. Mei reappeared, her body bleeding as she floated in the water. So that's all you've got? Yomi shook his head in disappointment. As he prepared to deliver the final blow, a sudden gust of air arose from nowhere. Yomi paused, momentarily stunned. Turning instinctively, he saw Hankawa charging at him. Another one. Hidden so well, only to emerge now. But midline horizontal ellipsis just a mere kid. Yomi's hands surged with chakra, his speed increasing as he caught the oncoming katana between his palms. In the next moment, the water behind him splashed violently. A lightning-clad Hankawa appeared, it was his real body. Using his immense speed, Hankawa launched a punch. Superhuman strength. The blow landed squarely on Yomi. The sheer force of it made Hankawa's arm seem like a spear. Even without a sharpened tip, it pierced straight through Yomi's torso. How is this possible? Yomi gasped, looking down to see Hankawa's bloodied fist protruding from his chest. It was his own blood. Hankawa gave him no time to react. He withdrew his hand, drew a kunai, and slashed at Yomi's neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yomi collapsed, lifeless. Hankawa immediately deactivated his lightning style, lightning cloak. Although he had already used lightning style techniques, the lightning cloak was powered by activating lightning style chakra. To be cautious, he had added an additional layer of lightning around his body. Yomi's death was no accident. Hankawa's superhuman strength alone was immensely destructive, and the lightning cloak further amplified his attack, defense, and speed by 100%. Water splashed everywhere as Mei Terumi emerged from beneath the water. Her entire body was soaked, her auburn hair spread out in the water, and with the blood staining her, she resembled a blooming rose. Don't look. Mei glared at Hankawa and immediately leapt to a nearby tree. She quickly pulled out a piece of clothing and put it on, her cheeks flushed red from the recent events. You're injured. Let me treat you, Hankawa called out, standing at the base of the tree. After a few seconds, Mei reappeared in front of him, still blushing and avoiding his gaze with her head lowered. Where's the injury? Hankawa asked with a slight smile. Mei hesitated, her expression showing reluctance. I'm a medical ninja, what are you afraid of? Hankawa said firmly, noticing her unease. Pervert. Mei snapped angrily, embarrassed. But after a few moments of hesitation, she lifted her clothes slightly, revealing her slim waist. Her once fair skin was now bloodied and torn. Hankawa extended his hands, a pale green chakra enveloping her injury. 10 minutes later, the wound was fully healed. Thank you, Mei whispered softly, quickly pulling her clothes back down. The puppets are still fighting, Hankoa remarked, noticing her shyness and changing the subject by looking toward the distant battlefield. The puppets should be controlled by Morio, Mei said with concern. Everything depends on what happens with Ao and the others. Don't worry. They're incredibly strong, they'll handle it, Hankoa reassured her. In the original storyline, it was mentioned that Miroku used her life to seal Morio. However, the specifics of which ninja from the 5 great villages participated were unclear. No matter how powerful the enemy, they couldn't compare to the current lineup of Tsunade and Tsukumo Hataki. Failure was unlikely. The only uncertainty was whether Miroku would survive. Do you need to change clothes? Hankoa asked, noticing Mei had only thrown on a jacket. I can keep watch for you. Pervert. Mei couldn't help but scold. You're definitely trying to sneak a peek. That's slander, Hankoa replied with a straight face, unfazed. Wait. Mei suddenly stood up, looking into the distance. Look at the puppets. Hankoa turned to see that all the puppets had stopped moving. Had Tsunade and the others succeeded? Or was Morio no longer able to divide its attention to control them? Looks like the mission is over, Hankoa exhaled, feeling relieved. This collaboration with Mei to take down Yomi had shown him what it truly meant to dance on the edge of a blade. Yeah, Mei nodded, glancing at him. For some reason, a trace of sadness flickered across her expression. The next time they met, it might be on the battlefield. 99. Let me pat your head. As the puppets stopped, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Although the battles of Hankoa and Mei Terumi had been perilous, the others were equally exhausted. To provide support, Kenbei, Bai, and the rest had to use chakra-intensive large-scale jutsu to fend off the seemingly endless puppets. If the fight had continued, they would have reached their limits before Hankoa and Mei Terumi. After all, apart from the abnormal chakra reserves of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, most people only had average amounts of chakra. I'm going to change my clothes, Mei Terumi said after regaining her composure. She was wearing a standard-issue vest over a tight gray outfit, which, while not revealing, became uncomfortable when soaked. Do you need me to? Hankoa began to say, only to sharply inhale as Mei stepped on his foot. Without another word, she walked past him toward the shrine. Only kids step on people's feet, Hankoa muttered under his breath. Shut up. Mei glared at him before turning back around and storming off. Hankoa shook his head and followed her. Why are you following me? Mei noticed him and frowned. You're not some kind of creep, are you? Of course not, Hankoa snorted dismissively. I'm heading back to rest. Besides, what's there to see? Mei Terumi, though she had a good figure later in life, was currently nothing special. Compared to someone like Tsunade, there really wasn't much competition. You jerk. Mei was infuriated by his words, clenching her teeth as she cursed him. So, do you want me to look or not? Hankoa sighed, exasperated. Mei froze, realizing his point. She turned away, deciding to ignore him altogether. If this conversation continued, she'd want to bite him out of sheer frustration. Mei silently entered her room, exhaling as she began removing her clothes. Am I really that bad? She wondered, glancing at herself in the mirror. Her skin was fair, her proportions perfect, with long legs and a slender waist. Meanwhile, Hankoa returned to his own room. He had been arguing with Mei without any real intention of peeking. After all, he prided himself on being a person of integrity. Lying on his bed, Hankoa began to think about when Tsunade and the others would return. It shouldn't take much longer. The land of Marsh was close, bordering the land of demons. Besides, except for the 5 great nations, most countries in the ninja world were small and compact. Traveling from Konoha to Sunagakure took about 3 to 4 days, reaching the land of Marsh would take at most half a day. Hankawa closed his eyes, his exhaustion from the battle against Yomi catching up to him. It hadn't just drained his chakra but also taxed his mind. Still, the feeling of victory was exhilarating, reminiscent of beating a Souls-like game. As the moon set and the sun rose, a knock on his door woke him. Hankawa's eyes snapped open. Looking outside, he realized it was already the next day. He dressed and opened the door to find Minato Namikaze standing there. Hankawa was momentarily surprised. "Did you make it in time? Or not?" "Hankawa," Minato said, walking alongside him, "we need to go to the shrine." He began explaining the events that had transpired. Minato had arrived in the land of Marsh just as Miroku sealed Morio. However, she had only sealed Morio's body, not its soul. Using the flying Raijin technique, Minato had quickly brought Miroku back to the land of demons to help her seal Morio's soul. Hankawa raised an eyebrow. "So, Miroku survived?" "The priestess is in poor condition," Minato said, explaining his purpose. "Tsunade is still in the land of Marsh, so I need you to take a look." Minato's chakra was nearly depleted from using Uzumaki sealing techniques. Returning to fetch Tsunade would waste too much time, so Hankawa was the best option. "Alright," Hankawa replied, thinking this outcome was already far better than the original storyline. The two quickly arrived at the shrine. Miroku was half sitting, half lying in her priestess's chair, her face pale as if she'd lost too much blood. "Your Highness," Hankawa said, stepping forward and extending his hands. Pale green chakra flowed through her body, quickly revealing her condition to him. "It's not too serious, just some loss of lifespan," Hankawa murmured after a moment of thought. Minato was stunned. Losing lifespan wasn't serious. "Thank you," Miroku said with a smile. "I didn't expect to survive. Even if I don't know how long I have left, it's a blessing to be alive." Minato was taken aback, recalling the sealing techniques Miroku had used. He now realized that each use had sapped her vitality. "As a ninja," Hankawa said, "once you accept a mission, you must do your best to see it through." Hankawa raised his hand and continued to heal her. "I understand," Miroku nodded and said, "I will increase the mission's reward." Hankawa blinked in surprise. He swore he hadn't intended to ask for more money. But since she was so considerate, Hankawa wasn't going to refuse. This mission was already S rank, with a generous reward. If it was increased further, he might end up with over 1,000,000 ryo. By the afternoon, Tsunade and the others finally returned to the priestess's shrine. "Sensei," Hankawa quickly greeted her. "Looks like everything's fine," Tsunade said, glancing at him with relief. "Nothing happened," Hankawa explained. "Once you sealed Morio, the undead army stopped attacking." "As expected," Tsunade said as she patted his head, then turned to Minato Namikaze. "How is Her Highness, the priestess?" Hankawa already checked her. "There's no major issue," Minato replied with his signature smile. "That's good." Tsunade knew Hankawa's proficiency in medical ninjutsu, so the likelihood of a misdiagnosis was slim. "You've all worked hard. Rest in your rooms," Minato suggested, glancing around. The battle with Morio hadn't been easy, but thanks to Tsunade, there were no casualties. "Sensei, let's go," Hankawa said, grabbing her hand and leading her to her room. Tsunade, accustomed to holding hands, wasn't surprised. When they arrived, she immediately lay down on the bed. Hankoa knelt to remove her shoes, then lifted her legs and tucked them into the blanket. After finishing, he looked up to find that Tsunade had already fallen asleep. Her breathing caused her alluring figure to rise and fall gently. Due to the pressure from both sides, the pale, deep abyss seemed even more pronounced than usual. Hankoa pulled the blanket over her, then turned to leave. "Why are you standing outside?" Closing the door, Hankoa turned to see Mei Terumi waiting nearby. "I'm here to say goodbye," Mei said after a brief silence. "What? You can't bear to leave me?" Hankoa teased with a smile. "Shut up." Mei snapped, her face flushing with embarrassment. "I'm just here to remind you midline horizontal ellipsis, your wallet, right?" Hankoa interrupted. "Don't worry, you can get it when you come back. Next time, I'll beat you so badly you'll be looking for your teeth." Mei growled. "Make sure to bring usable wallet," Hankoa replied leisurely. "You." Mei, catching his implication, raised her leg to kick him in anger. Hankoa dodged easily, only to notice she was wearing fishnet stockings. "Don't die. I'll come find you again," Mei said angrily. "Is that supposed to be a blessing?" Hankoa asked, stroking his chin. "No." Mei glared at him before turning and walking away. "Hankoa, you're really popular with girls," Minato said, walking over with a laugh. "Minato-senpai, aren't you going to rest?" Hankoa asked in surprise. "No, I need to head back immediately," Minato said, shaking his head. "Under a lot of pressure?" Hankoa raised an eyebrow. "When's the war starting?" "Hard to say," Minato replied seriously. "But the younger generation from Kumogakure is impressive. I don't have much of an edge." He was referring to the future Fourth Reikage and Killer Bee. Hankoa smirked. "You sound like you're showing off. Taking on two of them, what more do you want?" He had to admit, the Flying Thunder God technique was overpowered. Even against someone like Madara Uchiha, Minato could hold his own. Minato's only weakness was his lack of offensive power. Although he developed the Rasengan, it still wasn't enough. "I'm off. Let Lady Tsunade know for me," Minato said, waving before vanishing on the spot. He'd left Flying Thunder God markings along the route, allowing him to travel quickly. The downside was the high chakra consumption, requiring him to rest periodically. But it was still faster than running normally. The next morning, after breakfast, Hankoa and the others bid farewell to Miroku and began heading back to Konoha. The ninja from Kirigakure and Iwagakure had left the day before. 5 days later, the three of them returned to Konoha. "It's good to be home," Hankoa said, looking at the familiar streets with a sigh of relief. The journey had been brutal, with deserts and torrential rain. Konoha's moderate climate made it the most livable place in comparison. "I'll report the mission," Tsukumo Hatake volunteered. "Once we receive the reward, I'll distribute it." "Thanks," Tsunade agreed without hesitation, then grabbed Hankoa and headed to the gambling den. Hankoa didn't even realize it before automatically following Tsunade into the casino. Shaking his head, he decided to let her gamble as she pleased. After all, the 2-week journey back and forth must have tested her patience. Tsunade sat at the gambling table, while Hankoa took the seat beside her. Ever since his growth spurt, he had lost his softest pillow, he could no longer sleep nestled in Tsunade's embrace. This, without a doubt, was the greatest cost of growing up. Hokage's office. Tsukumo Hatake knocked on the door, and after receiving permission, stepped inside. "You're back." Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, noticing he was alone. Tsunade took Hankawa to the casino again, didn't she? Yes, Sakumo nodded slightly. I knew it. I should never have let Hankawa become her student, Sarutobi sighed. Hankawa's natural talent was now evident, he was undoubtedly a future pillar of Konoha. But Sarutobi worried Tsunade's bad habits might corrupt him. Dealing with one Tsunade was already troublesome, he didn't want another. I think Tsunade has been a great teacher, Sakumo remarked, recalling Hankawa's performance during their discussions about the Hokage and his impressive behavior during the recent mission. He's already outstanding. Not only was his talent remarkable, but his sharp instincts were equally praiseworthy. Even his subtle mention of the Hokage was likely out of consideration for Tsunade. I'm well aware of Tsunade's teaching capabilities, Sarutobi said, tapping his pipe and taking a puff. Thankfully, Hankawa hasn't picked up any bad habits from her. Here's the mission report, Sakumo said with a smile, placing a scroll on the desk. I've already read the Umbu's report on the mission, Sarutobi said approvingly. You all did an excellent job. Priestess Miroku was very pleased and even expressed interest in forming closer ties with Konoha. Ties? Sakumo asked in surprise. Isn't the land of demons a neutral country? It is, but when lives are at stake, neutrality becomes less important, Sarutobi said with a chuckle. Traditionally, the priestess's line had sealed Morio at the cost of their lives. However, Minato Namikaze's intervention had created a turning point. Sacrificing lifespan was far better than outright death. Even losing half a lifespan was considered a major gain. And forming ties is not the same as forming an alliance, Sarutobi added after a pause. Even as a friendly relationship, Konoha stood to benefit. The most immediate advantage was increased mission commissions. With Miroku favoring Konoha, its shinobi would undoubtedly receive more tasks. The land of demons lacked shinobi, so their missions were numerous. This mission's reward has been doubled to 3 million ryo, Sarutobi said after some thought. This time, Konoha will forego its cut, and you can split it among yourselves. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Sakumo said with a slight bow. You've earned it, Sarutobi said, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Do you think it's time to let Hankawa graduate early? Kumogakure was showing signs of unrest, and war seemed inevitable. Most importantly, Hankawa's strength was extraordinary. From his performance in this mission, it was clear he was already beyond the level of a Chunin, possibly even at Jonin level. Yet he hadn't even graduated from the academy and wasn't officially a genin. Was this reasonable? That's something you'd have to ask Hankawa himself, Sakumo said after some thought, avoiding a direct recommendation. True, Sarutobi said, thinking of Asuma Sarutobi. Perhaps he could ask for his son's opinion later that night. Nightfall. Hankawa yawned, stretching. Having gone without gambling for so long, Tsunade was especially excited today and had been playing for most of the day. Sensei, Hankawa turned to her and asked, aren't you hungry? Just one more round. Tsunade replied without even looking up. I've heard that many times already. Hankawa muttered, unable to hold back his exasperation. But Tsunade ignored him, her eyes fully focused on the gambling table. Hankawa's mouth twitched in frustration. Reaching out, he pinched her thigh. The soft flesh quivered slightly under his touch. What are you doing? Tsunade glared at him. Time to go home. Hankawa said firmly. I said one more round. Stop causing trouble. To prevent him from interfering further, Tsunade pulled him into her embrace. Hankawa's face was suddenly subjected to immense pressure. The overwhelming fragrance mixed with the oxygen and rushed into his nose, making him feel lightheaded. I won! Tsunade exclaimed triumphantly. Tsunade's face lit up with excitement. She hugged Hankawa tightly, patting him a few times in celebration. Can we leave now? Hankawa broke free from her embrace, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Just now, it had felt like a near-death experience. Let's go. Tsunade collected the money on the table, her smile brimming with satisfaction as she left the casino. Not only had she gambled for hours, but she had also won a significant amount, thoroughly indulging herself. Let's go eat something good, Tsunade said, rubbing her chin. How about barbecue? As long as you don't drink, Hankawa sighed. Not drinking is impossible, Tsunade declared. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and stared at him. Did you pinch me earlier? Nope. Hankawa's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly denied it. You must have imagined it. Really? Tsunade clenched her fists, and a cracking sound echoed. I was just reminding you. Hankawa immediately caved, admitting his guilt. Is that how you remind people? Tsunade snorted and said, I'm your teacher, you know. Yes, sensei, I was wrong, Hankawa replied obediently. That's more like it. Seeing his docile response, Tsunade couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. She had to admit, this kid was quite cute. Feeling amused, she patted his head too. That's going too far. Hankawa glared at her. What's there to be mad about? Tsunade laughed even harder. What's wrong with your teacher patting your head? What the heck? Hankawa took a step back and said, I'm hungry. Let's eat. Tsunade stopped teasing him, flipping her golden ponytail as she said, Fine, your sensei's treating. The two of them arrived at a barbecue restaurant. Tsunade expertly ordered beef, pork belly, and sake. Meanwhile, Hankawa instinctively started grilling the meat for her. Not bad, Tsunade said, taking a bite of the grilled meat. Your grilling skills are getting better. That's because you're too lazy, Hankawa replied as he poured her a cup of sake. Students are supposed to be useful like this, Tsunade said, licking the oil from her lips with her pink tongue, smiling mischievously. Hankawa silently picked up a piece of beef for himself. I heard from the Umbu about your performance during this mission, Tsunade said, taking a sip of sake. Very impressive. It's all thanks to you, sensei, Hankawa replied casually. Come on, no one else is here, Tsunade said, waving her hand dismissively. I know how hard you've worked. Does that mean there's a reward? Hankawa coughed lightly and asked. Nope. Tsunade spread her hands with a carefree grin. Besides, I've already given you the most precious reward. Hankawa looked at her with a face full of question marks. Don't say weird things. Wait a minute. Hankawa lifted the first Hokage's necklace and asked, You mean this? Exactly. Tsunade gazed at it, her expression distant. Make sure you take good care of it. I know. Hankawa sighed, shaking his head. If he thought about it, Tsunade was really broke. Aside from 2 large boxes of IOUs, her house had absolutely nothing valuable. 100, leaving so quick after finishing the barbecue, Tsunade ended up drunk again. Watching her wobble as she walked, Hankawa stepped forward and held out his hand. Tsunade tilted her head and looked at him with a dazed and adorable expression. Don't fall, Hankawa reminded her. Tsunade understood and draped her arm over his shoulder. A heavy, soft pressure settled against him. Seeing that she had nothing to hold on to, Hankawa instead supported her by holding her waist. "You midline horizontal ellipsis, you did pretty well today," Tsunade said with a smile, ruffling his hair. "Yes," Hankawa replied nonchalantly. "You've got such a cute face, but you're so midline horizontal ellipsis so not cute." Tsunade poked his cheek with her finger. "Yes," Hankawa said again, glancing at her finger and resisting the urge to bite it. "Really now, midline horizontal ellipsis, can't you come up with another word?" Tsunade leaned against his shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his face. "Let's get you home to rest, sensei," Hankawa said, his eyes subtly shifting to the faint sheen of oil on her lips. "Okay," Tsunade mumbled, closing her eyes. With Hankawa's help, she slowly made her way home. Thud. As soon as Hankawa let go, Tsunade collapsed onto her bed. Shaking his head in resignation, he took off her shoes. "I'll come back tomorrow," Hankawa said, giving her a quick farewell before shutting the door behind him. Not long after, he arrived at Kurenai's house. Although it was already late, it wasn't quite bedtime yet, and the lights inside were still on. Hankawa raised his hand and knocked on the door. Even though he had a key, barging in after being away for so long might have been too startling. "Who's knocking this late?" Yuhi Shinku wondered aloud. Could it be Hankawa? Kurenai jumped off the couch and said, "I'll go check." She ran to the door and opened it. When she saw Hankawa, she froze in place. The next moment, Kurenai leapt forward, wrapping her arms around him. Hankawa blinked in surprise, then smiled and patted her head. Her long black hair was soft and had a faint, clean fragrance, completely different from Tsunade's. Ahem. Yuhi Shinku's face darkened as he let out a loud cough. "Uncle Shinku, do you have a cold?" Hankawa blinked innocently. "I know some medical ninjutsu. I can treat you." "You little brat." Shinku glared at him. "Dad, why are you scolding him?" Kurenai asked, clearly displeased. Shinku looked utterly exasperated. "Hankawa, why are you back so late?" Kurenai asked, her ruby-like eyes curving into crescent moons as she beamed with happiness. "I just finished dropping off my sensei," Hankawa replied with a smile. "Alright, stop chatting at the door." "It's windy outside," Shinku sighed, resigned. Even if his daughter's loyalty lay elsewhere, he still had to fulfill his duties as her father. "Okay." Hankawa patted Kurenai's back, signaling her to let go. Realizing what she was doing, Kurenai's cheeks flushed as she quickly stepped back, putting some distance between them. "How cute." Hankawa smiled, closed the door, and walked into the living room with her. What kind of mission was it this time? Why did it take so long? Shinku asked, seated across from them. He knew Hankawa often went on missions with Tsunade, but the missions were usually low-level, around B rank. Most of them only lasted 2 or 3 days, rarely over a week. This one had taken nearly 2. "Sorry," Hankawa said, shaking his head. "According to village rules, I can't say." "What's there to, wait, was it A rank?" Shinku suddenly realized, his eyes widening in surprise. Generally, A rank and S rank missions required strict confidentiality unless the Hokage gave special permission. It was S rank, Hankawa corrected. "What?" Shinku froze, disbelief written all over his face. "Are you serious?" As a Jonin, he had completed only a few S-rank missions himself. These missions were rare and exceptionally challenging. Even someone like Sarutobi Asuma, according to official records, had completed only 20 S-rank missions. Yuhi Kurenai had completed just 14. Only elites like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the cream of the crop, managed to complete over 100 S-rank missions. Yet Hankawa, at just 10 years old, had already completed one. The revelation left Shinku utterly stunned. Hankawa must be telling the truth. Kurenai said, looking at him with pure admiration. This time, I traveled with my teacher and Uncle Sakumo, Hankawa said, patting Yuhi Kurenai's head. They were handling an S-rank mission, while my part was roughly equivalent to an A-rank mission in difficulty. After using dark medical ninjutsu, Yomi indeed achieved the level of a full-fledged jonin. However, aside from having a large chakra reserve, he lacked extensive ninjutsu knowledge, which slightly reduced his overall strength. Even so, describing his role as A-rank was entirely accurate. Even A-rank is already impressive, Yuhi Shinku remarked, sighing. The students nowadays are getting stronger with each generation. After speaking, he felt a bit odd. The idea of a student being associated with an S-rank mission was almost unimaginable. Shinku exhaled deeply, watching the close bond between Kurenai and Hankawa. His emotions were a mix of pride and complexity. No matter what, their family seemed to have gained quite the advantage. Get some rest early, there's class tomorrow, Shinku reminded them as he snapped out of his thoughts. Got it, Hankawa nodded slightly. Having spent 2 hours earlier dealing with a drunk Tsunade, he was indeed exhausted. After taking a shower and saying goodnight to Kurenai, he returned to his room. The moon rose and set, and a new day began. Hankawa. Kurenai's voice jolted him awake. Rubbing his eyes, Hankawa changed into his clothes and opened the door. Kurenai was dressed in a thin white tracksuit, under which a long-sleeved shirt was faintly visible. Her black hair was tied back into a ponytail, giving her a lively and energetic appearance. Let's go running, Kurenai said enthusiastically. She hadn't been able to run with Hankawa for nearly 2 weeks, so her excitement was evident. All right, Hankawa replied with a slight nod. To improve his taijutsu talent, he often ran in the mornings with Might Guy. However, he couldn't stand the green spandex suit. One day, he cleverly invited Kurenai to join him. As a ninja, even if she wasn't focused on taijutsu, physical training was always beneficial. Might Guy warmly welcomed Kurenai's arrival and even offered her a green spandex suit, but she refused without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Hankawa also requested to forego the suit. With a 2-to-1 vote, he and Kurenai won. Hankawa. Might Guy's face lit up when he saw them. You're finally back in the village. Yeah, Hankawa replied as they ran side by side. To celebrate your return, let's have a youthful showdown today. Might Guy exclaimed with excitement, his eyes blazing with passion. I have class today, Hankawa quickly declined. No intense exercise for me. All right then, Might Guy hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly giving up. Hankawa breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he feared losing to Might Guy, but the man's energy was overwhelming. Even if he won, Might Guy would keep wanting more challenges. Now, Hankawa understood how Kakashi felt in the original story. Facing Might Guy, most people truly couldn't keep up. After running 3 laps around the Hidden Leaf Village, dawn began to break. Hankawa and Kurenai said goodbye to Might Guy and returned home. After breakfast, they headed to the academy. Hankawa received a warm welcome, with greetings from people all along the way. When he entered the classroom, the enthusiasm reached its peak. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought a celebrity had just arrived. Show off, Sarutobi Asuma muttered, shaking his head. But deep down, he envied Hankawa, wishing he could be in his place. Kakashi glanced briefly at the commotion before turning away. He was used to this. In the past, it was him who was surrounded. Now, it was Hankawa's turn. Honestly, Kakashi didn't mind, he didn't like dealing with such situations anyway. Hankawa. Noera Rin's eyes lit up as a smile spread across her face. She had been struggling with questions during Hankawa's 2-week absence. Now that he was back, she could train and study with him again. Unbelievable. Uchiha Obito noticed Rin's expression and subconsciously clenched his fists. Long time no see, Hankawa said as he finally made his way over to their group. Rin and the others responded warmly, while Obito gave a reluctant greeting. That guy told me to ask you something, Asuma suddenly recalled, breaking the moment. That guy? Hankawa raised an eyebrow. You mean the Hokage? Exactly, Asuma confirmed. Sarutobi Asuma nonchalantly said, he wants to know when you plan to graduate. At the mention of graduation, Kakashi immediately turned to look at Hankawa. If not for Hankawa, Kakashi would have graduated as a genin after just 1 year instead of still being a student. Noera Rin's heart stirred. When it came to graduation, she felt both hopeful and reluctant. Hopeful because it meant having a team led by a jonin teacher, but reluctant because it also meant the group might separate. Next year, Hankawa replied after some thought. Minato Namikaze had already faced the AB duo from the Hidden Cloud Village, so staying low to develop further wasn't realistic anymore. Next year, he would be in 5th grade, which was only a year early, still within reason. Then I'll graduate next year too, Sarutobi Asuma declared immediately. When the time comes, you and I can be on the same team. We'll make a name for ourselves across the ninja world as the next legendary Sannin of Konoha. Hankawa's lips twitched slightly. Not a chance. Kurenai suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Hankawa's hand and retorting, he's going to be on my team. It could be me. Might Guy chimed in, though he wasn't just stirring the pot, he genuinely wanted to team up with Hankawa and add Kakashi to the mix. Noera Rin pressed her lips together, hesitant to speak. She couldn't deny wanting to be on Hankawa's team, but her personality made it impossible to voice it as boldly as Kurenai. Rin, team up with me. I'll protect you. Uchiha Obito blurted out in a panic. He was terrified that Rin would utter Hankawa's name, which would spell disaster for him. According to Konoha's rules, ninja squads were assigned for the long haul, usually until the members became specialized jonin or full-fledged jonin. Obito didn't even want to imagine what could happen during all that time. Rin blinked, momentarily stunned. Seeing Obito's hopeful expression, she didn't want to reject him outright, so she replied, the teams will depend on the assignments. I believe in the power of our bond. Obito said confidently. Enough. Hankawa quickly stepped in, stopping the growing argument. It's too early to discuss team assignments now, and besides, team members aren't something we can decide ourselves. Of course, the second half of that statement was a lie. But since they were all still kids, most didn't know the inner workings and accepted his words at face value. Hankawa. Kurenai started to ask something but stopped when she saw his signal with his eyes. Reassured by his silent promise, she didn't press the matter. After chatting with them briefly, Hankawa returned to his seat, stroking his chin in thought. Since his teacher was Tsunade, he actually had some say in his team composition. He had already decided on Kurenai, but he still needed to pick the final member. Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma were all strong candidates. Noara Rin and Uchiha Obito were slightly weaker, but they had potential to grow into formidable ninjas. Hankawa quickly ruled out Obito. Not only was their relationship average, but if Obito caught Madara's attention, Hankawa could end up as a sacrificial tool to awaken his Sharingan. Then there was Rin. If she teamed up with Obito, as in the original story, her death probability would be 99%. A different team setup might just save her life. The class bell rang. Ichiro entered the classroom just in time. He glanced around, noticed Hankawa lost in thought, and paused for a moment before choosing to ignore it. Take out today's textbook, Ichiro instructed from the podium, beginning the lecture. Hankawa snapped out of his thoughts, setting aside the matter of his future team to focus on his training plan. If he was aiming to graduate in 5th grade, he had roughly a year and a half left. Since his learning was all over the place, he needed to prioritize. After some thought, he wrote down medical ninjutsu, genjutsu, and lightning release in his notebook. Medical ninjutsu was a must. As Tsunade's student, he needed to master it. Plus, an excellent medical ninja could influence the tide of battle, so it wasn't something to neglect. Genjutsu, while less effective against the Uchiha clan, was a devastating weapon against most other ninja. In fact, during his previous battle with Ao and the others, he had taken down 4 of Yomi's subordinates using genjutsu alone. As for lightning release, it was his natural chakra affinity. Using it wouldn't raise suspicion. There was also the issue of Hidden Cloud Village's involvement, making lightning release even more relevant. The B-rank entry, Body of Lightning Release, was already incredibly powerful, let alone the 4th Raikage's Lightning Release Chakra mode. The only pity was that he couldn't obtain the training method for now. There was no way he could send back the information about Uzumaki Kushina being the Ninetales Jinchuriki, right? Hankawa frowned slightly. Was there information of equal value? He couldn't think of anything for the moment. Speaking of Uzumaki Kushina, Hankawa suddenly thought of the Rasengan. He figured it would be worth learning, as it would significantly enhance his current abilities. Like superhuman strength, the Rasengan didn't require hand seals, making it incredibly convenient in battle. Although Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze were both currently absent from Konoha, they had undoubtedly submitted the Rasengan technique. According to Konoha's rules, any jutsu created must be submitted to the village in exchange for appropriate rewards. Others might not comply, but Minato, being a model of the will of fire, definitely would. Time quickly passed, and it was the end of the school day. Let's go train. Sarutobi Asuma said excitedly. When Hankawa was away, training just didn't feel the same. Now that he was back, Asuma felt motivated again. Kakashi suddenly looked up and saw an unexpected figure, Tsukumo Hataki. Kakashi, Tsukumo noticed his gaze and approached. Father, Kakashi said, a little confused. Are you here for me? No, I'm here for Hankawa, Tsukumo replied with a shake of his head. He had gone to find Tsunade earlier, but she wasn't home, so he came to the school instead. You guys go ahead, Hankawa said, knowing why Tsukumo had come. He waved off Kurenai and the others. Make it quick, Kurenai said reluctantly, waving to him as she left. Here, Tsukumo handed him 2 bankbooks. The reward from the mission in the land of demons. Thanks, Hankawa said as he took the bankbooks, a bit surprised. 2 million ryo. An additional 1 million ryo is for your teacher. She's not home, so I'm leaving it to you to pass it on, Tsukumo explained. Got it. Thanks, Uncle Tsukumo, Hankawa said. He paused, then asked, is there anything else? If not, I'll go join Kakashi and the others for training. Go ahead, Tsukumo said with a smile and a nod. After saying goodbye, Hankawa didn't immediately join Kakashi and the others. Instead, he went to the casino. Konoha had several casinos, but Tsunade favored the largest one. As soon as Hankawa entered the casino, he spotted her. Perfect timing! Tsunade exclaimed, her face lighting up when she saw him. She immediately pulled him closer. I need to talk to you, Hankawa said quickly. Not now, after I finish gambling, Tsunade said, her eyes glued to the table. I need you to get me the Rasengan, Hankawa said bluntly. The Rasengan? Tsunade paused, surprised. You mean the technique Minato created? She had heard about it before from Kushina, as they often visited her home together. Yes, Hankawa explained. It's a sealless jutsu, and I think it'll be quite useful. Alright, Tsunade agreed without hesitation. I'm off to train. See you later, Hankawa said as he turned and bolted out of the casino. Wait. Tsunade instinctively reached out to grab him, but he was too quick. She pursed her lips in slight annoyance. 101, Kushina's lesson as usual, everyone trained together for about 2 hours before heading home. Occasionally, they stayed to eat together, but most of the time, they ate at their own houses. After watching everyone leave, Hankawa returned to the living room. Not long after, he heard the sound of the door opening. He stood up and looked toward the entrance. The door swung open, revealing Tsunade with a sullen expression, clearly in a bad mood. Judging by her face, Hankawa didn't need to guess, she had probably lost big at gambling. Before he could greet her, Tsunade stormed toward him. Her beautiful, refined face looked a little menacing. Sensing trouble, Hankawa tried to move, but it was too late. Who gave you permission to leave? Because of you, I lost an extra million ryo. Tsunade grabbed his hair, messing it up completely. Hankawa sighed helplessly. He knew just how scary an angry woman could be, so he let her do as she pleased. But deep down, he suspected she was just using this as an excuse to ruffle his hair. Here. Suddenly, Hankawa remembered something and handed her a bankbook. 1 million ryo. Tsunade's eyes lit up as she saw the amount. Smiling, she said, you're finally learning to show respect to your teacher. Not bad. It's the mission reward from the land of demons. Hankawa smoothed his hair back into place. Lame, Tsunade said, instantly losing interest. What kind of student are you? Not worth keeping. In her mind, the mission reward was something she was already entitled to. What about the Rasengan? Hankawa ignored her comment and asked directly. It's late. Tomorrow, we'll go find Kushina together, Tsunade said casually as she pocketed the bankbook. Kushina-senpai knows the Rasengan. Hankawa blinked in surprise. She doesn't. Or to be more precise, she doesn't need to learn it. She's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Tsunade explained, shaking her head. But just because she hasn't learned it doesn't mean she can't teach it. Got it. Hankawa nodded in understanding. I'm hungry. Go make dinner, Tsunade said, patting his head. Fine, Hankawa said, glaring at her. Stop patting my head. You're getting less cute, you know. Tsunade sighed, giving him one last pat before he walked off. Hankawa's face darkened as he turned toward the kitchen, while Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Hankawa was just too amusing. The next morning, Hankawa asked Kurenai to excuse him from school before heading to Tsunade's house. As expected, she was still asleep. Standing outside her bedroom door, he knocked firmly twice. Just midline horizontal ellipsis 5 more minutes, Tsunade muttered, opening the door a crack and sticking her head out, still half asleep. Her light summer sleepwear did little to cover her impressive figure, her fair skin practically glowing. 15 minutes, Hankawa said, his eye twitching. I'll make breakfast. With a thud, the door shut, and Tsunade flopped back onto her bed. Hankawa went to the kitchen and decided to make beef ramen, which would take just about 15 minutes to prepare. When the time was up, he brought a bowl of beef ramen to Tsunade's door. Sensei. Hankawa called loudly. I heard you, came her annoyed reply. Moments later, the door opened, and Tsunade stepped out, dressed and yawning. She headed to the bathroom to freshen up. After breakfast, the two of them set off for Uzumaki Kushina's house. Is Kushina-senpai still restricted in her movements? Hankawa asked as they walked. Thanks to his guidance, Kushina now had a good relationship with the Ninetales and no longer lost control. She's still the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Tsunade said with a sigh. Konoha's higher UPS keep a close eye on her, especially that old snake Danzo. Her tone turned sharp at the mention of Danzo. I have an idea, you should become Hokage, get rid of that old snake, and free Kushina-senpai. Hankawa suggested, blinking innocently. Tsunade was momentarily stunned. She was a little tempted but quickly realized the complications. You little brat, you're always trying to push me into becoming Hokage, Tsunade said, knocking him lightly on the head. Do you think being Hokage is easy? I believe in you, sensei, Hankawa said earnestly. Even if I became Hokage, the things you mentioned wouldn't be easy to accomplish. The Hokage isn't a dictator, Tsunade said with a soft snort. Hankawa understood she was referring to Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Yudatane, the advisors. In terms of influence, they were almost on par with the Hokage. Being Hokage wasn't just about strength, it was about navigating politics. Even Minato Namikaze had been constrained after becoming Hokage. Of course, Tsunade would likely have more freedom than Minato due to her status. But trying to oust them would almost certainly face resistance from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even after stepping down, a retired Hokage still held significant sway. There's always a way, Hankawa said with a smile. Let's just take the first step. What do you say? You little brat, no matter how much you talk in circles, your goal is still the same, Tsunade said, rolling her eyes at him. You're so wise, sensei. Hankawa quickly praised her. Hankawa. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. A figure appeared in front of them, it was none other than Uzumaki Kushina. Lady Tsunade. With a beaming smile, Kushina said, It's been so long since you last visited. We went to the land of demons, Tsunade replied casually. Forget about that. Kushina waved her hand dismissively, looking excited. Let's head inside. The Ninetales sensed you even before I did. The Ninetales? Tsunade chuckled. Tell it that I'll play cards with it later. Hankawa's face twitched. That silly fox had been completely corrupted by them, now addicted to playing cards. If it ever went to the battlefield, Kushina might say, Ninetales, time to fight. Only for it to reply, one game of Gwent first. The other 8-tailed beasts would probably die laughing if they knew. It'll definitely be thrilled, Kushina said with a nod. On another note, Tsunade turned to Kushina and asked, Do you know about the Rasengan that Minato created? Of course I do. Kushina said proudly. I even named it. The Rasengan was a much better name than the absurd original one Minato had come up with, Spiral Light Ice Cream Launcher Jiraiya Dual Style Sphere. I meant the training method, Tsunade clarified. If you know it, can you teach Hankoa? No problem. Kushina said cheerfully. Leave it to me. Thank you, Kushina-senpai. Hankoa said quickly. There's no need to thank me, Kushina replied nonchalantly. After all, they had a good relationship, and being Tsunade's student was reason enough for her to help. How about this, Kushina suggested. I'll teach Hankoa the Rasengan training method first, and then the three of us can play cards. Great idea, Tsunade agreed immediately. Hankoa sighed, exasperated. Do they think playing cards is more important than the Rasengan? What about my pride as a ninja? Lady Tsunade, please wait for a moment, Kushina said, disappearing into another room. Moments later, she returned with a bag of balloons and filled them with water in the bathroom. Let's go. Kushina led Hankoa outside and handed him the water-filled balloons. The Rasengan training process had 4 stages. 1. Gathering chakra, focusing and concentrating chakra in one's hand. 2. Bursting the water balloon, releasing chakra steadily and persistently to burst a water-filled balloon. 3. Piercing the rubber ball, controlling the chakra output to solidify it and damage a tougher material. 4. Final form, combining all learned skills to form the Rasengan. You're a medical ninja, so the first stage should be easy. Let's start with the second, Kushina said. She demonstrated by injecting chakra into a water balloon, making the water spin rapidly until it exploded. As a sealing ninja, her chakra control was on par with a medical ninja, so she had no trouble. All right. Kushina clapped her hands. If you have any questions, come find me. I'm off to play cards. Hankoa could only sigh. It seems like even Kushina has been influenced by this den of gamblers. Good thing I'm not affected midline horizontal ellipsis because I have bigger ambitions. Ahem, I mean, a strong will. He began his training, spinning the water inside the balloon as instructed. Didn't Naruto learn the Rasengan in about a month? Maybe 2 weeks. Hankoa thought. It wasn't the hardest jutsu, the main challenge was chakra control, something Hankoa excelled at as a medical ninja. Time passed, and the sun eventually dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with twilight. With a loud pop, the water balloon in Hankoa's hands exploded. He reacted quickly, stepping back to avoid getting splashed. Not bad, Hankoa thought, nodding with satisfaction. Completing the second stage in a day wasn't bad at all. Wow! That's amazing! Not far away, Kushina clapped enthusiastically. Why do you sound like you're praising a child? Tsunade said, giving her a side eye. Really? Kushina blinked innocently. I always praise the nine tails like this, and it loves it, its tail wags so high. The nine tails? Tsunade chuckled, imagining the scene. Is it a dog or something? Shoo! Kushina whispered urgently. Don't let it hear that. It'll get angry. Alright, we'll come back tomorrow, Tsunade said with a laugh. Then you can teach Hankoa the next stage. Sure. Kushina waved them off as they left. See you later, Hankoa said, following Tsunade. 102. The astonishing wisdom of the nine tails. Hankoa raised his hand, and a swirling chakra appeared in his palm. With a loud boom, the Rasengan struck a massive tree before him. In an instant, deep spiderweb-like cracks spread out from the impact, with the Rasengan at the center. Hankoa withdrew his hand and circled around the tree. What greeted him was a large crater. Such was the destructive power of the Rasengan, it hit hard on both ends, just like a chili pepper. A-rank ninjutsu entry, Rasengan. Trigger condition, successfully perform the ninjutsu. Effect, the ninjutsu automatically reaches the proficient level. Hankoa nodded in satisfaction. From mid-August to September, it had taken him about half a month, but he had finally mastered the Rasengan. In terms of raw power, brute strength still had the upper hand, but the Rasengan had immense potential for growth. Especially since he was a versatile ninja, he could incorporate any type of elemental release into the Rasengan, creating even more powerful variations. Clapping his hands together, Hankoa returned to the living room. Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade, and the Ninetales, represented by two tails, were seated at the table playing cards. Uzumaki Kushina noticed him and asked, "Did you run into trouble practicing the Rasengan?" "No, I've already mastered it," Hankoa replied, shaking his head. "Mastered it? So quickly?" Kushina froze for a moment, then said with a hint of amazement, "You really are a genius." She wasn't overly surprised, as Hankoa had grasped the first 3 stages of the Rasengan training very quickly. "Well, he is my student, after all," Tsunade chuckled softly. "Pair of aces. Can't beat that," Kushina muttered as she glanced at her cards, envy evident in her tone. "I wish I had a genius student too." "You'll get your chance," Tsunade said casually, drawing a card and smirking. A3. Just 2 cards left. Uh-oh. Kushina's expression shifted dramatically. "Ninetales, think of something quick. No rush." The Ninetales' 2 tails swayed gently as it played a joker card. "Pass," Tsunade said, suddenly sensing trouble. Sure enough, the Ninetales played a series of pairs, clearing all the cards in its hand. "Victory!" Kushina cheered in delight. The Ninetales' tails moved in for a celebratory high-five with her. "Damn it!" Tsunade turned to glare at Hankoa. "This is all your fault. What does this have to do with me?" Hankoa replied innocently. Hankoa's lips twitched as he asked, "Before I came, did you win at all?" Of course I did." Tsunade responded awkwardly, but her tone remained defiant. Uzumaki Kushina was about to speak the truth when she was silenced with a glare. Helplessly, she cast Hankoa a look of apology. "All right then," Hankoa said, pretending to concede. "In that case, I'll take my leave." "Wait." Tsunade's face lit up with a smile. Between teacher and student, these little things are trivial. "Come join us, we'll play together." She had finally realized that to win, she needed Hankoa by her side. "Ha, women." Hankoa sighed inwardly but chose not to argue. He stepped forward and sat next to her. After nearly 2 hours of training, he figured a short break wouldn't hurt. The card game resumed. Tsunade's luck improved significantly, she won more than she lost, a stark contrast to her earlier losing streak. "Is Hankoa really this effective?" Uzumaki Kushina asked tentatively. "Why don't you sit by me and try it out?" "No way," Tsunade immediately refused. "He's my student." "How stingy," Kushina muttered before continuing with the game. Hankoa was speechless. "What do they take me for, a luck charm?" Just then, he suddenly sensed something. Glancing down, he saw a fox tail wrapped around his leg. At some point, the Ninetales had secretly extended one of its tails. However, this tail was noticeably smaller, about 2/3 the size of the other 2. Hankoa was full of questions. Where's your dignity as the strongest-tailed beast? Are you seriously throwing it away just to win a card game? Nine Tails, you've gotten a lot smarter today. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed in surprise. The Nine Tails hand was better than before, not as terrible as usual. I've always been smart. The Nine Tails proudly waved its 3 tails. You're cheating. Tsunade accused, realizing something was off. When did you grow another tail? When did you split it off? Kushina asked in surprise. The Nine Tails wagged its 3 tails energetically. It says it didn't cheat, Kushina translated. Hankoa can vouch for it. Hankoa. Tsunade turned to look at him in surprise. It's true, Hankoa nodded. It just borrowed a bit of luck. Come over here and sit on this side. Tsunade immediately understood the reason behind the suggestion. She never expected the Nine Tails to possess such astonishing ingenuity. How annoying! The Nine Tails flailed its 3 tails in protest, but Tsunade ignored it completely. The game resumed, and the Nine Tails returned to its usual level of play, slightly better than Tsunade, who was notoriously unlucky. Hankoa yawned, feeling a bit drowsy from watching. Aside from Uzumaki Kushina's relatively normal card skills, both Tsunade and the Nine Tails were utterly ridiculous. Thankfully, the ordeal didn't last much longer. It's almost noon, that's enough. I'll go make lunch, Kushina said, glancing at the clock on the wall. All right, Tsunade agreed reluctantly, though she didn't insist on continuing. The Nine Tails, however, seemed sulky as its 3 tails suddenly vanished. It had already retreated to its little room, likely preparing to analyze its earlier card game. After lunch, Hankoa left Uzumaki Kushina's house. Tsunade decided to stay. For her, it didn't matter where she gambled. Besides, it's not every day you find a tailed beast as a card-playing companion. Since it was Sunday, Hankoa didn't go to academy, especially since he had already been on leave for half a month. A loud roar echoed through the area. A water dragon soared into the sky and crashed into a stone pile nearby, sending debris flying with a thunderous boom. Impressive. Hankoa clapped and smiled. Hankoa. Kurenai Yuhi spotted him and ran over excitedly. What are you doing here? My training with my sensei is done. I can return to academy tomorrow, Hankoa explained, patting her head gently. Yay! Kurenai cheered in delight. Although she saw Hankoa every evening, she still felt something was missing when he wasn't at academy. And there's more good news, Hankoa said with a smile. I plan to learn the crescent moon dance from Uncle Kosuke. That's amazing. Kurenai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she didn't know what the crescent moon dance was, she knew it meant Hankoa would be training alongside her in water release techniques. You want to learn the crescent moon dance? Kosuke Mariboshi walked over and asked. Yes, Hankoa nodded slightly. I'd also like to learn the shadow clone jutsu. The multi-shadow clone jutsu was forbidden, but the basic shadow clone jutsu was not. The crescent moon dance, a combination of the shadow clone jutsu and Konoha-style swordsmanship, was a must-learn for him. Sure, Kosuke agreed without hesitation. Hankoa, I forgot to tell you, I'm Uncle Kosuke's student now. Kurenai said cheerfully, as if suddenly remembering. Hankoa froze briefly. Being a student, or a disciple, was a significant difference. It meant inheriting one's master's teachings. He thought of Kurenai Yuhi's future self. Could it be that the water release techniques of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, were passed down to her through Kosuke Mariboshi? Congratulations, Kurenai, on having such a great teacher, Hankawa said with a smile. Becoming Kosuke Mariboshi's student was no small privilege. In the entire village of Konoha, aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kosuke's mastery of water release techniques was likely unparalleled. But given Kurenai's background and talent, it wasn't feasible for her to become the Hokage's student. Besides, Hiruzen Sarutobi had long since stopped taking on students. Yes. Kurenai Yuhi nodded in agreement. At first, she hadn't heard of Kosuke Mariboshi and assumed his abilities were average. But the more time she spent with him, the more she realized how skilled he was. To be blunt, she even thought her father, Shinku Yuhi, couldn't compare to him. With such praise from you two, I feel incredibly motivated. Kosuke Mariboshi laughed heartily. Pair of aces. Can't beat that, Kushina muttered as she glanced at her cards, envy evident in her tone. I wish I had a genius student too. You'll get your chance, Tsunade said casually, drawing a card and smirking. A3. Just 2 cards left. Uh-oh. Kushina's expression shifted dramatically. 9 tails, think of something quick. No rush. The 9 tails 2 tails swayed gently as it played a joker card. Pass, Tsunade said, suddenly sensing trouble. Sure enough, the 9 tails played a series of pairs, clearing all the cards in its hand. Victory! Kushina cheered in delight. The 9 tails moved in for a celebratory high-five with her. Damn it! Tsunade turned to glare at Hankawa. This is all your fault. What does this have to do with me? Hankawa replied innocently. Hankawa's lips twitched as he asked, before I came, did you win at all? Of course I did. Tsunade responded awkwardly, but her tone remained defiant. Uzumaki Kushina was about to speak the truth when she was silenced with a glare. Helplessly, she cast Hankawa a look of apology. All right then, Hankawa said, pretending to concede. In that case, I'll take my leave. Wait. Tsunade's face lit up with a smile. Between teacher and student, these little things are trivial. Come join us, we'll play together. She had finally realized that to win, she needed Hankawa by her side. Ha, women. Hankawa sighed inwardly but chose not to argue. He stepped forward and sat next to her. After nearly 2 hours of training, he figured a short break wouldn't hurt. The card game resumed. Tsunade's luck improved significantly, she won more than she lost, a stark contrast to her earlier losing streak. Is Hankawa really this effective? Uzumaki Kushina asked tentatively. Why don't you sit by me and try it out? No way, Tsunade immediately refused. He's my student. How stingy, Kushina muttered before continuing with the game. Hankawa was speechless. What do they take me for, a luck charm? Just then, he suddenly sensed something. Glancing down, he saw a fox tail wrapped around his leg. At some point, the 9 tails had secretly extended one of its tails. However, this tail was noticeably smaller, about 2/3 the size of the other 2. Hankawa was full of questions. Where's your dignity as the strongest-tailed beast? Are you seriously throwing it away just to win a card game? 9 tails, you've gotten a lot smarter today. Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed in surprise. The 9 tails hand was better than before, not as terrible as usual. I've always been smart. The 9 tails proudly waved its 3 tails. You're cheating. Tsunade accused, realizing something was off. When did you grow another tail? When did you split it off? Kushina asked in surprise. The Ninetales wagged its 3 tails energetically. It says it didn't cheat, Kushina translated. Hankawa can vouch for it. Hankawa. Tsunade turned to look at him in surprise. It's true, Hankawa nodded. It just borrowed a bit of luck. Come over here and sit on this side. Tsunade immediately understood the reason behind the suggestion. She never expected the Ninetales to possess such astonishing ingenuity. How annoying! The Ninetales flailed its 3 tails in protest, but Tsunade ignored it completely. The game resumed, and the Ninetales returned to its usual level of play, slightly better than Tsunade, who was notoriously unlucky. Hankawa yawned, feeling a bit drowsy from watching. Aside from Uzumaki Kushina's relatively normal card skills, both Tsunade and the Ninetales were utterly ridiculous. Thankfully, the ordeal didn't last much longer. It's almost noon, that's enough. I'll go make lunch, Kushina said, glancing at the clock on the wall. All right, Tsunade agreed reluctantly, though she didn't insist on continuing. The Ninetales, however, seemed sulky as its 3 tails suddenly vanished. It had already retreated to its little room, likely preparing to analyze its earlier card game. After lunch, Hankawa left Uzumaki Kushina's house. Tsunade decided to stay. For her, it didn't matter where she gambled. Besides, it's not every day you find a tailed beast as a card-playing companion. Since it was Sunday, Hankawa didn't go to academy, especially since he had already been on leave for half a month. A loud roar echoed through the area. A water dragon soared into the sky and crashed into a stone pile nearby, sending debris flying with a thunderous boom. Impressive. Hankawa clapped and smiled. Hankawa. Kurenai Yuhi spotted him and ran over excitedly. What are you doing here? My training with my sensei is done. I can return to academy tomorrow, Hankawa explained, patting her head gently. Yay! Kurenai cheered in delight. Although she saw Hankawa every evening, she still felt something was missing when he wasn't at academy. And there's more good news, Hankawa said with a smile. I plan to learn the crescent moon dance from Uncle Kosuke. That's amazing. Kurenai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though she didn't know what the crescent moon dance was, she knew it meant Hankawa would be training alongside her in water release techniques. You want to learn the crescent moon dance? Kosuke Maraboshi walked over and asked. Yes, Hankawa nodded slightly. I'd also like to learn the shadow clone jutsu. The multi-shadow clone jutsu was forbidden, but the basic shadow clone jutsu was not. The crescent moon dance, a combination of the shadow clone jutsu and Konoha-style swordsmanship, was a must-learn for him. Sure, Kosuke agreed without hesitation. Hankawa, I forgot to tell you, I'm Uncle Kosuke's student now. Kurenai said cheerfully, as if suddenly remembering. Hankawa froze briefly. Being a student, or a disciple, was a significant difference. It meant inheriting one's master's teachings. He thought of Kurenai Yuhi's future self. Could it be that the water release techniques of the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, were passed down to her through Kosuke Maraboshi? Congratulations, Kurenai, on having such a great teacher, Hankawa said with a smile. Becoming Kosuke Maraboshi's student was no small privilege. In the entire village of Konoha, aside from Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kosuke's mastery of water release techniques was likely unparalleled. But given Kurenai's background and talent, it wasn't feasible for her to become the Hokage's student. Besides, Hiruzen Sarutobi had long since stopped taking on students. Yes. Kurenai Yuhi nodded in agreement. At first, she hadn't heard of Kosuke Maraboshi and assumed his abilities were average. But the more time she spent with him, the more she realized how skilled he was. To be blunt, she even thought her father, Shinku Yuhi, couldn't compare to him. With such praise from you too, I feel incredibly motivated. Kosuke Maraboshi laughed heartily.